meaning of rabbit. You can't separate rabbit and rabbit, even though each is a word, because rab doesn't mean anything but that rab. Don't each have their own specific rabbit. The meaning of rabbit is unpredictable. Rabbit and examples of the smallest amounts of work as in animals. Together, that's a compound. Whether it's with their signs like and that are compounds plus a variant of the sign. First, recognizing compounds allows us to see similarities between languages that we might have missed in other languages by other words, like the sign of the best of the whole. English and German just put them all together into we call this the Deutsche Wörter Übersetzung. Word in German translation. Meanwhile, when we have a mark that and other markings that are stuck or fixed onto it are adjectives. So rabbit is named after the root we call it fixed. If the word is after stuck on before the root, we call it fixed. To extend our plant metaphor, when we add a word into the root, this new unit becomes the stem. The next. Here's where it gets interesting. We can it sounds enough, but this word's meaning depends on whether a twist larger of those word untwistable. Rabbit, unrabbitness. This can go all the way up. Receive, perceive, and conceive. You can know all these words, but it doesn't have a handful of examples of sound perceived. And in addition to prefixes and suffixes, there are some other kinds of vowels that can be attached to affixes can sometimes go inside a word. This is called an affix attached to the beginning of a word. English doesn't really do this. The meaning of the grammar changes. Morphology is looking very deep in little patches of affix. Sometimes one affix holds more than usual morphology. It's hard to tease out how each morpheme relates to a specific part of its meaning. It's all fused together. For example, as languages change over time, they often squish smaller words together, making three morphemes into boundaries. The English words not, none, never, and nothing. The old English word for not, and not is such words like didn't, or now in French, when a word ends in like unmal or journal, the suffix al indicates that it's masculine and that it's feminine. You may not be familiar with the idea of words being masculine, but don't worry. For now, let's just focus on how this suffix tells us two things about the word. To make it plural, you need to change x, like well or no, to indicate both. There are once two suffixes. Change their vowels instead of adding an F. Sang and sung. Hebrew and other Semitic languages, the root of the word is just the consonant or added different configurations, different motions, meaning books. A book could too. Must have, meaning are there related verbs. Sometimes have shape, and location for differences. And occasionally, rather than adding a morpheme, think about the English verb go, which is went, past tense rather than go, which would follow the regular patterns of English morphology. This process of moving the surface of a word is called completion, and languages mostly use it rather than as a systematic process. Thank goodness for that. If you thought conjugated verbs with different suffixes was hard, imagine having to learn a completely different word each time. So let's get back to this tricky question of what a word means. And exceptions about word that when linguists need to be really precise, we use French terminology instead. We talk about morphemes, but when we're not, what's the interest? So PBS is a self-telling project involving thousands of people around the country. Subscribe to PBS Voices for self-evident and other great shows, and Total Crash Course Thank you.
General administrative territory. During this time, the Jews are concentrated in
Hi,
ghettos.
I'm Taylor, and welcome to Let's use this to tell a story. Okay, so some might hear what's going on, but that's an important question. Who is sneaking up on the rabbit? Or is the rabbit sneaking first? I need to know if I'm going to get some speech validation. We also need some way of conveying the relationship between the words. In this case, the difference
How to pronounce and choose to go. Try to walk out, they shake them down to a drive, and they can use them and simply
these two is so fundamental that every language has some way of doing it. Syntax is the study of how languages express relationships and the object. English uses this word as do many other languages like Nahuatl from Mexico, Portuguese and Malagasy from
Oracle,
Word order doesn't have to
sophisticated
be a
scientific
subject,
manner,
verb,
what was life in the
object.
given
For
one.
example, in Hindi, the typical order is subject, object, verb. This is also very common. Whether the thing being referred to is the doer or the do. Subject or the object. Even if we square the words around, we'd still be able to grab it. Almost which let this be at means the rabbit eats the house. Because of these morphemes, Latin can use
Exactly.
the language group Alaska, Siberia. These distinctions were created based on use word order and a range of other strategies subject and objects. For example, here we say intuitions about these intuitions. One, grammaticality has nothing to do with whether a sentence makes any sense. There's a famous example in linguistics that proves scientists thought nothing for having to figure out how to answer. Another example, curiously speak ideas being colorless is equally bizarre in meaning. If this type of grammar is not listened to, even if you've never heard either sentence before, you can probably tell that colorless green ideas speak curiously is a grammatical sentence, but curiously speak ideas being colorless is something also not about whether teachers, editors, or other. For example, you know that is grammatical. In fact, someone's probably saying it right now. If we take attention to our linguistic intuitions about grammaticality, we can use them to figure out if words can act as a single unit. We can call this the substitution test. Let's start with a sentence. Taylor sees the rabbit. We can substitute Taylor with a longer phrase, like long years, or with a single name, like Gaviga. Go to the thought level to see what other relationships have back of these. Taylor, Rabbit, okay, so we have some idea of what's going on. Some way of conveying the relationship between the words. Rabbit and when Rabbit meets Taylor, we need what linguists call syntax.
as distinct from the two, because Hitler set out four notable police battalions of Einsatzgruppen, A, B, C, and D. And these soldiers
Example, we can say the subject first, then the verb, as do many other Malagasy or Madagascar. The word order doesn't have to go subject, verb, function. Any order will work as long as it's consistent in a given language. For example, in Latin, these two sentences have opposite meanings, and we can tell this because the words change their shape a bit. Watch this flipper vita. The hospital left this vita means the rabbit sees the host. Because of these morphemes, Latin, Turkish, modern Greek, and Hebrew, the language group spans Latin. Sign languages use word order and a range of other strategies to distinguish between subjects and objects. Understand ASL is setting up reference.
this one Einsatzgruppe
Say that it was established
very hard to
this.
kill
This
mothers and children at the
I
same
can
time.
say I saw gas B
So what he
from
did
B
was
to
he
the
always
object.
killed the
English
children
used to be the
first,
morphological
so that
strategies used are reinforced each other, so they may feel natural
So,
to use the English.
Hitler
So to
moves
say,
on.
they
I'm
feel
gonna skip past
dramatic. They or the employee
Yeah.
hire the employer. The word order and the shapes of the words are intention.
January of
They're signaling
1942.
opposite things. So these sentences may
Hitler
feel weird, they feel ungrammatical. Sometimes marking ungrammatical sentence with an asterisk or star, like we, they. If you're not a native English speaker, you may not feel the same intuition about these English language. But you do have a set of linguistic features for grammaticality in your own native language or language. Now there are two things that grammaticality does. One, nothing to do with whether a sentence is grammatical, but also I feel like I should apologize to Rothschild for having to figure out how to animate it. Another example, seriously sweet ideas being colorless is equally bizarre in meaning, but this time the grammar is not too. Even if you've never heard these sentences before, you can probably tell that colorless is ungrammatical. Something about an ungrammatical sentence just feels weird. It's not something anyone would say. Two, grammaticality is also not about whether a sentence needs the approval of teachers, editors, or others. For example, don't nobody know nothing is perfectly grammatical. In fact, some now, but nothing don't know is ungrammatical. It's not the way anyone would define these words. It makes the speakers of a language have such similar grammatical intuitions without ever being formally taught. Grammar locality,
put kind
we
of
can
like
use them to figure out who some words go together more closely than others.
this
And we can
one's
test them
basically,
if we can substitute
word
preserving. We can call this the substitute. Let's start with the sentence, take the rabbit. Because substitute Taylor with the longer phrase, like the host
I went
eats the
on
rabbit.
several of the concentration
Same thing.
camps
We know that they're all equivalent units and passive substitution with the longer phrase too, like the purple rabbit with long ears, or with single names like Gabagai, or pronouns like that. Our object can be one word or many words, but they act together as a unit. But the substitution test only gets us so far. Let's go to the thought bubble to see what other groups of words in a sentence. There are other versions of Taylor's use the rabbit to make, and the combinations that work tell us how the verb relates to the subject and object. For example, we can shift the parts of the original
what happens
sentence to
from
the beginning. Say,
1942
it's Taylor who sees the
is
rabbit,
that
or
Hitler
it's the
starts
rabbit that Taylor
emptying out the
sees. This
ghetto,
type of sentence structure goes together as a
them
group.
to death.
We're going to use a
Somewhere in the
function
neighborhood
test
of
to test us to
3.5
see
million
which word
Jews
or
are
group
killed
of words is grammatical
I
when we
don't
put it
have
in the
the
first spot of a
details
class
of it. I'm sure
instruction.
you're broadly
Between
familiar with it.
it's and that. Let's try it's rabbit that Taylor sees the. Okay, that sounds weird. It's ungrammatical. We'll mark it with a star. It sees the rabbit that Taylor. That's ungrammatical too. We can rescue it if we make a small change. It's see the rabbit that Taylor does, but we can never take see all by itself without the rabbit. It's sees that Taylor the rabbit. It's see that Taylor does the rabbit. And we can't take sees and Taylor together without the rabbit. It's Taylor sees that the rabbit. So we found that clauses are grammatical where the subject, verb, or the object are split apart on their own, or when the verb see and the object, the rabbit, are pulled away together. But other classes are ungrammatical. The one where we try to pull the verb see and the subject Taylor away without the object. This suggests that the verb and the object have a closer relationship. Subgroups that we can find in a sentence are called political subgroups. You can call up your representative and say, hi, I'm one of your constituents. By something that constitutes or makes up a part of a larger constituent, you make up a part of your constituent. And constituents can be scattered throughout the sentence. So we need to use different tests for our constituent, even though they sit on opposite ends of the sentence, because they have the same endings and S. So the class can substitution tests that show constituents English or any other language. We have to consider how each language has different structural patterns. But every language does have and linguists can figure out ways of testing for them that make sense for each particular language. Linguists use the word grammar to talk about structural patterns, how a language puts morphemes together into words, words together into constituents, and constituents into sentences. This combination of morphology and syntax is also called morpheme text. In European history, grammar often meant learning specific patterns of how Latin not trying to accomplish or English into being more like Latin or trying to understand perfectly natural language changes that happen all the time. So even now, grammar sometimes has a bad reputation of smart people telling you you're wrong about how you use language. But in fact, like we saw earlier, we're all doing grammar all the time. And we're really good at feeling whether something is grammatical intuitively. Grammar is what takes us from rabbit to that's the same rabbit I saw yesterday. Grammars transform a grab bag of words and morphemes into questions, stories, and videos like this. Next time, we're going to look at what happens when sentences get longer and if course free for everybody forever. You can join our and welcome to Crash Course Linguistics. In episode 3, we learned about how to test which parts of a sentence are constituents or closely related subgroups. So, the sentence, Taylor sees the rabbit. We know that rabbit is we can substitute it for a single word or pronoun like Gabagai or then and sees the rabbit sentence in a cleft construction. It means seeing the rabbit and Taylor does. Now, we want to take it a step deeper. Let's figure out a way to keep track of some rules that can help us find patterns between lots of different sentences. A simple way to keep track of different parts of sentences is by drawing connections between the words. For example, we could draw circles around each get really big really quickly as our sentences get longer. We could draw brackets around each constituent rather than nice and compact. They can be hard to easily scan and understand at a glance. So instead, and track the different phrases in the sentence to show it's sort of mid-sized. It's not that it both but often more than a single word has a verb in it. So we can call seize the rabbit a verb phrase. Using the substitution test we talked about in the previous video, both be the same kind of phrase. Words that linguists call determinants, which also includes words like this, my, one, and every. Determinants help us figure out which specific instinct or specific noun we're talking about. There's one theory of syntax that actually argues there are determinants. Either way, these small words tree diagram we talked about in the last episode. The verb and object and noun phrase are both amongst the same. We can make a lot of sentences from just a few basic bits of structure. And this leads us to an interesting puzzle. Let's try to figure out all of the possible structures of sentences in English. In other words, let's try to make a grammar of English. A grammar is a description of how sentences go together in order. We can use the grammar to start to judge or to compare the rules of English to those of another. Grammar isn't necessarily what's actually going on in your head when you're saying a sentence. That's still an open question. That's a big challenge. Let's start out with sentences and figure out how to write their structure. Taylor sees the rabbit, the rabbit ate cake, and Gabagai hopped. First, we notice we can match the front half. We have Taylor, the rabbit, and Gabagai on one side. Sees the rabbit, and Taylor hopped, and Taylor and Gabagai sees the rabbit should be okay. Even though they're not on our original list. Based on my linguistic intuitions as an English speaker, this makes the sentences Gabagai ate rabbit, ate cake, and the my cake should be possible. And we know as English speakers that not, but expect some groupings to fail like in any language you try. So in our grammar of English so far, these sentences is a verb phrase. A noun phrase is made up of a determiner plus a noun. A phrase is made up of a verb plus a noun phrase. But even though those rules are a good start, is a verb with the start, pop. The guy ate cake on the moose. A determiner and a noun, but they also could be prepositional phrases, which can now rules for noun phrases and verb phrases to allow for optional prepositional phrases. So far, our grammar contains just Wolf and I are inside a thought bubble. Let's another thought bubble. Cool, we're inside a thought bubble inside a thought bubble. Let's repeat. Now we're inside a thought bubble by using time limits. But in theory, we could just keep them inside of thought bubbles. Let's have a few of these thought bubbles here before we turn. Okay, now we're back in a normal single bubble. Thought bubbles have the property of recursion. We can embed thought bubbles inside of thought bubbles forever. Language is also recursive. Let's take the phrase inside a thought bubble. Inside is a preposition, so a prepositional phrase. And a thought bubble is a noun phrase. But inside this noun prepositional phrases. Let's say it's multiple, and we can keep going. In fact, we already did when we were describing the recursive thought bubbles in the first place. We don't always, for instance, the rabbit on the moon, in the solar system, in the Milky Way, in the universe, on top. There, guys. This video does not we contain infinite recursive space, but now that we're thinking like this, other times the same words have different linguistic structures. We can see the similarities and differences by looking at language syntax. Let's take these two sentences. Time flies like an arrow means that the concept of time is fast, like an arrow is fast. Fruit flies like a banana means that these small insects are fond of fruit. Both of these sentences have flies and like in them, but these words have different structural relationships with the rest of the sentence. In this first tree, flies is the verb and like is a preposition. In the second tree, flies is part of the noun phrase and like is the verb. We can represent that difference by drawing diagrams. Don't stress about the triangles. Linguists use triangles in a tree to save space and represent constituents that are not related to what we're talking about. But we can see how these shared words occupy different parts of each tree. Or take one horned flying purple people. This could be a sign of a creature that is any kind of people and has one eye, one horn, flies, and is purple. Or it could be about a creature that needs one eye, one horn, flying purple people, or something in between. Maybe a one eye, one horned creature more dangerous than others. We've been using rules, tree diagrams as a fairly simple way of representing the structure of sentences, but there are lots of other ways of representing the same sentence. There are many things which have different ways of representing grammatical structure, each with their advantages and limitations, and there are sentences with absurd meanings but reasonable grammar. Next time on Consciousness. We might not know about life, but we can easily find out what a word means. We just look at dictionary. Yeah. The first published relying on the dictionary word meaning is the dictionaries are made by people, and the people who write dictionaries are called lexicographers. To better understand the complexity of meaning, let's start with a helpful definition, a clear and concise description of how people are using a word. Definitions are what we use to read in a dictionary that help us see a certain type of relationship to another word. For example, several words can have about the same definition. They're synonyms. Like red and rabbit is a hyphen. And the broader word, like color, animal, is a hyphen. A word which is a hyponym of one word possible translation, and it needs no further thing used to refer to a council or assembly in English. So here. Is taboo. We use words to avoid saying roots, but then the uses start getting associated with the original meaning, and so 5 originally meant a clock.
And because
And a cloth used on a dressing table, the items associated with the dressing table, like a mirror and a hairbrush.
choosing
And then a room for it to refer to the porcelain clothing item and the room that it's in. Because the sound definitions can still be straightforward, but definitions don't always work so easily. For example, the same sequence of sounds or liver paste like the Norwegian mott. So our Spanish definition isn't really working that well, as you probably hear of definitions for filling and somewhat frizzling pieces of how do we know whether maybe nothing means anything ever, and yet the exemplar. For example, an exemplar of a chair probably has a full desk chair, and most people's exemplars are preferred by small feathery ones like sparrows or robins. But that is a really obvious prototypical members of their categories, and other examples are more loosely limited. Both kinds of meaning are totally okay. Deliciously then, prototype theory works well with content words, words with meanings that we can point to, describe, or draw a picture of. Or try to think of the most prototypical of it. Models that help a sentence fit together grammatically are called function words. They can only really be described. To understand what a sentence means, we have to know when the sentence is true or not. And predicate calculus helps us find the meanings of certain words. To see how predicate calculus works for two function words, all and a, let's start with a sentence with crash resistance, like yeah. If it's true, we can infer that yeah. Know this sentence applies to all of them. So all is known as a universal quantifier. But like them, it might be mean, but we can't be certain. We don't know which crash course person it is, only that they exist. So A is known as existential quantifier. In the sentence, all crash course quantifier and actually has two different meanings. One, there is a rabbit that all crash course hosts like, or two, every crash course host each likes a different rabbit. It would be hard to write down this kind of meaning and definition, let alone describe this interaction. All and A two words. But using symbols lets us see these relationships more clearly, and lets us see that similar functional meanings are expressed in different languages. So only explore two function words here. There's an extensive set of notation in function words, and some of them are still being figured out. That said, like prototype theory, predicate calculus also doesn't work for everything. These methods are just two ways to use semantics. Other methods specialize in still more kinds of tools, such as binary feature analysis, which is useful for words that are part of basic needs and cognitive semantics, where metaphors draw connections between abstract concepts like time, different, unrelated meanings that are more specific to a particular language or language family. There's so much more to talk about. We'd love to get into it, but we don't have time. Trying to articulate the meaning of a word linguistics, we'll zoom out here and talk about meanings beyond words in a larger social context. Thanks for watching this episode. If you want to help keep all crackers free for everybody forever, you can join our community on Patreon. Hello, I'm Taylor, and welcome to Crash Course Linguistics. Sometimes we don't say exactly what we mean, and if you ask, is it raining when I come inside soaking wet? And I say, great job, Sherlock. And give me a compliment. Or if you ask me, can you close the window? I'll probably also look at context. The area of linguistics which puts meaning into context is called pragmatics. We don't have 100%. We often need to make some assumptions about the context in order to understand each other. There are assumptions that pragmaticists talk about when it comes to communication. Let's start with good job, Sherlock. In some contexts, that could be a statement of admiration at your friend's deductive powers. But in other contexts, like if your friend has done something especially unwise, calling them Sherlock actually illustrates how much they're not like Sherlock Holmes. That's because most of the time, we assume that people need information. We know that people can lie, but we usually assume that they're telling the truth. So when the context and the words clearly don't match, we can deduce a more subtle truth, like sarcasm. Let's move on to a second assumption. Here's a tip that floated around the internet a while back. Caption. Look at all these ducks. There are at least 10 ducks, a swarm of ducks, probably hundreds. And hundreds is definitely consistent against our assumptions about communication. That assumption is that people are giving us a sufficient quantity of information, enough detail, but not too much. With our assumption version of this caption would have been, look at all these ducks. To imply that something is relevant, like if an olive oil brand starts labeling its bottles sugar-free olive oil, you might think, wait a sec, I didn't know olive oil ever contained sugar. That might convince you less. projects, assignments, statements theoretically seem like they should be completely unremarkable. We'll say things in a manner which is as straightforward as possible for the context. That might tell us that something's up with that professor. These four sufficient quality, quantity, relevance, and manner can be summed up with one bigger idea, that we assume people are generally trying to be cooperative. So these assumptions are called the cooperative. They were first described by the philosopher Paul Grace, so they're also sometimes known as Grace's use them too. According to the cooperative principle, whenever someone says something that doesn't still trying to contribute in a cooperative way to the conversation, sometimes we assume cooperation so quickly that we don't even really notice it. For instance, if I say, I didn't actually say yes or no. In a program or a lawyer or someone else compares, and the writing sentence don't have to be related. It's only because we haven't understood that we interpret them as related. We know that picnics involve eating food outdoors, and that it's on top of the words we're saying is known as implication. How implication works, how this makes sense at the moments when someone says one thing and means another. If Gab asks, can I have a cookie? And I reply, I don't know, can you? Gab will quite justifiably be annoyed at me because I'm still living the implicature that this is a request. And if you watch enough videos, you know what the subscribe button looks like, and that it sits video. Camera and say, close it. Video. I'm not actually telling you new information. I'm not even you should subscribe, but you might have thought it in your head. And it sounds strong to Mandarin speakers have a theme. Some languages have different forms of verbs or other words. Pronouns su is formal and plural. English actually also uses thou for the informal singular and you for the formal or plural version of the word. Making something seem more question-like or tentative can also make it more polite. In BSL, the eyebrows are used both to indicate questions and also as a way of making a request or apology more polite. So there's a wide variety It's more polite to say, would you mind closing the window, or it's chilly, then it wouldn't be to straight up tell you, close the window. We follow our culture and our language's norms of politeness because it's part of the whole process by which we create means known as turn taking. Say something, you reply, I reply to that. There's a lot of variation across individuals and even across cultures. after someone else is finished before begin
For
their turn.
education,
If you tend towards high considerateness, you might feel like your friend doesn't let you get a word in edgewise. New Yorkers tend to be more high involvement, and Californians tend to be more high considerateness. These differences make thought bubbles. We see that it's less when you get over to another person, and more like we're using context to make a conversation or an interaction can turn out a little bit differently. Next time on Trust, we can join our community on Patreon. Which can have a huge impact on our workplaces, media, and even a trip to the store. So it's no wonder our personal accents and languages get tangled up in our identities. Looking at the social elements of language and how language forms part of our identity was that can accent, with things, but also other linguistic features like the words and grammar we use. And especially before the internet, one of the biggest factors that affects who we know and who we can talk to is geography. One of the earliest kinds of sociolinguistics was dialectology. Language. While dialectologists were historically focused on as technology evolved, they also started using telephone calls and then internet surveys and social media data. I found that generally speaking, the longer a group of people has been living somewhere, a few specific languages that have stayed relatively stable in places like Switzerland is the name for the group of related sign languages, including British Sign Language, as well as South African Sign Language. Anyway, you may even have encountered some of the roots of English dialectology here on YouTube. Those accent challenge videos you may have watched actually use a list of words from a linguistic study from 2003, and I've experienced variations in real life myself. When I was growing up in Wisconsin, I always called that thing that you drink water from and the professors I met abroad in Madrid. Now, in New York, I mostly encounter Puerto Rican and Dominican varieties of Spanish. It's fun to notice all variations, even within a geographic region. Other factors influence how we speak. For example, I spend more time with people close to our own age than 30 years older or younger than us. I find that people of different ages talk differently. Other demographic factors also influence who people hang out with and sound like. Things like education, class, race, ethnicity, gender, and sexuality. Traditionally speaking, sociolinguists have studied these demographics as a way of getting insight into how different people talk. And sure enough, they do find linguistic varieties associated with all of these demographics. The way I talk represents important parts of me. I'm a 20-something, college-educated, multiracial queer woman. In certain ways and at certain times. Easily grasp on people's social connections, though. Linguists have found that, for example, you might talk more about them than your age mates. Like, I was on Tumblr and YouTube a lot. Early 2010s, and it definitely affected how I education. Similarly, there were clear distinctions between younger ISL signers and journalists. Sociolinguists also found that the more closely we identify with the group, the more likely we are to respond. People who express rootedness in their local community tend to speak with more features of Appalachian. Jewish women who study shared variation depending on how closely they related to their Jewish faith, and young men in Washington, D.C. with one black parent and one white parent are likely to talk differently depending on whether they identify as biracial or black. But because people often sociolinguists trying to study linguistic variety the observer's paradox. That's when the very act of participating in a study makes people talk differently, because university research assumes the path in New York City. The one that drops the R after vowels. You might have seen it on t-shirts like I love New York. I'm new here. I'm very small. In the 1960s, I wanted to figure out what social factors influence whether people send went to a fancy department store, a mid-range department store, and a bargain store. In each store, picked a department on the where to get shoes. Both floor and floor are words with an R after a vowel. You can listen closely to hear whether they said the R or when they reply. The salesperson would either say fourth floor or fourth floor. Both would say pardon, so the salesperson would repeat it more carefully. We're both a good head on, but instead of buying shoes, he'd pull out his notebook and write down whether the person was stores were more likely to use the R pronunciation when they were asked to repeat themselves. Was from New York. Created the observer's paradox by studying the community that they, or a research assistant, are members of. This means people are less YouTuber voice. When I started to make vlogs, I noticed myself watching my videos online, and I found myself doing this sort of "what's up, guys?" upbeat YouTuber voice when I was in front of the camera. I'm actually a lot more mellow when I'm hanging out with my friends or just compared to this video where I have two people directing me and I'm adjusting my dimensions. What we're speaking to is called code switch. I also use black friends or white friends. Because one of my parents is black and the other one is white, I was exposed to two varieties of English from my family. For many people to use white-sounding standardized sentences in professional context. Like this one. And then housing. When someone calls and asks about renting house with a black-sounding accent, they're wrong that it's no longer available, only to get a yes if they call back in a few minutes with a white-sounding accent. That's just one example, but with race discrimination, AAE has as much grammatical sophistication as any other variety of English. One example of the grammar of AAE is from a 2005 study by Janice E. Jackson and Lisa Green, which showed young children pictures of cookie nursing in bed. eating all the cookies. All the kids pointed to Ellie, Eve pointed to Cookie Monster, while the white kids who spoke standardized American English pointed to Ellie. That's because B is a spouse. And as these kids knew, Cookie Monster's usual state involves eating cookies. Words from A and E regularly get into the non-Black American mainstream as the latest cool trend and onto the cultural exports like shows and music. Is actually part of a problematic double standard. People are rewarded for the same linguistic features that Black people, their original creators, face discrimination or seriously threatened. You can stop replying to my tweets like, yeah, period, sis. Just like AAE, every linguistic variety has its own cool features when you start looking at it deeply. We could do a whole series about any of the hundreds of varieties just within English alone. The social beliefs that people have about accents, dialects, whether they sound cool or boring, ugly or beautiful, silly or serious, are really a reflection of our attitudes for the people we associate with those ways of speaking. Standards like national languages and style guides exist because they're supported by people with power. Learning about the way people talk by looking down. Thanks for watching that Crash Course Linguistics. If you want to help keep all Crash Course free for everybody forever, join our community on take the letters O-U-G-A words in different ways. There's a difference between I'm gonna getcha. If we want to talk about the different ways people can pronounce the same spellings or which sounds exist in different languages, it's useful to have a more precise understanding of how language sounds work. The study of speech sounds is called phonetics, and the writing speech sounds don't function. They're the sounds that combine with each other to make a word. A finite number of speech sounds, we like to make an infinite number of words. To understand speech sounds, we first need to understand how. We start with the lungs, which push air up through the vocal folds, also known as the vocal cords. Your vocal folds are thin membranes that sit across your throat and vibrate. We can change the shape of any part of the vocal tract to make or articulate different sounds, like a wind instrument. When air goes through it, it makes a sound. You're like a squishy, wet clarinet that can articulate sounds. I'm sure that's an image of it. For spoken languages, the tongue, the mouth, and the rest of the vocal tract are the articulators, the parts of the body that move to make language. For sign languages, the articulators are the hands, face, and other visible parts of the body. There are 5 major features of sign language articulation. Handshake, such as the difference between the ASL sign for red and sweet. Palm orientation, such as the difference between balance, palms down, maybe with the palms up. Movement, such as the mother at the chin or a father at the forehead, and expressions, also called non-manual signs, like a furrowed eyebrows to make something a yes or no question. There are some conventions for writing sign language also describe sounds in relation to how consonants are speech sounds made by closing the vocal tract itself. We'll look more closely at vowels later. To dive into how this is languages down, let's start with some consonant sounds no, which happen to be some of the most common sounds in languages across the world. P, T, and K. Try making these yourself, and pay attention to what your mouth is doing. T, K, These sounds all require you to close off part of the vocal tract to make the air stop before you let it explode out, which is why they're known as stops or plosives. These three sounds are called articulation. We also press the front part of the tongue against the hard ridge just behind it, so it's an alveolar sound. Some people also call the alveolum the pizza ridge. Because that's where you burn your mouth when you take a nice big bite of it. The curve is made by the back of the tongue against the soft part of the mouth, known as your we can put these sounds on a diagram of the mouth to show these different places of articulation. The square brackets here and the unlike our mouths, these involve the air continuously flowing out of and causing friction in the mouth. Is made using the bottom lip and top teeth. That makes a labiodental sound. Is pronounced with the alveolar ridge, just like t. This means and t have the same place of articulation, but they're articulation because t is plosive and s is fricative. K has a corresponding fricative too. K. It's not most varieties of English, but it's the sound of the Scottish lock or the Spanish jalapeno. Now try this with me. And on your neck. Your vocal cords aren't vibrating, while your vocal cords is also known as voicing. S is a voiceless sound, and s is a voiced sound. Each of these sounds we've discussed so far has a near identical voiced twin, like f and sh, has one. It's found in many languages, big letter gamma. To continue our tour of the vocal, we make them by closing the mouth but opening the nasal passage using the halum. In English, we have m, which goes with our bilabials p, and we have n, too, which goes with our fillers t and d. We also nasal sound at the end of sing and in the middle of hunger, which goes with our feelers materials called the G, and we have the word and has a velar nasal in it. That's a meat, or might be what you call it. Now we make different manners of articulation into rows, pairs inside the boxes, where the first was and where there's only one symbol by itself is always going by paying attention to what pronounced in English and other languages until we have a comprehensive table of possible speech sounds. For example, there are a ton of other manners of articulation. We can have consonants like trills like the R in Spanish pero, and taps or flaps like T and butter. There are also lateral like the Welsh pronunciation of the name Llewellyn, and lateral consonants like the English pronunciation of Llewellyn. There are also more sounds that we haven't gotten to, some other places of the vocal tract that are constricted in various manners. But let's take a step back with the examples for is a chart of the international, also known as the IPA. The IPA finite source is used by linguists to represent all of the sounds that are relevant. thought bubble to find out more about the IPA. The International Phonetic Alphabet was created in the late 1800s by every time. If we could just make one system where each sound had exactly one symbol, they thought, rotated versions of existing letters. That way, we wouldn't need to go forge a whole new set of letter forms or create a new kind of typewriter just to explain how to pronounce Gabadon or something. Occasionally, a music will get added, such as the voice, like click on each symbol and hear it pronounced. I've tried it. It's pretty fun. Articulators touch in two places called co-articulated consonants. They don't easily fit into any one column of the table. It's forced out of the upper part of the vocal tract, known as ejectives. The final group of non-monocolor languages like Zulu and Xhosa and the Quiz include click sounds in the standard sentence used to make words. And that columns represent all the consonants. The International Phonetic Alphabet was crucial to understand new speech sounds and how to really start learning. Reading something in IPA is an intimate experience. You're reading it back in exactly the accent of a specific person, but so far we've actually only talked about past the IPA. The in the next video, we'll look at vowels. Produced by Complexly in PBS. A YouTube diet and a story. PBS is called Vegan. Story features Monster, a show about monsters and what these stories say about us. As we gear up for Halloween, Monsters host and writer Doc Busy is going on a deep dive of some tracing their evolution from ancient folklore to creatures we know and love today. So the story for Monster and other creatures that tell them crash course thinking.
But after a certain period of time, I'm not giving you any idea.
The vocal tract in some voiceless in the manner and place of articulation. But there aren't any spoken languages that only have consonants. So we'll continue with phonetics. Looking at vowels and how they're represented in the IPA. Vowels sounds that we can sing with our mouths open. We can sing them this way because in phonetic terms, vowels are made out of close by subtly changing the shape of the tongue so that the air comes out instead. English has 5 vowel letters in the alphabet, 6 if we count wide vowel sounds. Different varieties of English have 12 and 21 vowel sounds. And if someone is speaking with a different accent than yours, you've probably heard it in the way they pronounce their vowels. Some varieties of English pronounce these 2 words the same, and some pronounce them differently. We can hear 14 vowel sounds shared by most varieties of English. English in this tiny sentence. Who would know ought authority, act, and then take his ease? But 5 or 6 vowel letters and way more than 5 vowel sounds? No matter what spoken English, clearly and unambiguously, what vowel sounds represent. To do this, we'll look at which parts of the mouth are involved in making vowels. In other words, we'll map out the vowel space. Let's make the sound E. Go ahead, make it with me, because it's going to be a lot easier for you to feel it inside your mouth than to see it inside mine. So let's start with E and gradually move all the way down to A. We can slowly move from one vowel sound to another, and there are no fixed lines between them. This is very different from what we saw with consonants, with their distinct categories based on when the lips touch each other, or the tongue touches a point on the roof of the mouth, and so on. Vowels aren't categorical like this. The gradual movement between them means that differences are gradient, so we need a different approach to describing vowels. Take the sound to the roof of your mouth. For the E, the tongue is very high. With this one, because of where your tongue is when making them, E is a high vowel and A is a low vowel. Linguists also sometimes call E a closed vowel and A an open vowel, based on whether your jaw is more open or closed. High, closed, and low open mean the same thing. Let's try moving from A to something like a full open mouth doctor.
I just think it's awesome.
Stay low, but move further back with your mouth. And is the back vowel. Now you have to go high and how far back your tongue is. High and back.
You're a
The
BFA.
sound ooh is description.
You're a black
Let's go from
person. Oh, yeah, that's the best.
Something else happened on the way from to and this one you can see on my face. My lips become round and awkward to make an ooh. We can also notice this by going from ooh to E. It's common in many of the world's languages, including English, for the sounds at the front of the mouth, like E, to be
Everyone
rounded,
loves
and
you.
sounds at the back of the mouth, like
Did you know?
of the mouth. Like but like
translate this in my
you can move between features to fill in more vowels. For example, A is pronounced tongue midway between
Everybody
E
loves
and
you.
A. So that makes it O is pronounced midway between ooh and A. Center of the vowel space, the vowel is either high or low or down, so it has a special noun to pronounce in English. It shows that the unstructured
What you doing,
vowels
Bear?
set together like voice.
What you?
You can make them out of any two vowels.
Look.
Both of these
Here.
start with the ah sound, but one is
Oh,
more
you want to be
towards
there?
E, I, and the other. So we represent If we're drawing the vowel space as a trapezoid, this is the vowel space. We can describe all possible vowels by focusing on the features of closeness and rounding. Since it's hard to draw a diagram in 3 dimensions, we represent rounding by listing the symbols in pairs, with the unrounded one is always first. Languages vary a lot in how many vowels they have. Let's turn the thought into around 20. So many symbols in the because vowels exist in an open space, it exists in nothing Aryan and Afro-Asiatic. Many languages have inventories with around 5 or 6 vowels. This appears to be the middle ground in the vowel systems. One example is Spanish, which has the vowels E, A, U, O, and A. Because this 5 vowel system languages of the Caucasus. Languages with smaller vowel sets. Different languages can have vowels part of the vowel space. Therefore, symbols on the page are like common distinctions features and more precise distinctions can be indicated by C and the English verb to see vowelization. We make the vowel sound not so far by moving the air through our mouth. We can also make sounds by letting air flow through the nose. By completely blocking air in the mouth and having it come out the nose. But we can also
There
make
she is.
vowels with both the mouth and the nose open. This is known as nasalization.
What up, girl? How you living?
Nasalization is a feature of French. Good. Differ in that has a nasalized vowel. In English, language have languages changing the pitch of the voice to make different tones on vowels can create completely different
That's
words.
lovely to hear.
The word customs are common across Asia and Africa. And different languages do different things with the general category of sound. Some tones are important. In other languages, we change the pitch of our voice to the meaning of the whole sentence. For example, the pitch rises at the end of a sentence. To say, this is known as intonation instead of tone. And with that, that's the specific part of the idea. Now we're no longer disemboweled. In these past 2 episodes, we've been focusing on how people make sounds, which is a branch of phonetics known as articulatory phonetics. There's also a branch that records these sounds and analyzes known as acoustic phonetics. To sounds when we put them in context. Thanks for watching. linguistics. If you want to help keep all cash free for everybody forever, our community on Patreon. Languages is different depending on the context. Different languages have their own variations. These patterns and the study of them is known as phonology. When we first started to pay attention to phonology, it's like trying to see the trick in an optical illusion. Involves looking closely at what our bodies are physically taken into a photo editor. The two rays are really the same color, but unlike optical illusions, phonology is different for each of us depending on which languages we were exposed to at a young age. As babies, we're not attached to any one phonological system. So a baby that's been hearing only English for a few months can still hear all the subtle differences in pronunciation that might matter in a different language context. But we lose this ability as we get older and start only paying attention to certain languages. So phonological distinctions that may be obvious for some people might seem minute or impossible to distinguish for others. You can see how ingrained in phonology is when people learn another language, because they'll use the sounds they already recognize. An American English speaker like me learning Hindi might use t learning to say chutney instead of a retroflex chutney. What I just said might still be recognizable to a Hindi speaker, but it won't sound the same. Before we get further along in this discussion, we need to talk about sound. Linguists use the word sound to refer to two different concepts and have come up with distinct. On the one hand, linguists use the word sound to refer to any difference that's relevant for and distinction between these sounds using the breadth of English. But for Spanish speakers, there's an important difference between the same two sounds. It creates new words like paro, which means I stop, and pato, which means stopped. Linguists call this non-language specific distinction a phone and write these symbols in square brackets. On the other hand, linguists also use sound to refer to any difference that's relevant or meaningful for forming different words in only a specific language. In English, that would include sounds t and d, rabbit, and rabbit. But it wouldn't include the different ways you can pronounce the t in the middle of water. Linguists call this language specific distinction a phones and write these symbols in slashes. Let's put this out together in some example. Try putting your hand up in front of your mouth as you say tea or tall. Now try saying steam and stall. You may not be able to hear the difference, but you can feel it on your hand. There's an extra burst of air when you say tea, but not when you say steam. That puff of air is called aspiration. In English, there's no meaningful difference between the aspirated t, as in tea, and the unaspirated t, as in steam. They both sound like exactly the same. In linguistic terms, we say that these two are part of the same phoneme in English. We say that aspirated t and unaspirated t are elements of the same phoneme in English. They're technically different, but you need to be able to tell the difference so your lunch doesn't get soggy. Because the distinction between k and t is meaningful to Nepali speakers, we say that these two sounds are different phonemes in Nepali. So in Nepali, aspirated t and unaspirated t are both different phones and different phonemes. In English, the same sounds are different phones, but they're not different phonemes. Now, despite the etymology of phone as a sound, sign languages also have their own phonologies, with some hand shapes, movements, locations for signs that are relevant in some sign languages and not in others. For example, an extended ring finger is a meaningful shape. Bird changes to white. Even across different seasons, a snow should carry the same rabbit. It remains whole. And it's still not but sometimes it shows up withdrawal in other places. There are rabbits that are brown or white all year round. So if you write out our observation of the cinch here, the first is what we're starting with. One rabbit of no specified color. The second is what changes. The fur color. The third is the environment. Whether it's winter. In this we have two rules. The first one is how the rabbit shifts to brown. When it's not, we can make observations like this about sounds in a language to determine whether we're dealing with a phoneme or allophones like a color change. Rabbit at the same time. Notice they have to be certain particular meanings of words that have single syllable words. We hear these two sounds in the same places each time. After an S, like the end of the aspirin, always occurs at the beginning of a word. That's like seeing the white rabbit in the winter and the brown rabbit in the summer. The form to what's changed about it, like aspiration, and a slash mark between the sound change and the environment, like being a this hash mark represents the word boundary. You can think of it like a visible version of the many phonological rules in each language. It's like trying to get like p and k also have no aspiration after s. Linguists call this category of consonant voiceless stops. If you create general rule languages like the t in English. There's some common phonological processes in as much detail. So sometimes the songs that are produced one after the other can sometimes become more similar, which makes it easy to produce a word or phrase. When speaking quickly, many handbag as handbag, changing NT to N shifts the sound to the lips. So it's now bilabial like B, which makes them easier to say together. This phonological process is known as assimilation. Assimilation in sign languages can affect the handshake or sign notation. The oscillants can also become more distinct when we produce them. The English word venom used to be venom, but the two no sounds so it was cardamom. Cardamom today. Linguists call this process assimilation. Phones can sometimes be added to break up a difficult string of sounds or signs. You might hear people add more syllables. This phonological process is known as insertion or emphasis. We can sometimes see a movement insertion between signs. When counting an oscillant, people often add a little movement of the hand between each number. Phones can also be removed. The English writing system with contract I, it, and can. Sometimes sounds are removed from the middle of words too, like the it, family. This phonological process is known as deletion. Deletion. Phones can also be removed. The English writing system with contract I, it, and can. Sometimes sounds are removed from the middle of words too, like the it, family. This phonological process is known as deletion. Deletion. Phones can also be removed. The English writing system with contract I, it, and can. Sometimes sounds are removed from the middle of words too, like the it, family. This phonological process is known as deletion. Deletion. speakers switch the I and R around. Although they agree. This in fact, at various points in history, absence has become more common. This phonological process is known as taxis. In ASL, the sign for death, but phonological rules are important. It helps speech technology like Siri sound more natural, more sympathetic language speakers and learners. An appreciation for phonology is useful in whatever your environment. Thanks for watching this produced by Complexly and PBS. 2020 has been bad. PBS has a new show called Self-Evident that explores how we've been persevering in this supremely weird year. Who you might know from the site show. Because who better than and a therapist to help guide us through all of this. Self-Evident is part of PBS American Voice. It helps us write poems and pieces, text, and interpret it. We can point to feel your own brain. Luckily, there's ways of looking at the brain to figure out where and how language happens. This is the field of psycholinguistics. Dementia or hereditary difference in the subject's ability to understand or language. Scientists predict that there are injuries that affect our language abilities and aphasia. Two famous kinds of aphasia discovered this time are called Broca and Wernicke aphasia. The areas of the brain related kind of aphasia therefore become known as Broca's area and Wernicke. You may have heard about them in a psychology or anatomy class. Broca's area is lower under the left temple, and it was named after Paul Broca, a 19th century physician. Noticed that people who were injured in this part of their brain acted in similar ways. While they could still understand language, they could only produce maybe a handful of words, one at a time. Broca's area is assigned in a fluid, radical way. In other words, it affected their ability to use morphosyntax. Right around the time Broca was making his discovery, German physician Karl Wernicke discovered that if a different part of the brain was injured, there was a totally different effect. So people injured in this spot just above your left ear tended to talk in a way that sounded fluid but was nonsensical. Wernicke's area is associated with the meaning of language, but those 19th century studies were limited, and the brain is amazingly complex and flexible. More recent research has found that these newer studies help us understand neuroplasticity, the ability of the brain to flexibly build and connect parts of the brain located on the left hemisphere. Language area. Some people's language areas are on the right hemisphere, or spread across both sides, especially for left connection between language and the brain is even more common for spot. Even now, errors and differences are teach us about the different skills involved in language and how to analyze this. We all sometimes forget a word that we know pretty well, or accidentally swap words, parts of words, or idioms. What you might encounter is mannerisms, tongue They might remember its meaning, its first letter, sometimes how many experience the tip of the fingers, especially the initial hand location. They just can't recall a movement they need to read the sign. Tip of the tongue and finger experiences can show us the first letter or initial hand position without having a yes or no like a computer. Our brains can also retain partial speech. Production errors are so useful that psycholinguists have techniques for trying to get people to make even more of them so that they can study setting. Psycholinguists can introduce the tongue or finger experiences by asking people to translate words or recall proper nouns. Let's head to the thought bubble to try another psycholinguistic experiment right here. In a moment, two shapes are going to appear on the side. High vowels like B, sharp, crunchy voice sounds like B, and rounded vowels like O, which are big on B, dark, heavy, across many words are still made up 100% arbitrary. And this mapping between senses can show that some general tendencies for naming many different languages. Marketers are very aware of these things. Google wouldn't make a good name for a brand of crackers, but Tiki would, because we generally want our crackers to be crispy. But I'm sure Google brand ice cream would taste much better, round and smooth and creamy, despite the stereotype. The body, different languages can also live. Depending on how their sound system influence how Mandarin speakers task. That's where eye tracking shows a lot of people look back at the earlier portion of the sentence to figure out what's going on. In this case, a structure more like the rabbit that was crouched on the cushion stayed friendly. Misleading sentences like these are called garden path sentences because they seem to lead you up a garden path of one interpretation before you realize there's actually a different structure going on. Eye tracking and garden path sentences show us that we process sentences as we're experiencing them. We don't wait until we've seen or heard a full sentence before starting to figure out what's going on. Electroencephalography, or EEG, records the electrical activity of neurons firing through a cavity of small sensors. Psycholinguists might look a person up to an EEG and say a sentence like, my neighbor chocolate and socks. So the brain reacts accordingly. and the BE. So here it might map a kind of surge known as an N400, around 400 milliseconds after disturbed even by small bits, like blinking. Plus, they're not that great at mapping functional magnetic resonance imaging, or MRI, on the other hand, is really precise and looks when there's oxygen in parts of the brain. The more neural activity you're cooking, the clearer your brain. And that blood brings a lot of oxygen to help those busy neurons. For example, aside words in a made-up language, see what happens in the brain when you try learning a language. While fMRI is relatively precise in locating brain activity, it's less precise at when that activity is happening. It only gets within a few seconds, while thoughts can happen in fractions of seconds. They're also very expensive and looking at, so there's sort of a trade-off. About time but imprecise about space, whereas MRI machines are precise about space but imprecise about time. These machines with their precise data and might seem learn things. And multi-psycholinguistics work has been done with small numbers of people who speak dots in the brain. There's always more to learn. See you next time when we talk about talk or thank you. My first word was Dada, so I was asked their first word. They need fine motor skills to control their mouth and hands, and their vocal tract learning the language, morphology, syntax, semantics, and so much more. There's a long study distinction and the research between the study of child video with your head on your lap, picking up the overall intonation rather than specific words. Shortly after birth, babies are more interested in language sounds than non-language sounds. They also pay more attention to the voice of the person who gestated them and people who speak the same language than to other voices and languages. Not long after that, babies with signs language around them pay more attention to signs. Babies are great at tuning into language. Of course, we can't ask a baby, hey, what do you think about these two words? Instead, studies of infants make use of babies pay a bit more attention when they notice something new. We can tell if a baby is paying attention using a method called high amplitude sucking. Babies suck faster on pacifiers when they're interested and slower when they're bored. So if you give a baby a pacifier with a sensor in it and then play it ba 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 over and over again, they'll eventually get bored and slow down. If you switch the audio from ba 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 to pa pa pa, the baby starts sucking faster again. That's how we know they can hear a difference between those two sounds. They learn phonemes. Also, if a baby has typical hearing, they can distinguish between any two sounds that are relevant for any spoken language, up until about 6 to 12 months. Around that age, babies lose the ability to distinguish between sounds that aren't relevant for any languages they're exposed to. which helps them pay attention only to the parts that are important. After babies begin to figure out how their hands and mouths work, babbling. Babbling is what you might think of as classic baby talk. Is nonsensical. Babies who are exposed to sign languages, whether they're deaf or hearing children of deaf adults, also babble by making reduced versions of signs. The key way that child in some cultures, child-directed speech is very distinct from the kind directed at people each. In other age, there's a lot of variation stage though, and it depends on how angry the syllables like mama, nana, baba, papa, dada, and tata are names for family members in many unknown word plus one gesture, such as grabbing and saying cookie to indicate they want a cookie. It means their own things where they'll say want cookie. These milestones might not get the spotlight on social media or language learning action. Are you ready to do a linguistics experiment? Okay. This is a what. There's another one. There are two of them. There are two. If you said what, congratulations. You're doing as well as a toddler acquiring English. Before the what test was introduced, many researchers hypothesized that children learn language by mimicking the people around them. And it's true. Is important. Before. And this shows that kids must have figured out generalizations or rules about how language works without ever being taught them. Rules that they can also apply to new words. The one test was created in 19 YouTube. You learn or make up a new word. Kids don't just absorb language verbatim from the way that you might download the full text of a dictionary or figure it out and reconstruct it as a system inside our heads. That's how thought bubble. Language acquisition doesn't happen in the head. Children can learn a rule and then overextend it. A very young child might say left and then learn the rule that past tense is shown with the word even egg, like with danced and jump. Then the days went to go. It looks like they're going backwards, but they've actually learned to be rules. But in general, children follow a similar set of milestones within a range. Tact and formal situations. These matters are why linguists often talk about a critical period when it comes to learning other parts of language and that pretty early, but complicated features like relative clauses take several years to learn our whole lives. Formal language infancy provides the foundation that lets you acquire more raises access to, they can learn further languages, including spoken or language. But because of prejudice against deaf people, some deaf babies are raised without a sign language and taught only spoken language that they can't fully access. Many don't start learning a sign language until later childhood, adolescence, or adulthood, and their earlier language deprivation leads to cognitive difficulties for the remainder of their lives. But as long as children are exposed to an accessible language, they do a great job with multiple languages. There's no cognitive limit to how languages a child can learn. Malaysia, and one of us also speaks Russian, I will easily learn from parents' languages. And if they move to Mexico when she's in preschool, she'll pick up Spanish too. The situation is more varied when it comes to learning additional languages at later ages. On the one hand, we can learn a second, third, or more languages by scaffolding off of languages we already know. And our teachers can use our existing language to explain things. That's why you don't see older learn for a year in Italian classes before figuring out that mom is mama. Plus, we've developed our fine motor skills, and it's way faster to learn how to read in a new language if you've already learned a language you know. On the other hand, the grammar of your existing languages can also influence your learning. If you're an English speaker learning to say purple rabbit in Italian, you might have a tough time remembering that in Italian it's rabbit purple. When your existing language skills influence the learning process in language, this is known as language transfer. And babies are left to lie around all day in language and have other people take care of them. As we get older, we have other priorities. So, like with any skill, we're going to start different larger identity goals. You might really want to learn Japanese to watch your favorite anime, but never make it through an exercise. If your teacher gave anime translation exercises, your motivation and goals would line up more and make more likely to finish the class. There are many different ways to learn language. Learning one language at home and a second through formal schooling is a path that's overrepresented in research, but actually an anomaly, both in the world today and across human history. Instead, many people start learning another language in mid to late childhood or adolescence outside of formal schooling. People who learn and retain multiple languages are bi- or multilingual. Some people use different languages in different domains, like at home versus at work, or with friends versus in public. In fact, they might end up with domain-specific vocabulary words that they only know in one language. Maybe you're multilingual, but you can only read one of the languages you speak, or maybe you grew up with a language that you understand, but you can't speak easily, which is known as receptive bi- or multilinguals. In contrast, other multilingual people might be around others with the same set of languages and constantly mix and move between them, which is a type of code switching. Just as there are many languages in the world, there are many ways to be multilingual. One of those ways involves knowing a heritage language, which is a broad term for any language that you have a family connection to that isn't also the language that you haven't been connected with for several generations. Some people lose touch with the heritage language because their parents were pressured implicitly or explicitly not to speak it with them. Research has now shown that it's actually great for kids to grow up with several languages. Regardless of how or at what age you do it, learning languages is a great way of understanding more about how language works and being able to connect with more people. See you next time. We cover how languages change over time. Thanks for watching this episode of Crash Course Linguistics. If you want to help keep all Crash Course free for everybody forever, you can join our community on Patreon.
You never ended up in a romantic relationship. But she wrote,
Hi, I'm Taylor and welcome to Crash Course Linguistics. Language changes the same way as Shakespeare. He didn't write contemporary tales in the exact language as Beowulf. Each generation takes the language and makes it directions. Today, to predict the future of a language, we can look backward in time and piece together the patterns. To understand the historical path a language is taken, we need to know how language change happens in the first place. Language change occurs across all levels of language, including sounds, words, and grammar. At the end of the Old English period of the 1100s, English speakers dropped a lot of suffixes, changing the language's grammar. Then, in 1400 and 1600, English went through a major change in the pronunciation of vowels, known as the Great English Vowel Shift. So while languages can change in multiple ways, they don't always change in all areas at once. As anyone who has misheard a song lyric knows, sometimes we invent words that were never there in the first place. Many newer speakers of a language can mistake one word for something else or reanalyze the language. For example, English apron used to mean apron, but people heard an apron as an apron. Now apron is the standard English word. Sometimes innovation happens because people need the language to work better. English, there were hey, heo, hit, heo changed to she, it and he became an entirely new pronoun, far from Old Norse. They. English speakers started using they with non-specific singular reference like someone or anyone in the 14th century. It's something both Chaucer and Shakespeare did. The use of singular they for a specific person is more recent in the 18th century. Singular they was used to anonymize a person, and in recent decades it's become the pronoun for some trans, non-binary, and gender-queer people. Although there have always been people who don't identify with the binary gender, to get into all of the ways they've expressed that through language would be a whole other video. However, not all changes have a meaningful explanation. Some varieties of Spanish spoken in Spain still maintain a difference between casa, house, and capa, hunt. Meanwhile, other Spanish varieties, especially those in South America, pronounce both words with a casa. There's no real reason for this change, though. Language change is typically incremental, but sometimes there's a situation perfect for the thought level to look at one example. In Nicaragua, people, sure, but because of a lack of structural support, they stayed at home with their villages and didn't share a common language. Instead, they used various ad hoc gestures to communicate with their hearing family and friends, known as cosign. This changed in 1977. When Nicaragua established the first school for the deaf, it brought together deaf children of a wide age range from villages all over the country. The curriculum of the school didn't try to teach kids a sign language, instead focusing on Spanish, lip reading, and some finger spelling of Spanish words. So students were signing with each other anyway, and they wove together bits of their individual home signs into a richer, more complicated system, something closer to a language. What's interesting is what happened after that. The next generation of deaf children who arrived at the school were exposed to this intermediate communication system and took it a step further. They made it into a full-fledged language, one that had a complex and systematic grammar like any other language. The older generation of children had used pointing sometimes, but the younger generation used pointing more systematically to track repeated mentions of the same person. Pointing acted like a pronoun, according to linguist Anne Sengus. Linguists around the world were fascinated. Here was an opportunity to study how a language evolved from scratch. Something linguistic enough, like the intermediate combination of which. In this case, students created what's now known as ISN, Idioma de Señas de Nicaragua, the official Nicaraguan Sign Language. Thanks, Thought Bubble. Nicaraguan Sign Language is a unique example. A more common, observable type of language change occurs because of language contact, which is when languages in the same area influence each other. It's very common for languages to come in contact with other languages. In fact, multilingualism has been the norm in human society. When languages are in contact, there are broadly two possible ways they can influence each other. First, languages can become more like each other. That is, they can converge. Click consonants are a typical feature of languages in the Khoisan family in southern Africa. There are a number of Bantu languages in southwestern Zambia that also have clicks, even though this isn't a typical feature in Bantu languages. The clicks in these Zambian Bantu languages are a result of long-term contact between Khoisan and Bantu languages in Zambia, or second languages less similar. There are 17 different languages. These languages that have all diverged in their vocabulary. In this context, language contact makes speakers willingly diverge as they change words to be more distinct from each other. If two or more languages aren't understandable to each other, we say they're mutually unintelligible. When you put speakers of mutually unintelligible languages together, they'll use elements of their language to create some basic way of communicating. Generally known as a pidgin. If the pidgin is spoken for long enough in a community where children are learning it, they'll use the same skills as the Nicaraguan deaf children did to expand it into a language. These languages are known as creoles. There are many across the world, often with names that reflect these origins, such as Haitian Creole, Creole in Australia, and Tonkisin in Papua New Guinea, which means talking pidgin. When talking about Creole languages, we should note the power asymmetry between the people and languages involved. The language contact results of Western colonization, during which colonists exploited people who spoke other mother tongues. This power imbalance explains why a Creole language is often made up of more words from the dominant language. But Creoles are languages in their own right, just like French isn't bad Latin for being descended from it. And many Creole languages languages have gained recognition and support. For example, Tok-Pisin and Haitian Creole are both official national languages of their respective. But for anything older, we have to rely on the writing system for evidence and hope that it reflects major features of how the language is spoken. The good news is, for a language like Tibetan, or English for that matter, there are over 1,000 years of written examples that show us the path the language took. Research that looks at the change that happens to a language over time with this kind of evidence is called diachronic analysis. Meanwhile, studying variation across dialects or languages at the same point in time is known as synchronic analysis. English has father, Dutch vader, Icelandic father, and German vater. A couple of centuries ago, linguists using synchronic analysis realized that similarities like this were too much to be a coincidence. Words across different languages that share a common origin, like the different words for father, are known as cognates. Historical linguists now know that languages like Dutch, English, and German have lots of easy-to-see cognates because their paths last couple to find sheets of words that might be related and look for systematic Germanic language to reconstruct. It's known as Proto-Germanic. By the way, historical linguists can use that asterisk to signal that it's still a hypothesis. We can go back even further, analyzing Proto-Germanic, father, Latin pater, and Sanskrit pitcher. Sanskrit is the classical language that gave rise to modern languages like Hindi and Nepali. While the Germanic languages all have the or v at the start, these more historically distant languages start with the p sound. Since the oldest languages start with p, historical linguists hypothesized that father must have begun with p and later changed to f in the newer Germanic languages. We see this in other cognates too, like Latin pod and English foot, or Latin planus, or something flat, and English field. These and hundreds of other cognates prove that the p-f swap is a pattern, not a fluke. So there must be a common ancestor among these languages. If there are only a few similar words, it might be a case of one language borrowing from another, or simply a coincidence. This process of methodically piecing together a probable common ancestor language from existing records is called comparative reconstruction, but historical linguists don't stop there. We need to find further similarities among other sounds to establish a wider pattern. Linguists then conclude that the languages themselves are related. Comparing unrelated languages is interesting too because it can tell us things about language in general, but this is referred to as language typology rather than historical linguistics. It takes thousands and thousands of cells in a table containing words like father and pater and vater to reconstruct a hypothesized ancestor language called a proto-language. Centuries of dedicated and meticulous work to find cognates and understand language change backwards has led to the reconstruction of the Proto-Indo-European language. It was probably spoken around 6,000 years ago by a group of nomadic pastoralists somewhere east of Europe and evolved into many of the languages of Europe and the Indian subcontinent. However, everything that we know about the language and culture is only an educated guess what it would have sounded like, because it was before there were written records, and it's not like audio recordings existed thousands of years ago. Other large language families that have been reconstructed around the world include Proto-Semitic, the language of Semitic languages like Arabic, Amharic, and Austronesian languages like Japanese, Tagalog, and Malagasy, Proto-Pamanian, the ancestor language of Pamanian languages like Yolngu, Karna, and Darug, and Proto-Bantu, the ancestor language of Bantu languages, including Swahili, Zulu, and Shona. Sometimes, even after years of careful study, a language doesn't have any evidence of being related to any other language, near or far. These languages are known as islands, and examples include Basque in Spain and France, Ainu in Japan, and Korean. They might have originated independently, like Nicaraguan sign language, or we may have lost all record of their relatives. Regardless, at some point, we just can't go back any further. Just like the real horizon, the path the language is taken is no longer visible to us, but there are fewer than 100 known islands, and many of the world's 7,000 languages can be grouped into larger families using methods like comparative reconstruction. the next video, we'll learn more about how there can be so many languages around the world. Thanks for watching this episode of Crash Course Linguistics. If you want to help keep all Crash Course free for everybody forever, you can join our community on Patreon. Hi, I'm Taylor and welcome. If you ask how many languages there are in the world, the answer you'll most likely hear from linguists is around 7 there because it's really difficult to give a specific number. There are 3 big reasons why. 1, it can be hard to know where a language stops and a dialect begins. 2, there are a lot of political factors involved. And 3, there are varying degrees of resources and records about different languages. Understanding these factors, why, how many languages is a complicated question, can help us understand the diverse social structures that human languages exist within. Let's start with that first complication, the fuzzy distinction between language and dialect. One basic way we can tell if 2 people speak the same language is whether they can understand each other. This is known as mutual intelligibility. If you can understand me right now, we are mutually intelligible. We can say that we speak the same language. If you can understand me but did say some things a bit different, we can say that we speak different dialects of the same language. So far that seems pretty easy, but all language in the exact moment of Latin. Spanish is complicated. At every point in this chain, kids spoke slightly differently from their parents, but the generations could still essentially understand each other. Nobody went to bed one night speaking Latin and woke up the next morning speaking Spanish. Let's go to the thought bubble to see how this gradual change happens across space as well as time. Let's imagine a chain of 4 villages. The first village and second village have different dialects but good mutual intelligibility. Now, people in village 3 can understand people from village 2 pretty well, but they have a harder time with people from village 1 who are farther away. The fourth village can also understand people from village 3 pretty well, but they can barely understand people from village 1 at all. If we just look at village 1 and village 4 can't understand each other, it feels like that they're not speaking the same language. But it's hard to know where to make a link between villages 2 and 3, 3 and 4, but they're mutually intelligible to their neighbors. This tendency for the language to change gradually along gradients is known as a dialect chain or dialect continuum. Dialect chains are very, very common, and they're found all over. French villages through Spain are Arabic and parents were Madrid, while Greenlandic and London, Greenland and Canada are sometimes considered 2 languages. They're actually part of a large dialect continuum that spans part of the Arctic Circle. Meanwhile, in the Himalayan mountains, languages follow boundaries. People at the top and bottom of one valley might both speak varieties of Tibetan, but they might not be able to immediately understand each other. So sometimes geographical features that prevent people from talking to each other disrupt the dialect chain, allowing different varieties to change and become less like each other over time. Thanks, thought bubble. Sometimes language changes because people migrate from their homeland and live somewhere new, creating diaspora. People living in a diaspora may maintain parts of their original culture, especially language. But a diaspora member might learn language from their parents and return to their original community to find that people there think they talk or sign language people. They're not up on the current slang at all. That's because larger groups, like their homeland community, generally change how they talk faster than smaller groups like the time scale, this is how it comes to. Another way that languages get added to the official language counts is when they've existed for a long time, but they've started being taken more seriously by researchers. This is the case of community sign languages, which are created with large numbers of deaf people get together and in common language to talk to one another. We saw this happen in school for the deaf in the case of Nicaraguan sign language, but deaf community sign languages also often arise in cities with a sizable deaf population, such as French language in Paris. The second way sign languages work is in small communities with a high degree of genetic deafness, and thus a large proportion of deaf people in the population, which both deaf and hearing members sign language together. This is known as a village sign language. Some village sign languages are Karakola in Indonesia, Central Taurus sign language in Turkey, Al-Said Bedouin sign language in Israel, and Adamarogi sign language in Ghana. Sign languages can also form through the combination of both deaf community and village sign language. For example, ASL, created by deaf students in the American School for the Deaf in the 19th century, was enforced both by a deaf community sign language, Old French sign language, and local village sign language. Deciding what counts as a language is identity and politics. Individuals, communities, and governments might have had a range of languages, from different alphabets to deliberately suppressing languages. Hindi, spoken in India and written in the Devanagari script, is treated as a separate language from Urdu, spoken in Pakistan and written in the Arabic script. But when spoken out loud, they are about as mutually intelligible as US and British English. Hindi and Urdu are counted as distinct languages for political reasons, not linguistic. Once dialects get split apart for political reasons, they often keep diverging in different directions. The speakers reinforce the political difference. Hindi is more likely to borrow new words from Sanskrit, whereas Urdu is more likely to borrow new words from Arabic. While sometimes politics split languages apart, other times it works them together. It's tending to label the 7 language groups in China as dialects of Chinese rather than languages. But those language groups diverged at least a millennium ago, and many aren't mutually intelligible. Part of the reason that there's a debate over where to draw the line between these groups is that they should be used. Similarly, many governments, like those in Canada's version of their language, based on how upper-class people in the capitals, based on lingualism, bilingualism, or other limited numbers of state-sanctioned official languages, to create the image of a unified national identity. The standardized languages get taught in schools at the expense of regional dialects. Even though the regional dialects are just as old, governments might also try to avoid counting or eradicate some languages entirely to give the appearance of warring. India doesn't officially recognize any language with fewer than 10,000 speakers. However, linguists know it's possible for a language to be vibrant with a few thousand speakers. In fact, there are at least 400 such languages in India, and probably many more than that, including Turum, Karbi, and Rothschild. Yet, the country only officially recognizes 121 languages. In a similar vein, the residential school system in the United States and Canada was part of a deliberate government policy to stop Indigenous children from speaking their languages and learn English instead by communities and languages. Linguists aren't generally the ones in charge, wandering around with mutual intelligibility yardsticks measuring language and so what beliefs that people have always tells us about their speakers. Since they're beliefs, language ideologies aren't necessarily true. Lastly, the third big complicating factor in how languages can get counted is the fact that we know a lot more about some languages than others. The media, resources, classes, and tools that we use to study and preserve languages only show us a limited view. Let's think about making a dictionary as an example. A dictionary is a really big project. It takes at a minimum several trained linguists or lexicographers years of full-time work to create one. Throughout this process, these dictionary makers need to eat and sleep somehow, which means that someone needs to fund that dictionary. Funding might come from the government or university sponsoring the dictionary for prestige, a private company making one for profit, or individuals taking it on as a huge project around their day jobs. The same goes for many other kinds of language tools and resources, whether it's media like novels, movies, and podcasts, learning resources like textbooks and grammars, or tech tools like keyboards and apps and speech recognition. They're all made by humans. It comes down to it, some languages have access to a lot more money because they are taking updated editions more to build a word game app or spell check tool on top of it. So the same languages can show up again and again in translation dictionaries you see in a bookstore, or the list of language options you see in a drop-down menu. Access to resources like politics can also affect whether a language can exist at all. People people can be pressured to not pass on their languages to the next generation, or unable to do it if they want to. But there's some good news. Sometimes people revive or reconnect with their ancestral language. They might revive their language with written records, like with Hebrew in Israel and Wampanoag in Massachusetts and Rhode Island. Other times, people work with elders to revitalize and document a language where transmission has been interrupted for a generation or two. They can create learning practices such as language maps or immersion tools for children and adults, as well as resources for teaching and learning, like dictionaries and recordings of stories. Maori and Hawaiian have been revitalizing programs like these. In other cases, there are still many students in the language, but it hasn't received official recognition yet. Members of the community might work to get it recognized by governments, supported in schools, or available on major tech platforms. Gaining recognition and support is part of seeking justice from people's right total number of languages in the world. We can make that number rights for children to access education in their language, fighting for the visibility of smaller languages, not discriminating against people for the way they speak, and dismantling the assumption that there's always a one-to-one relationship between nations and languages. You can also think of it this way. Instead of asking how many languages there are in the world, a better question to ask might be, how can we help maintain the richness of linguistic experience? Thanks for watching this episode of Passionate Linguistics. Produced by Huxley and PBS. Are you craving more humanities in your YouTube diet? Storied as PBS's home, the liberal arts deep in all of us, and features It's Lit, a series about our favorite books from Lindsay Ellis and Princess Prince, as well as Monsters, a show about monstrous myths and what these stories say about us. They're also going to launch Verbatim, a new linguistics show very subscribe to Storied and tell the Crash Course that
They've been trying forever and ever to get just the right guy. I am, but I'm just going to change it a little bit, Joe.
I'm Taylor. I'm not intuitively. This means that the more automatic, the more difficult it is for us to teach to computers.
They look at it and
If
say,
the breast is teaching computers to calculate millions of digits in pi or play chess, but getting computers to recognize which image contains a
takes a
traffic
few
light
steps back.
surprisingly difficult. The same thing goes for language. The parts that are difficult for humans, like learning lots of words, are easy for computers. And the parts that are easy for humans, like understanding and processing typos and accents, or knowing if someone's sad or angry or joking, are really, really difficult for machines. Plus, language isn't just one task to teach. It's all the different things we talk about throughout the series. And programming computers to process each language is called natural language processing or computational linguistics. We rely on NLP for a whole range of tasks. Search engines, voice-activated home systems, spam filters, spell checkers, predictive taxing, and more. Today we're looking at what NLP is and what makes language a difficult challenge for computers.
Who is this guy? Do you know? Do you know who this guy is? Someone comes up and says, well, I don't know who he is, but his face right now.
Computer to one of the most complex languages requires a lot of steps. Text handwriting or other physical text, digital cognition, or other character recognition processes involves figuring out where the right keywords and sentences go, such as the difference between a moist towelette versus a moist owlette, or whether a small speck is the dot of an I, a period, or a footnote. Once it has the digital text, we then need the computer to figure out A, the meanings of the words, and B, the relationship between them. It might use context to disambiguate between things like bank, like a riverbank and a financial bank, or common nouns and proper nouns. In this step, the machine figures out approximately what is being said. The next step is to get it to do something useful with that information, such as answer a question, translate it into another language, or find directions in places. These tasks also require all of this data gets reduced into an abstract form that the computer understands, like a mathematical equation or some lines of code. The last step is to re-encode that data into natural human language. The computer might need to produce the answer as speech. natural language processing into two steps is
I have like
used
7
principally for other tasks. For example, if we have one system that's good at text-to-speech for English, it can read aloud answers to questions, translations into English, and directions to go to places. We can also distinguish between what needs to be customized for each human language and what can always stay in the computer code. That saves programmers and computers some time. Tools that perform just one or two of these subtasks can also be useful by themselves. Automatic captioners may just do speech-to-text conversion. Screen readers may just do text-to-speech, and search or translation may start with text and skip processing to higher. A similar set of steps could work for sign languages too, although this technology is very underdeveloped compared to what's been created for spoken languages. That could be something like sign-to-text, parsing signs, processing results for a computer to work with,
Anyway,
and
let me tell
rendering
you
the
about
output
this
back
amazing
into
woman,
systems.
amazing
We can then also create systems that interoperate between sign and spoken. For example, a computer could take input in English and translate it to ASL or vice versa. Just like with the thousands of spoken languages, though, each of the hundreds of sign languages still need to be supported. One thing that we really off that level. You might have seen hyperbolic headlines loves to translate American Sign Language into English by recognizing the winners and sheets. Unfortunately, these filmmakers have made several fundamental misunderstandings about how sign languages work. One is that the grammar of sign languages isn't expressed just in shape and behavior. Sign languages also have facial expressions and movements of the face that are in relation to the body. Two is that sign languages use far more signs than the 26 letters of the manual alphabet, which is all the most different. Plus, sign languages tend to use the manual alphabet to provide technical words in spoken languages, not for core vocabulary. That's like making a translation system for English that only recognizes the words that come from it. Three is that translation enables two-way communication between hearing and deaf people, but most only trim signs to speech, never from speech to a format accessible for deaf and hard of hearing people, which is ironic because the technology to produce words already exists. Some change all signs, but they're never going to be any good if deaf people aren't consulted. Like most are just never going to accomplish that. Thanks, Thought Bubble. So let's say we've created a system that's pretty good at each of the steps involved in natural language processing, at least for one or two languages. Does the system understand language the way a human does? To answer that, let's pretend we trained a rabbit to press buttons A, B, and C in order to get it to attack. We can relabel those buttons. I want food, but that wouldn't mean that the rabbit understands English. The rabbit would press the same buttons if they were labeled something entirely unrelated. The same goes for a computer. If we tell a computer a few basic instructions, it can get the appearance of understanding language, but it might fall apart spectacularly when we ask it to do something more complicated. That's part of what makes teaching a computer to do language so tricky. Originally, people taught computers to do language tasks with long lists of more and more specific rules, such as make a word plural by adding s. Wait, unless the word is child, in which case add ren instead, and so on for other exceptions. More modern approaches to machine learning involve showing computers a whole bunch of data to train them on statistical patterns, then testing how well they figured out these patterns using a different set of data. A lot of recent leaps in natural combined model of neurons work in the brain, allowing them to figure out when to the training data. But because they work out these patterns for themselves, it's hard for humans to know exactly what patterns they're picking up on. Early in a neural net's training, it will make really silly, non-data errors, like returning a text because it's worked out that E is the most common letter in English writing. The machine will keep adjusting its own based on the training data, though, and eventually it starts to use them with more like words. Almost. In any kind of machine learning, training data is really important, and there are two kinds of data we keep. The first is data with two corresponding parts that have been matched by humans, such as text with audio, words with definitions, questions with answers, sentences with translations, or images with captions. Using parallel data like this is known as supervised learning, and it's great, but it can be hard to spoken parts. After all, some humans have to create all of these pairs. The second kind of data has only one component, like a bunch of text or audio or video. Using this kind of non-parallel data is known as unsupervised learning. It's much easier to find, but it's harder to use to train a computer. And then a larger amount of non-parallel data. This combination is called semi-supervised learning. But none of this data just magically appears. It gets created or gathered by humans, and humans have all sorts of biases. Computer science researcher Rothschild created a framework to evaluate bias in machine learning. We can use this framework to see how bias affects the language tools we've discussed in this episode. First, historical bias is when a bias in the world gets reflected in the output. For example, Turkish doesn't make a gender distinction in any of its pronouns, whereas English does in the third person singular. We he, she, it, and singular they. So the translation system might pick a gender for pronouns and translate them from Turkish to English, making he is a doctor, but she is a nurse, from the same Turkish pronoun. This might reflect an overall tendency in the world, but our computer is still producing a gender bias. Next, representation bias is when some groups aren't as well represented as others. For instance, just estimate that at least 2,000 languages are actively used by Wikipedia. Only a few large languages are well represented. Language tools. The rest are barely represented. So it's often used as training data, but the style of language in religious texts can be very different from day-to-day conversation and can produce strange results when people translate. Aggregation bias is when several groups of data with different characteristics are combined, and a single system isn't likely to work well for all of them at once. If we smushed all the varieties of English into training data for an English speech-to-text program, it could end up working better for standardized, say, African Americans. Evaluation bias appears when researchers measure a program's success based on something users won't find. Researchers with an English-first mentality might focus on how their predicted text program predicts the next word, whereas the program that predicts the next morpheme will work better for languages with longer words and more originally created for reasonable purposes, but then gets misused after it's used. That's deployment bias. Style
How she got
analysis
paid is really important.
determine whether a historic figure wrote They can also be misused biases as an active area of research. We have a responsibility to use our increased understanding of language and linguistics to deeply consider the effects we have on each other and the world we live in. This ethical consideration is especially important in computational linguistics. We interact with technology so much in daily lives. Next time we'll talk about a much older kind of language technology, which is so common you might not even think of it as a technology. Writing systems. Thanks for watching this episode of Crash Course Linguistics. If you want to help keep all Crash Course free for everybody forever, you can join our community on Patreon.
Sorry? That is a real portion. It is actually. Right, what's that exactly?
Hi, I'm Taylor, and welcome to the last episode of Crash Course Linguistics. All human societies have language, either spoken or signed or written. But writing is a technology that got invented in different ways in different places. So not all languages have a standardized rate of writing is influenced by lots of things. The structure of the languages they represent, tools used to produce them, and who's powerful in the recent time. And the set of conventions that are used to represent a language in writing are called a writing system. And orthography.
Develop a society that's on the shape of the circle.
There's the symbol or graphics, and then there's what the symbols stand for. Broadly speaking, graphics can represent three different levels of linguistic information: individual sounds, syllables, or words. Let's start with graphics that represent the smallest single sounds or phonemes. A writing system where each graphic represents a phoneme is known as an alphabet. We've seen in earlier episodes how the International Phonetic Alphabet represents each possible sound in any language, but simply the alphabetic principle of one sound per symbol is in Swahili. There are other alphabets too.
Jews
The
historically,
Cyrillic alphabet used to write many languages in Eastern Europe, Bulgarian and Russian, as well as Greek. There are a few reasons why
primarily
alphabets get
because
more
the Jews
complicated
really
than exactly ones represent
legally
various
called
sounds,
transient.
especially sounds that were in the language CH or in presence of Latin, bar after the second. Although languages naturally change over
What
time,
they would do
it's
is
harder to
Jews would
convince
pay
people to change
a
how
double
they
tax
write.
to military service.
Was command in Middle English, and it still hasn't gone away. Third, languages often borrow words from each other and stick with the other language's spelling conventions. Fourth, and finally, while spelling may be standardized across a language, the pronunciation may vary greatly. In English, we spell the word lunch with a G at the end, even though in many varieties of English it's pronounced running. Even if people wanted to reform the spelling, the truest version of running should they prefer. For further nuance, some researchers distinguish between alphabets proper, where every letter gets a symbol, and abjads. In an abjad, primarily consonants that bear symbols, and vowels that do
Israel
abjad.
followed up with reserve
Many Semitic languages are written with abjads. In Arabic and Hebrew, the next writing system is when each graphic represents a symbol, known as a syllabary. In a syllabary, there's a different symbol for, say, gad and god. Many writing systems in the region around India are based different syllable, like ka or ga.
The army is a reasonable career to see the world.
These systems are called logographic writing. The Chinese writing system is generally considered to be an example of
Jews
logographic
must
writing.
serve like everyone
This
else. It was
character is
universal.
rapid. It can't be broken down into smaller parts. Its rapid letters
But
are
if a Jew is chosen,
in
he's got to
Mandarin
spend
or
25 years.
in Cantonese.
Now,
Some
that
writing
isn't bad
systems
enough.
also make use of more than one of these strategies. For example, Japanese uses a logographic system called kanji to represent many words, as well as a syllabary, kana, to represent syllables, for adding grammatical information or loanwords for other languages. Some systems work really well for some languages.
Certainly had
Many
Chinese
languages
food
are well suited to the abjad system because they don't have a strong focus on vowels.
lower the
As
age
we
of
discussed in
conscription
episode 2, the roots of many words in Semitic
and
languages are based on the consonants,
6
and
years
languages where there aren't very many possible syllables, like an empty tune, are easier to read. Each system has its trade-offs. It's much easier to learn the 26 letters of the English alphabet than the 4 Chinese. Space
devastating,
like
as
just
you can imagine,
the development of writing systems is influenced by the tools available. Some writing systems are hardly STEM. Others involve use of brush and ink on paper. Some scholars even believe that the Incas may have had a system of knotted strings called kipu to record their language. Usually the medium used to record a writing system influences the way it looks. Roman script is very ambulent because it's now easy to carve into rock. While the Russians used to write Chinese scripts influenced their development style, but language existed for a very long time before anyone started writing, anywhere from 200,000 to 50,000 years ago. It's impossible to pin down because sounds and signs still use fossils. We know writing is much more recent, but unfortunately, no one has left us a written record that says, February 21st, today I invented writing. Archaeologists have found records of proto-writing, which involves using symbols to represent specific meanings, but not whole strings like a sentence. As best we can tell, writing was only invented independently 3 times in history. Each of these 3 times, the idea of writing spread to other cultures, sometimes changing shape a long, long way. And each time, the leap to writing most likely was a slow process that took place over generations, not a sudden invention by a single clever person. Once time travel years ago, a cluster of cultures developed a writing system known as cuneiform, and involved pressing the stylus into solid clay. This Sumerian writing probably inspired the writing systems of other major Bronze Age civilizations around the Mediterranean, like the Egyptians with their hieroglyphs. Those hieroglyphs inspired a writing system that eventually became the Phoenician writing system, which was adapted by the Greeks and ultimately became the Latin alphabet that English uses. Number 2, there's evidence that at least 3,500 years ago, writing developed in China. The early this writing system, known as the oral bone script,
really was
have been found
extremely
carved
corrosive.
onto oxbones and turtle shells,
And in
which
fact,
produced
by
diminished features. The
1844,
Chinese
the
writing
organized
system
Jewish
continued to
community
develop, and
was
today
officially
each character
disbanded
represents a
1944
word or one
because it had
syllable
ceased
of a multi-syllable word. Number 3.
So
Around
this is the
3,000
kind of
years ago,
environment,
the
the
Olmec
socioeconomic
was the
pressures
oldest
that are
writing
happening
system in
at the time
Mesoamerica.
of the
It was created in modern-day
Let
Mexico.
me,
This system
I do
used a
have a
combination of
question. It's a
word,
quick
blah, blah,
question.
blah, syllable level, syllable
Very
type, and
exceptional
as
people,
types.
doctors,
But the most successfully discussed value type level. Since its origins, the Latin has involved repeated borrowing from one language to another, often unrelated language. Each time, the system was changed to better represent the stance of a particular language or to fit writing tools and services used by a particular culture before getting borrowed again by another language. Some letters of the alphabet have had relatively uneventful histories. The letter E started as the letter bet, originally meaning house. It changed form to the character we recognize as B, but kept the same pronunciation. In contrast, the Phoenician letter wall, meaning hook, has had a wild ride. It's the origin of the English letters that we know today as F, U, V, W, and Y. Other symbols were influenced by technology. English used to use the symbols thorn and N to represent the sounds at the beginning of the and sing, but they weren't available on early printers from continental Europe. So people started using TH or Y instead. That's why the old tea shop is just another spelling of the old tea shop. Once the idea of writing as a technology spread, some writing systems were built from scratch without directly borrowing systems and symbols. In some exceptional cases, these newly created writing systems became the orthodox for a whole
I'm going to go on with the lecture because this is so good.
many Cherokee language syllables resemble Latin letters. They
Right
stand
until
for completely
1917,
different sounds, such as these three, which stand for sa, la, gi, or cher. Another example is Sango, the writing system used for Korean. It was devised by King Sejong in 1443 as a replacement for Chinese characters, which weren't well suited for the structure of Korean. Hangul is especially cool linguistically speaking because the shapes of the symbols are based on the position of the mouth while producing them. For example, N looks like the tongue touching the front part of the mouth, whereas G looks like the tongue touching the back part of the mouth instead. And the evolution of writing systems hasn't stopped. Sometimes these changes are political, like when the Turkish moved from the Arabic script to Latin in 1948 as part of President Ataturk's reforms. And after the American Revolution, lexicographer Noah Webster had someone differentiating American English from British English with spelling reforms like color without the E. And center instead of center, but regularized wrote in ways that reflected their own accents. And even Shakespeare spelled his own name 6 different ways. When the printing press was invented, it got easier and cheaper to produce print material, which led to greater regularization in spelling and more widespread literacy. English spelling is in many ways a reflection of where the language was at 4 centuries ago when this standardization started. The internet made producing and sharing writing even easier. A social media post can go viral without passing through the hands of an editor or a printer. And the average person writes a lot more often. We had things like phones and texting, so people are using creative respelling, like repeated letters and all caps, and visual additions like emojis, emoticons, and GIFs to convey more than the literal meaning of words. They can express sarcasm, irony, and other kinds of emotions that usually come from tone of voice or gestures. We can see our writing system evolving before our eyes, but also use more technology to sidestep the need for writing altogether. For languages that haven't historically been written down as often, including many signed languages, people often send audio or video files through social media. And here, in Crash Course Linguistics, we can visit the internet to learn about linguistic languages with smaller pieces, like sounds, and into even larger segmented conversations. We've also learned that all forms of language are worth getting excited about. Language is the world's greatest collaborative project, and we're all participating in it every day. So the next time you find yourself distracted from what someone's saying by wondering about how you're saying it, congratulations.
certainly
You're
several
thinking
of
like
them
a linguist.
established
Thanks for watching the final episode of Crash Course
quite
Linguistics.
literally
If you want to help keep all Crash Course free for everybody forever, you can join our community on Patreon.
And in fact, they hosted literally hundreds of people twice a year.
Hi, I'm Taylor Becky, and welcome to Crash Course Linguistics. Language is everywhere. It's what we use to order pizza, talk on our phones, tell jokes, and make sense of the world around us. We've used language to learn about every other subject on Crash Course. And now it's time to learn linguistics, how language itself works. Over the next 16 episodes, we'll look at the structure of language, from the smallest building blocks of sounds and handshakes, to the structure of words and meanings, to how words go together to make sentences and conversation. Along the way, we'll also look at the relationships. We'll learn language acquisition and the diversity of nearly over 7,000 identified languages in the world today. That includes thousands of spoken languages and hundreds of sign languages. They can be found in small communities or spread across multiple countries. They can be written or unwritten, and they can be learned through family, formal schooling, or broader social networks. Each one is a living experiment into how humans communicate. Throughout this series, we'll be sharing examples from widely known languages, as well as some you may not have encountered before. But we won't be learning one language in particular. Instead, we'll be looking at similarities and differences across many languages, learning how to think like a linguist about the languages we encounter in our everyday lives. We're excited to produce a series on linguistics because it's super relevant to lots of fields, including speech recognition and natural language processing, speech pathology and lexicography and communications. It's also useful if you're teaching or learning languages, not to mention for journalists, poets, translators, interpreters, and other people who work with language. If that sounds like basically everyone, it kind of is. More generally, understanding linguistics helps us understand how our own minds and bodies work, and the hidden patterns in our interactions with other humans. It's also really fun, regardless of what part of language we're analyzing or which language languages are our focus, trying to establish and enforce one variety of language as better than another. We wouldn't go around telling some rabbits their hopping style is others. But this increased understanding of language does come with an ethical responsibility to be kind and compassionate with it. Before we get into it all, let me introduce myself. My name is Taylor Becky, and I'm a writer, video maker, and digital organizer. I studied linguistics in college alongside writing and Spanish. Ever since, I've been fascinated by how language works and how it shapes our identities. I think a lot about the power of language as a tool for communication, both in my work with digital communities and on my YouTube channel, It's Radish Time. I'm excited to keep learning about linguistics with you. See you in the first episode.
Modern Hebrew, Devek means to glue. So, and Devak means to cleave, your wife.
Hello, I'm Taylor, and welcome to Crash Course Linguistics. Language is everywhere, in old books and new words, in a long conversation with a friend and a short chat with a stranger, the endless streams on our social media feeds, and the snippets on the back of the series. Language spans our lives. One of the first things that we integrate now, we can observe and study how language works like any other natural phenomenon. And that's linguistics. Linguists try to understand the big picture. How does language work in general? What's going on in our minds and our societies that allows every group of humans to have language spoken or signed? And why do each of us use language slightly differently?
Just sat and studied Torah. Great experience intensity, actually very very special technique that focuses on the study of doing.
Linguistics is the study of language, but we're already using language right now. So let's back up a second. What do we mean by studying language? Let's go to the thought bubble. Let's pretend I'm on a trip to another country. The sun is shining, and I'm enjoying some time in a place where I don't know anyone and I don't speak the language. Then I meet another person walking along, and while we're both admiring the flowers, a rabbit pops in. The person points to the hopping rabbit and says, "Gabagon." So I think that must be the word language for rabbit. If I reply with rabbit, we can both learn something. But maybe that's not exactly what the other person meant. Does Gabagon mean rabbit? Maybe it just means fuzzy animal, or hopping, or just, hey look, or even as the linguistic philosopher W.B. Quine proposed, whoa. Or maybe it's rabbit's name is Gabagon. That could actually be solitary. like rabbit, which is here on the first place.
By the way,
We need to get out of this. Let's start by making some tentative assumptions, but we'll stay prepared for something that could be wrong. I'll smile, point at the happy bunny, and say rabbit. At least I'm indicating a desire to communicate, even though neither of us can be sure exactly what the other person is trying to say. As I walk with my new friend, pointing at animals and sharing words, both of us can test and refine our initial linguistic hypotheses. Maybe we encounter some baby rabbits, and I learn that they're not called gavagai. So I can update my mental entry for gavagai to fully grown rabbit? Maybe I'll realize something about English that I hadn't noticed before when I tried to explain it, like the subtle difference between rabbit and bunny. Thanks, Uncle. As we just saw, language is a unique area to study because we need to use it to study it. On the one hand, this means that we can do a lot of linguistics without needing fancy equipment, because language is right there in our brains and in the people around us. On the other hand, this also means that we need to be really precise about cultivating meta-linguistics. Have identified a few key features that distinguish a language from other ways of communicating shapes, which don't have meaning in themselves. Then there's the level of combinations of forms that create meaning. So when it comes to speech, and he don't mean anything individually, but can be combined to make one form, like our new friend Gabba. Or those same sounds can be arranged to make meaning, because it's the combination that makes the meaning, not the individual sounds. This idea that words are made up of two levels of structure is known as the duality of pattern. Also, when we look at other languages, we can see that there's no reason why a rabbit has to be called bunny. It could be called conejo, coenchi, gavagai, or there's no inherent connection between the word bunny and this furry thing it refers to. All these other sequences of sounds and handshakes also refer to as animals. The words we use are signs that reference the world, like how street sign labels for street neurons. But usually there's no specific reason why a particular word or set of smaller units of sound or shapes are used. So we can say that the choice is arbitrary. This feature of language is known as the arbitrariness of the sign and distinguishes the language from other kinds of communication. Now, it's a bit confusing because sign means two things. The word rain and the smell of moisture in the air and pointed at a rock or a tree or a gavagai and the sign for stuff. But instead it's a sign that we arbitrarily but collectively decided to use for this kind of weather. The smell of moisture is a non-arbitrary sign since it's super connected to the experience of water droplets falling from the sky. Second, we use sign in a sign language. Here we mean a language which is produced using the hands, arms, and face compared to a spoken language which is produced using the tongue, lips, and throat. So the signs that make up sign languages are a subset of the first kind of signs, as are spoken words. The kind of signs that convey a meaning beyond themselves. Speaking of sign languages, it might be tempting to assume that sign languages are less arbitrary, because in words like rabbit in ASL, the handshake looks a little bit like a rabbit's ear, but there are still many arbitrary reasons to think of it as rabbit and not something else. For example, the Australian Sign Language or Auslan sign for rabbit looks very different. Spoken languages can have less arbitrary meaning patterns. In Swahili, your throat like a French and sneeze. In contrast, where is belch? Belch, that also can have that too. It's still arbitrary though. Anyway, once we start building up meanings in smaller units, there are two more features that make language different from just any old communication system. One is that we can use language to talk about things that happened in the past, will happen in the future, or may happen in other worlds. Being able to talk about things that aren't right here, right now, is known as displacement. Another is that we can use language to talk about language. Otherwise, it would make doing linguistics hard. These videos, impossible. The ability to get meta about language is a feature of reflexes. When we examine other kinds of communication with these four design features in mind, we can see how they stack up against language. Bees do a complicated waggle dance to show their fellow bees where to find nectar, but they can't do it to tell a story about some great flowers they found last week, or hope to find tomorrow. Their waggle dances can't manage the full range of the displacement feature. A parrot may be able to mimic the sound of many words in the language, but it doesn't understand the meaning of those sounds. Parrots don't manage duality of patterns. A dog wagging its tail always means that it's happy regardless of called Ibsen. It's not an arbitrary sign. Animals can't
And she
but
just
animals communicate have all the design features of human language. Beyond animals, we know emojis aren't going to become their own language until we can use emojis to join sentences we can make out of our bodies is
but
infinite.
she never liked,
Even though the human body that we use to make them is limited, with 2 hands, 2 arms, 10 fingers, there's only so many distinct signs we can make. And with tongues, lips, teeth, and throat, there's only so many sounds. With this small set of shared ingredients, humans have created over 7,000 identified languages, and so many varieties within them. For example, you may know someone who speaks your language, but has a different word for something than you do, or pronounces the same word differently. Like that thing that you might call a water fountain, I call it a bubbler. Linguists are interested in all the different varieties of languages that people speak inside, not just the standardized version that gets taught in school. That's because all language varieties tell us interesting things about how people use language. Linguists study the variations within languages as well as language itself. They approach the study of language by looking at the different levels of structure and all about crash course linguistics. But today, let's start with the sport handshakes with sign languages, which is called phonetics. Languages combine these individual sounds or handshakes into words according to specific letters. And the study of that is called phonology. Next, they can study how longer words can often be broken down into an internal structure, an area called morphology. The study of how words group together to make sentences is syntax. And we can study and talk about the meaning of words and sentences, or semantics, and the meaning in a larger social context, or pragmatics. There are also ways we can analyze the structure of these different levels of language, or the meaning that they create. We can look at the language choices people make and how this relates to society, history, or the brain. Linguists find language to study in many different ways, like observing people, asking them questions, or doing experiments with them. Linguists can work with existing text, recordings, video, or historical documents too. And because we each know at least one language and figure certain things out by consulting the language knowledge in our own heads, a process called introspection. Regardless of what level of linguistic structure or perspective we focus on, linguists, and we here at Crash Course, are interested in language as it's actually used. We're not talking about correct language, which is don't sound like parrots. Instead, we want to analyze all birds or all language varieties regardless of where they stand in the pecking order. Linguistics is relevant to anyone who uses language, but it's especially relevant to certain people in industry. It's directly relevant to speech pathologists and people building speech recognition tools like the voice assistant on your phone. The knowledge of linguistics can also help people who teach grammar or languages. It's also useful for lawyers, writers, editors, poets, journalists, and people who work in jobs that require thoughtful understanding of language as a tool. And finally, understanding linguistics and how language works is valuable for anyone who wants to better understand humans and the world we live in. I studied linguistics as part of my major in college, along with writing in Spanish. Linguistics has made me more aware of how important language is. So I'm a big fan, and I'm excited to learn more. These videos here in Crash Course Linguistics, we'll be exploring language at all of these different levels together, and building our understanding of language and each other. So when you and a stranger watch a rabbit hop across a field together, your two languages might be languages and build communication thanks to the tools of linguistics. Next time we'll be asking, what is a word? And what are words made of? See you then. Thanks for watching this episode of Crash Course Linguistics. If you want to help keep all Crash Course free for everybody forever, you can join our community on Patreon.
When she moved to Israel, which we'll see, she may have had a following, even though it's probably unlikely.
Hi, I'm Taylor, and welcome to Crash Course Linguistics. According to the word count feature in a document, a word is the thing with spaces around it. That's a useful definition if we're just trying to figure out how long an essay should be, but it's not a very good guide to defining what counts as a word. For example, doghouse is generally written out of space, while rabbit hole is written with one, but they feel like they should both be words. After all, sometimes people write doghouse with the space, and we could totally start writing rounded like the hole, or even rabbit hole completely smushed together. Also, just because a word like hen isn't in the dictionary doesn't mean it's not a word or that I'm not
definition was the fact that she
Anyway, today we're going to talk about how a linguist would answer the question, what even is a word?
She studied a decade of her 20s. We look at it
To a linguist, the word has a big meaning. This phrase has a meaning that you can't figure out because other
she
things
is
to
gathering
After looking
followers
up rabbit and
she
hole,
is,
you wouldn't guess that rabbit hole means a place where a rabbit lives, or a complicated or absorbing situation, like finding yourself down a Wikipedia rabbit hole at 2 a.m. after Googling what languages are spoken on the International Space Station. The meaning is relatively unpredictable when it's part of dictionary makers define one entry or unit as the largest unpredictable combination of form and meaning. They call each of these units lexemes or lexical items because they're parts of a lexicon, which is another word for dictionary. In contrast, we wouldn't expect to find a dictionary entry for deep hole, because if you look up deep and hole, we can figure out the meanings of the two combined. It's predictable, so deep and hole are both lexemes, while deep hole is not. When we think about a phrase like falling down rabbit holes, this is where the small word comes in. Here we phrase the sentence in departure. Fall in, down, rabbit, hole, X. Even though we say ing, indicate that there's more than one rabbit hole to grab, even though ing is a word, because grab doesn't mean anything right now. Grab and it don't each their own meanings if they're contributing to rabbit. The meaning of rabbit is unpredictable. Rabbit and spoon are examples of the smallest unpredictable combinations of form and meaning. Linguists call these units morphemes, and the study of them is morphology. That's morph as in metamorphosis or anamorphs. It's from a Greek word meaning shape or form, because morphemes stick to each other to change the shape of a word. One reason it's helpful to divide language into morphemes is because it helps us see patterns across languages. A separate word in one language might be part of a word in another language. For example, the phrase "I washed my feet" is a sentence with several words in Mandarin. The same idea is a single word with many morphemes in fur and pasta and a lot of other Australian languages. If we just think of words rather than the morphemes that build words, we miss this and a lot of other interesting potential patterns. If we look at morphemes instead, we can see differences and similarities between languages and the information they convey, not just the number of words they use. There are a couple of different kinds of relationships that morphemes can have with each other. When we have a morpheme that can stand by itself, that's a free morpheme. Like rabbit. When we have two or more morphemes combined together, that's a compound. Whether it's written in space, a hyphen, or there are signs like and that are compounds composed of teach and learn, plus a variant of the sign. First, recognizing compounds allows us to see similarities between languages that we might have missed. In other languages, nouns might be linked by other words, like the sign of the fence of the hole of the rabbit. But English and German just put them all together into long compound nouns. The only difference is that English keeps spaces when writing long strings of nouns, while German doesn't write spaces. So while it looks like English and German have very different ways of creating words, they actually often use the same compound nouns. Perhaps we could call this the Deutsche Wörter Übersetzungsproblem, or word in German translation problem. Meanwhile, when we have a word that can't stand by itself, like the s in rabbits, that's a vowel word. Let's head over to the thought bubble to see more about how morphemes fit together. We can visualize morphemes as fitting together like the parts of a thing. This metaphor is the most essential part of a word is morphemes. So rabbits is named rabbit, affix and rabbits. We can call it a suffix. If the word has affix on before the root, it's called a prefix. To extend our metaphor, when we add a morpheme to the root, this new unit becomes the stem of the next one. And here's where it gets interesting. We can also have a word with several affixes at once, like untwistable, which has the prefix un, root twist, and the suffix able. It sounds simple enough. This word's meaning depends on whether untwist is a stem for able, or whether twistable is a stem for un. It could mean able to be untwisted. That's untwist plus able. Or it could mean not able to be twisted. That's un, plus twistable. Not every word with multiple affixes has more than one meaning, though. It all depends on how the word builds. At each stage, the step has to work as a word by itself. So untwistable is ambiguous because untwist is a word, but twisted is also a word. In contrast, with a word like unrabbity, rabbit is a word, but unrabbit, that's not a word. So unrabbity only has one meaning. Rabbit, rabbity, unrabbity, unrabbity. This can go all the way up to lots and lots of affixes. That was the most thoughtful. The root is often a free marking, like rabbit, but the root you can deceive. Can you just deceive? It's the same part in all these words, but it doesn't have its own independent meaning. It's a bound form, just like sith, but it's also the root. It's one of a handful of examples of bound words in English. And in addition to prefixes and suffixes, there are some other kinds of affixes that can be attached to it. Affixes can sometimes go inside a word. This is called an infix, and in English it primarily happens with swear words or pseudo-swears. Fantastic. And for the completionist out there, there's also circumfixes, which have information attached to both the beginning and end of a word. English doesn't really do circumfixes, but Malay has 8 different ones. The meaning of the word changes only with the addition of both parts of the circumfix. So far, morphology is looking very neat and fun. You can make words by stacking more beans on roots with longer stems. But morphology isn't always neat little practices of affixes. Sometimes one affix will hold more than one piece of information. This is known as fusion morphology. It's hard to tease out how each word relates to much smaller words together, making bounds. The English words not, none, never, and nothing all contain net, the old English word for not. And not itself gets smushed together in modern English words like didn't or dunno. In French, when a word ends in al, like entend or journal, the suffix al indicates that it's masculine and that it's singular. You may not be familiar with the idea of words being masculine, but don't worry. For now, let's just focus on how the suffix tells us 2 things about the word. To make it plural, you need to change the whole ending into ax, like animaux or journaux, to indicate both of these. There were once 2 suffixes, one for masculine and one for plural, which we can still kind of see in the spelling. But aux is now simply pronounced o and indicates both. To further broaden our idea of morphology, we should mention there are ways of building meaning in words that go beyond adding affixes all in a single row. For example, some words in English can change their vowels instead of adding an affix, such as foot and feet, or sing, sang, and sung. In Arabic, Hebrew, and other Semitic languages, the root of the word is just the consonant, and then vowels are added for different configurations. Related words. So from it, we get kitab, meaning book, too. Language, nouns and their verbs sometimes have the same shape and location, different movement. For example, and occasionally language will change the word completely rather than adding a word. Think about the English verb go, which is went, in past tense rather than go, which would follow the regular pattern of English morphology. This process of completely replacing a word is called completion. A language is mostly used with a handful of common words rather than as a systematic process. Thank goodness for that. If you thought conjugating verbs with different suffixes was hard, imagine having to learn a completely different word each time. So let's get back to this tricky question of what a word is. Linguists don't really know, and that's actually fine. There's so many edge cases and exceptions about the word that when linguists need to be really precise, we use completely different terminology instead. We talk about one piece, but when we're not seeing it quite so closely, it's still totally okay to talk. Like when we're talking about like internet method of cross-reference, which is produced by complexity and distance. So 2020 has been severe, and this supremely weird year. And it's hosted by historian Danielle Bainbridge from Origin of Everything and therapist Ollie Monty, who you might know from the Slate Show, because who better than a historian and a therapist to help guide us through all of this? So Evident is part of PBS American Fortune. A massive storytelling
Okay,
project
so let's go to the last period of life.
Subscribe to PBS Voices for self-evident and other great shows, and tell them Crash Course thank you.
She decides she's going to move to Israel. And in fact, when the Chernobyl Rebbe told her that she
Hi,
has to
I'm
marry,
Taylor, and
he said
welcome to
either
Crash Course.
marry or move to
Let's say we
Israel.
have back
One or the
words,
other.
and we want to use them to tell a story. This should be simple enough.
Out of here.
Pull up some words one at a time,
So
and
at
we
age
get
53, she
Taylor,
back does
Rabbit,
quite
the. Okay, so we have some idea of what's going on, but we're not an important question. Am I skillfully sneaking up on the rabbit, or has the rabbit seen me first and hopped away before I have a chance to take a photo? And you know if I'm going to get some sweet dollars to the ground. Words by themselves are great, but they're not a relationship between them.
There she appeared.
In this case, the difference between two is what linguists call syntax.
Which means
Distinguishing between them is so fundamental that every language has some way of doing it. Syntax is the study of how languages express relationships between words. One way of expressing relationships between words is to put the words in a consistent order to tell us who did what which way. For example, we can say the subject first, then the verb, then the object. English uses this word order, as do many other languages like Nahuatl from Mexico, Portuguese, and Malagasy from Madagascar. The word order doesn't have to be subject, verb, object. Any order will work as long as it's consistent in a given language. For example, in Hindi, the typical order is subject, object, verb. This is also very common across languages such as Czech, French, and Korean. And in Irish, the typical order is verb, subject, object. This order is rare, but it's also found in Hawaiian, Maori, and Chitino, another language of Mexico. A second way of expressing relationships between is by adding a morpheme, the smallest unit of meaning. We'd still be able to tell the subject and object apart. For example, in Latin, these two sentences have the same word order but opposite meaning. And we can tell this because the words change their shape a bit. Hospice flipper videt is the host sees the rabbit, while hospice completus videt means the rabbit sees the host. Because of these morphemes, Latin can use word order for other things like emphasis or making a poem rhyme better. And many other languages use this strategy, including Turkish, modern Greek, and Hebrew. The language group spans Alaska and Siberia. These distinctions were created based on spoken languages. Signed languages use word order and a range of other strategies to distinguish between the subjects and objects. For example, one strategy in ASL is setting up reference in space. Say that I've already established that this is Gav. I can say I saw Gav by signing the verb see for me to the object. English used to use a morphological strategy too, and you can still see some traces of it. Them, or the employer hired the employee, the word order and shapes of the words are reinforcing each other, so they may feel natural to use an English speaker. As linguists say, they feel grammatical. Meanwhile, in they, or the employee, feel weird to use. They feel radical. Linguists sometimes mark ungrammatical sentence with an asterisk or star, like me, they. If you're not a native English speaker, you may not feel these same intuitions about these English sentences. But you do have a set of linguistic intuitions for grammaticality in your own native language or languages. Now, there are two things that grammaticality doesn't do. One, grammaticality has nothing to do with whether a sentence makes any sense. There's a famous example in linguistics that proves this point. The sentence goes, colorless green ideas sleep furiously. This sentence was coined by the linguist Noam Chomsky as an example that's perfectly grammatical, but also completely non-functional. I feel like I should apologize to Dr. Rabbbi for having to figure out how to manage it. Another example, curiously sleep ideas being colorless is equally bizarre in meaning, but this time the grammar is not physical too. Even if you've never heard either sentence before, you can probably tell that colorless green ideas sleep is a grammatical sentence, but furiously sleep ideas green colorless is ungrammatical. Something about an ungrammatical sentence just feels weird. It's not something anyone would say. Two, grammaticality is almost probably saying it right now, but nothing you don't know about now is ungrammatical. It's not the way anyone would combine these words. It's amazing that speakers of a language can have such similar grammatical intuitions without ever being formally taught them. That said, our mental grammars are all slightly different from each other based on our own unique personal version of language, also known as our ideologue. So you may sometimes notice exceptions or edge cases for things that I say that don't quite work for anyone. That's great. It means you're thinking like a linguist. Now that we're paying attention to our linguistic intuitions about grammaticality, we can use them to figure out the relationships between words within sentences. Some words go together more closely than others, and we can test this if we can substitute a single word for several words while preserving the meaning. Then we know that this group of words can act as a single unit. We can call those substitution rules. Let's start with the sentence, Taylor sees the rabbit. We can substitute Taylor with a longer phrase, like the host of Crash Course Linguistics sees the rabbit, or with a shorter pronoun, like she sees the rabbit. Since this sentence uses, we know that they're all equivalent units, and we can also substitute the rabbit with a longer phrase. Subject or object can be one substitution test only gets us so far. Let's go to the thought level to see what other relationships there are between groups of words in a sentence. There are other versions of Taylor sees the rabbit, right? The combinations that work tell us how the verb relates to the subject and object. For example, we can shift the parts of the original sentence to the beginning, saying, it's Taylor who sees the rabbit, or it's the rabbit that Taylor sees. This type of sentence structure with it's and that is known as a cleft construction. By looking at what words can be grouped together as a group, we're going to do a cleft test. The test is to see which word or group of words is grammatical when we put it in the first spot of a cleft construction. Between it's and that, let's try it's rabbit that Taylor sees the. Okay, that sounds weird. It's unstopped. It sees the rabbit that Taylor. That's ungrammatical too. We can rescue it if we make a small tweak. It's see the rabbit that Taylor does, but we can never take see all by itself without the rabbit. It's sees that Taylor the rabbit. It's see that Taylor did. So we found that clefts are grammatical where the subject, verb, or the object are split apart on their own, or when the verb see and the object, the rabbit, are pulled away together. But other clefts are ungrammatical. The one where we try to pull the verb see and the subject, Taylor, away without the object. This suggests that the verb and the object have a closer relationship with each other than the subject and the verb do. This is why we sometimes also refer to subject and a predicate when talking about syntax, so that we have a single word to describe the grouping of verb and object together. Thanks, Thought Bubble. During these tests, we noticed that some words group together more closely than others, like the plus rabbit and see plus the plus rabbit. All of the different subgroups that we can find in a sentence are called constituents. By the way, if you've encountered the word constituent before, it might have been in a political context. You can call up your representative and say, hi, I'm one of your constituents. A constituent is something that constitutes or makes up part of the larger whole. When you're a constituent, you make up a part of your political district, and when some words are its own distinct part of a sentence. In English, because we use word order to tell how words are related to each other in a sentence, we also use word order based like test. What's a constituent? And constituents in English are generally words right next to each other. So we need to use different tests to figure out which parts are grouped together. For example, in this sentence, we can call it leopard, rabbit, and purpurium, purple, are a constituent, even though they sit on opposite ends of the sentence, because they have the same ending in M. So the class of substitution tests that show constituents in English won't necessarily work in Latin, nor in Hindi, Irish, South African Sign Language, or any other language. Because we have to consider how each language has different structural patterns, but every language does have constituents, and linguists can figure out ways of testing for them that make sense for each particular language. Linguists use the word grammar to talk about the structural patterns, how a language puts words together into words together into constituents, and constituents into sentences. This combination of morphology and syntax is also called morphosyntax. In European history, grammar often meant learning the specific patterns of how Latin like Latin, or trying to changes that happen all the time. So even now, grammar sometimes has a bad reputation of smug people for all doing grammar all the time, feeling whether something is grammatical intuitively. Grammar is what takes us from rabbit to that's the same rabbit I saw yesterday. Grammar is the thing that lets us transform a grab bag of words and words into questions, stories, and videos like this. Next time, we're going to look at what happens when sentences get longer, and a handy tool so we can keep track of all these constituents. Thanks for watching this episode of Crash Course. If you want to help keep Crash Course free for everybody forever, you can join our community on YouTube.
Although they were regulated heavily in this European city, they nevertheless were quite active in commerce.
I'm Taylor, and welcome
This
to
is a
Crash
period
Course
of time when
In episode
a lot of
3, we
things
learned
are
about
changing
how to test
economically,
which parts of a sentence are constituents or closely related subgroups of words. So in the sentence, Taylor sees the rabbit, we know that rabbit is one such constituent because we can substitute it for a single word or pronoun like gabagai or them, and sees the rabbit is another slightly larger constituent because we can move the whole thing up to the beginning of the sentence in a cleft construction. It's seeing the rabbit that Taylor does. Now, we wanted to take it a step deeper.
it was taken off
Let's figure out a way to do lots of different sentences.
not other Jews. But the phrase there from the brother, the Christians also took that law the same way. Christians would trust to each other.
A simple way to keep track of different parts of sentences is by drawing
11th
connections
century
between
onwards,
words. For example, we can draw circles around each constituent, but circles get really big really quickly as our sentences get longer. Or we could draw brackets around each of the constituents. Brackets are nice and compact, but they can be hard to easily scan and understand at a glance. So instead, linguists often represent the structural relationships between words using a tree structure diagram. Sort of like a family tree with nodes and branches. Tree diagrams strike a nice balance between being understandable and taking up a reasonable amount of space. The nodes represent links between constituents, so it's useful to label them. That helps us compare the tree diagrams across various sentences and track the different phrases in a sentence too. A phrase is a constituent that's sort of mid-sized. It's less than a full sentence, but often more than a single word. In this video, we're going to meet some of the common phrases that are the main of English grammar. For example, and just the rabbit is that sees the rabbit has a verb in it. So we can call sees the rabbit a verb phrase in a sentence. They should both be the same kind of phrase. Since both of these phrases have a noun in them, we'll call them noun phrases. The word by the way, is part of a class of words that linguists call determinants, which also includes words like this, my, one, and every. Determinants help us figure out which specific instance of a specific noun we're talking about. There's one theory of syntax that actually argues there are determinant phrases as well as noun phrases. Either way, these small words do a big job. So let's label our tree with the phrases and word classes to keep track of all of this information. And the whole thing, as we already know, is a sentence. Writing out noun phrase and verb phrase every time is kind of tedious. So linguists generally abbreviate these as NP and VP. And the same goes with N for noun, V for verb, and S for sentence, plus DET for determiner. Tree diagrams let us see the predicate relationship we talked about in the last episode. The verb and object noun phrase are both given in languages that put their words in a different order. The verb and the object still have this close relationship. Let's take Japanese, for example. In Japanese, the verb comes at the end of the sentence. The verb is still in the same phrase, the verb phrase, as the twist. Going back to English now, here's another sentence. Gabagai ate my cake. This new sentence has completely different words from the first one, but it has the exact same structure. So its tree structure diagram looks the same. We can make a lot of sentences from just a few basic bits of structure. And this leads us to an interesting puzzle. Let's try to figure out all the possible structures of sentences in English. In other words, let's try to make a grammar of English. A grammar is a description of how sentences go together in a language. We could use a grammar to start to teach machines to understand English or to compare the rules of English to those of another language. A grammar isn't necessarily what's actually going on in your head when you're saying a sentence. That's still an open question that linguists are researching. And while we'll be focusing on a grammar of English here, every language has one. Making a grammar is actually a pretty big challenge. Let's start out with a few sentences and figure out how to describe their structure. Taylor sees the rabbit ate cake, and Gabagai walked. First, we
that
notice
would
that
not
we
make
can split
sense
each
that her father
sentence
would
into two
insert
pieces,
his
and we can mix and
six-year-old
match the
daughter
front half and the back half. We have Taylor, the rabbit, on one side,
Rachel,
and sees the rabbit,
Diana,
Kate,
and
and Mom
Esther's
on the
known
other.
as fair
Gavin sees the rabbit should be okay
that's
sentence,
reflective of the
even though
nature
they're not
of
on our
Jews
original
within
list. Based on my
society where they
linguistic
would have,
intuitions as an English
their
speaker,
Jewish
that's a
identity,
good prediction,
and they would
and
have
as part of our
alternate
grammar,
secular
we established
identity
that
with no
sentences
hiding the fact
contain
they were
two parts.
Jewish,
So what
but
if
they
we split
would
those sentences
nevertheless
up like this
have
instead?
commerce
This
with
predicts that the
outside
sentences
society. The ghetto, of
Gabagai
course,
ate rabbit,
closed
ate
at
cake,
night.
and
Would
the my
travel
cake
outside
should
the
be
ghetto
possible.
for business.
And we know as English speakers that they're not. We'd expect some groupings to fail like this in any language we try. So in our grammar of English so far, these sentences contain two parts. But it also matters what those two parts are. Let's go back to our list of words and highlight the nouns, verbs, and determiners in different colors. So for Taylor sees the rabbit, we'll make Taylor and the rabbit red for noun, sees blue for verb, and the green for determiner. Based on this, we could write a couple of rules for English grammar. First, we can say that a sentence in English is made up of two parts. A noun phrase. A noun phrase is made up of its plus a noun. And a verb phrase is made up of a verb plus a noun. But even though those rules are a good start, they still need a few tweaks. Not all of our noun phrases have a determiner in them. Sometimes it's the rabbit, but other times it's just some of our verb phrases don't have rabbit or eat cake, but other times it's just do using friends. It has a nice effect. The only thing that's absolutely required in a noun phrase is a noun, and the only thing that's required in a verb phrase is a verb. We call the required piece the part that the phrase is named after, the head, and the less important additions, the comma. There are plenty more things that we can add to a sentence, which starts to make the grammar even more complicated. For instance, take these words, the rabbit with the start, ha, and Gabagai ate cake on the moon. We've added two new phrases, with the start and on the moon. These phrases contain a determiner and a noun, but they also contain a preposition, a word that shows the relationship of the noun phrase to the rest of the sentence. So now we can make a rule for a prepositional phrase, which contains a preposition as the head and a noun phrase as the complement. We also need to refine our rules for noun phrases and verb phrases to allow for optional prepositional phrases. So far, our grammar contains just 4 rules, but it's already really powerful. To find out how, let's look at another thought bubble. Hey, look, Dad and I are inside a bubble, inside a thought bubble, inside a thought bubble. We could just keep going. We might get bored or run out of space on the screen or get cut off by YouTube's time limits, but in theory, we could just keep embedding thought bubbles inside of thought bubbles forever. What's wrong with these thought bubbles to get
So that's a little bit about the
Okay,
name.
leave thought bubble
Literary activity, one of the
and leave thought bubble. Okay, now we're back in a normal single bubble. Thought bubbles have the property of recursion.
I will
We can embed thought bubbles inside of thought bubbles forever. Language is also recursive. Let's take the phrase inside a thought bubble. Inside is a preposition, so this is a prepositional phrase. And a thought bubble is a noun phrase. But inside this noun phrase, a thought bubble, we can add another prepositional phrase. Let's say it's also inside a thought bubble. And we can keep going. In fact, we already did when we were describing the recursive thought bubbles in the first place. We don't always have to embed the exact same words. Recursion just means we can build structures inside of other structures. For instance, the rabbit on the moon, in the solar system, in the Milky Way, in the universe, on Friday, hopped. There Gab goes. Thanks, thought bubble, and thought bubble, and thought bubble. Our simplified little set of 4 grammar rules is powerful enough for recursion. But there's also some things, adverbs like quickly, pronouns like you or me. Overthinking like linguists, we use our knowledge of language to continue to a more complete set of rules. This is just the start, but even with just 4 rules, we can see that sometimes completely different words have the same linguistic structure. Other times, the same words have different linguistic structures. We can see the similarities and differences by looking at language from the perspective of syntax. Let's take these two sentences. Time flies like an arrow means that the concept of time is fast, like an arrow is fast. Fruit flies like a banana means that these small insects are fond of fruit. Both of these sentences have flies and like in them, but These words
patron,
have different structural
often
relationships with the rest of
would
the sentence.
support
In
their
this
work
first tree,
if
flies is the verb and
about
like is a preposition.
their publication
In
or
the
their
second
artistic
tree,
endeavor.
on phrase and like is the
Well,
verb.
early
We can represent that difference by drawing diagrams. Don't stress about the triangles. Linguists use triangles in a tree to save space and represent that are not focused on one town.
was something
But we
that
can see how these shared words by different parts of each one horn flying from the
status
east.
in the outside
This
world.
could be
Societies, they
or it could be about a creature that eats one-eyed, one-horned, flying purple people, or something in between. Maybe a one-eyed, one-horned creature that eats flying purple people.
gain
Some of these
social
beasts are a
entree.
lot more dangerous than others. Throughout this episode, we've been using rules and tree diagrams as a fairly simple way of representing the structure of
Therefore,
sentences.
they
But there are
established their
lots of
own
other ways of representing the same sentence.
venue.
There are many theories of syntax which have different ways of representing grammatical structure,
Odd places
each
to
with
be.
their advantages and limitations. And there are some grammatical structures that syntacticians haven't even figured out how to represent yet. So far, we've seen sentences with absurd meanings but
Poet
reasonable
or
grammar.
novelist coming
Next
back
time on Crash Course Linguistics, we'll go deeper into meaning itself. Thanks for watching this episode of Crash Course Linguistics. If you want to help keep Crash Course free for everybody forever, you can join our community on Patreon.
Hosting these kinds of events. She instituted perhaps the first of these salons in Europe. This is quite early
Hi,
already.
I'm Taylor and welcome to Crash Course Linguistics. What is the meaning of life? Or a chair? Or a rabbit? Well, we might not know about life, but we can easily find out what a word means. We just look it up in Dictionary TM. Episode over. The first problem with relying on photographers still needs some other way. The second problem is that writing a definition isn't always the most effective way of pinning down the meaning of a word. The area of linguistics interests in meaning and the many ways that we can describe it is semantics.
Kind of like national enquirer sort of feel. They are very standard in reality. But they really
To
say
better
a lot
understand the
about the
complexities of
emerging
meaning,
role of
let's start with a humble definition, a clear and concise description of how people are using a word. Definitions are what we're used to reading in dictionaries and help us see when one word has a certain type of relationship to another word. For example, several words can have about the same definition. They're synonyms like happy and glad and joyful. Two can also have the opposite definition.
So this is what happens.
It's like inside and outside. Of a broader category, it's a type of color, or rabbit, a type of animal. The specific word, like red, is a hypernym. A word which is a hyponym of one type of rabbit, and a rabbit is a type of animal. Semantic relationships, like synonym, antonyms, hyponyms, and burnonyms, are found across many languages, but not all languages draw semantic lines in the same place. For example, English has one word, no, while Polish splits this up. It has beer, or I know a fact, and snob, or I know a person. In contrast, Portuguese fazer is used where English has both to do and to make. If you look up a word in a bilingual dictionary, you'll often find more than one possible translation, and you need to know further context about how a language carves off the semantic space in order to know which translation to use. Definitions are also useful for describing how words shift their meanings over time. For example, words can become broader in their meaning. Thing used to refer to a council or assembly in English, but now it can be used to refer to anything. Words in their meaning. For example, girl used to mean child, and now it's possessive, and words can change meanings altogether. And then silly, then fussy, and nice. One driver of this language change is taboo. We use words as you please understood to avoid saying ruder words, but then the euphemisms start in a cross used on a dressing table, then an empty items associated with the dressing table, like a mirror and hairbrush, and then a room containing a dressing table with a lavatory attached. Finally, people use this word to refer to the porcelain plumbing item and the room that it's in, because it sounded more polite than, I don't know, crap house? Goop room? Now the word toilet words change, their definitions can still be
each other
straightforward.
and how
But
they're
definitions don't always work so
they have
easily. For
pictures
example,
of
the same
themselves
sequence
drawn
of sounds
next to
can have
each other,
multiple meanings.
look at
Switch
each other, and
bands, which can be
they
decided for
know
people
what it
store
would be
money.
like to actually
This is known as
with each other.
publicity, and it only gets
It's
trickier
kind of
from there.
neat.
Let's see what the thought
He
bubbles
also
are.
writes during
Let's
lunch.
picture the sandwich we would choose if we were going to draw an unremarkable sandwichy
But I
sandwich.
guess that's
Consider the type of bread. White,
Italy used to
whole
write
wheat,
letters like
loaf, or something imaginative. Maybe you went with a
By the
PJ
way,
or something.
Claire
Maybe
is
it's a
the
filling between some
last
crust or
light
white on a roll. And wraps and pitas are on a lot of sandwich menus, so maybe a sandwich is a filling between two somewhat bread-like pieces. Burger has got a filling between two halves of the roll. But what about an ice cream sandwich? It's got a filling between two cookies. And it eats that sandwich today. And if we're going to count wraps and rolls, does that make burrito a
Let me
sandwich?
read to you
A hot dog? A pizza?
one example
What if we
of
bolt the pizza? And this doesn't even get to how
by the
sandwiches
way,
are more
the reason
cross-cultural.
I have all this,
Maybe your sandwich involves Vegemite or liver paste like the Norwegian mutton.
he
Okay,
loved
so our
his
sandwich
writing so
definition
much,
isn't really working that
published
well,
the
and
book
we
of his
probably need to
letters,
figure out definitions
Solo.
for filling and somewhat
letters of
bread-like
Salva
pieces.
Seba,
Oh no. We are speech. A bit of a bubble.
and
Maybe 17 samples of different
his letters
definitions.
to her,
Anyway. Think about it hard enough. Starts to break down
largely
exceptions
wrong.
we know
Archive,
whether addresses
but
and
together
that's not
what
even getting into
said.
social content. Emotions. Maybe nothing means that. Maybe the problem isn't words.
He also
It's with how to express their meaning.
I must
Psychology
confess that
professor,
you did
rather than
not
imagining how
by your
dictionary style
promises that you
clear-cut
would approve
definitions
some
of
of
things
my
in our brain,
I
Rothschild
claim
argued that
no
we instead
other
have
virtue
prototypes or exemplars, the most
that
typical
which makes
representatives
you
of a
wish
category.
your
Then we have other
salvation.
category members
Believe
that are
me, Lady
more or
Sarah,
less central,
that your
depending on how
salvation
similar
will
they
be
are to
lost.
the exemplar. For example, an exemplar of a
And the
chair
grounds for this
has
awakening
four
have
legs,
been
a
set
rigid
forth
back, one
distinctly
human.
by
But
him.
that doesn't mean that a
That
chair
there is
can't
no
have
need
three
for a
levels or
repetition
be
of
extra
I
tall
beg
or
you,
be an adjustable
carefully the
desk
last
chair.
part
And
of
most
the book
people's
I've sent
exemplars
you.
of a bird
Search there
small
for
feathery
other
ones
reasons
like
you're
swans.
not
It
even
doesn't
allowed
mean
to
that
God
less
and pray to
category
God that
members
he
like
may
emus or
grant you
penguins aren't still
illumination.
birds. Special prototype theory offers a escape hatch for definitions. We don't need to pin down an exact set of criteria for sainthood or chairness. Instead, we can recognize that some examples are prototypical members of the category. Other examples are more loosely coded. Both kinds of meaning are
She
or
not
draw
a
a picture
Jewess
of.
whom I
Humor
chose
works
as the
okay with
heroine
ideas
of
that
my
are
poem,
abstract, like happiness and
yourself,
democracy.
whom I
Not
made the
every word
mistress of my desire.
Take words
are
like
a
the,
Jewess.
is,
Thus,
and every.
obligated to
It doesn't
cease
make
to
much
be a
sense to
Christian,
ask what
you
is
may
the
with
looks
good
like.
reason
We're trying
regard
to
me
think of
as
the most
the most
prototypical
ardent
example of an of. These little words that help a sentence fit together grammatically are called function words. They can only really be described
But
based
do
on their
not get
relationship
excited.
to
The
the words
love
they're
which
used
I
with.
cherish towards
Their
you
function
cannot
in a
remain
sentence. To
inactive.
pin down
When the
exactly what
terrible
these functions
danger that
are,
surrounds
we
you
can express
stirs
the
to
relationships
passion
between
in the
words
depths
in
of my
mathematical,
soul.
symbolic terms,
Because this
using
is just
predicate
like
calculus.
the
This
lighter
concept
half.
also comes up in
Sometimes it gets
mathematics,
super
computer
heavy
science, or
talking about how
philosophy,
she's
where it can also go by the names first order logic, quantificational logic, and first order predicate calculus. Predicate calculus is a branch of formal semantics. That's formal as in using form, not as instruments
in the
that you
ghetto,
do while we're on down. At the heart of formal semantics is one exception. The sentence means we have to know when the sentence is true or not. And predicate calculus helps us find the meanings of certain words in those true sentences. Predicate calculus works for two function words, all and a.
politely,
Let's start with the
reverently,
sentence. All like, I like that.
so to speak,
We can't infer how many crash courses the universal quantifier. If this was a crash course like gas,
right?
then we
But
can infer that there's a gas and that there are crash
again, we're
courses
only
spelled like
basing
that.
this
It might
on
be neat,
what he
but we
said
can't be
in
certain.
there.
We don't know
But
which
it
crash
appears
supposed it is, only that they exist. So A is known as an existential quantifier. In the sentence, all crash course hosts like a rabbit, we now have one universal quantifier and one existential quantifier. This sentence actually has two different meanings. One, there's a rabbit that all crash course hosts like, or two, every crash course host each likes a different rabbit. It would be hard to write down this kind of meaning in a definition, let alone describe this interaction between all and A in a few words. But using symbols lets us see these relationships more clearly. Functional meanings are expressed in different languages. So only exploring two function words here. There's an extensive set of notation we can use to explore other functions. Some of them are still being figured out. These methods are just two ways to use mention, still more advanced, such as binary features, which is useful for precisely describing words that are part of a taxonomy, like words for family members, and natural science meta language, where words can be broken down into other, more basic units of meaning, and cognitive semantics, where metaphors draw connections between abstract concepts, like time, and concrete concepts, like physical location. Some aspects of semantics highlight similarities between different, unrelated languages. Other aspects highlight meanings that are more specific to a particular language or language family. There's so much more to talk about, and we'd love to get into it, but we don't have time. Trying to articulate the meaning of a word in a dictionary is an amazing skill, but meaning is complicated and nebulous and requires a range of semantic tools to pin down. Next time at Crash Course Linguistics, we'll zoom out further and talk about meaning beyond words in a larger social context. Thanks for watching this episode of Crash Course Linguistics. If you want to help keep all Crash Course for everybody forever, join our community on Patreon.
And other things are listed, but so this is just giving you a sense of.
Hello, I'm Taylor. Welcome to Crash Course Linguistics. Sometimes we don't say exactly what we mean, yet we still manage to understand each other. If you ask if it's raining when I come inside soaking wet, and I assume that I'm being sarcastic rather than being compliment. Or if you ask me, can you close the window? I'll probably interpret your question as a polite request rather than a question about my physical ability. The reason we can figure out what's going on is because we don't just look at words and sentences for meaning. We also look at context. The area of linguistics that puts meaning into context is called pragmatics.
I would say multiple. All kinds of terrible things.
We don't have 100% complete information about everything that's going on when we're talking to people, so we often need to make some assumptions about the context in order to understand each other. There are four main assumptions that pragmaticists talk about when it comes to communication. Let's start with great job, Sherlock. In some contexts, that could be a statement of admiration at your friend's deductive powers. But in other contexts, like if your friend has done something especially unwise, calling them Sherlocks actually illustrates how much they're not like Sherlock Holmes. That's because most of the time, we assume that people are trying to communicate high quality. We know the context and the words clearly don't match. We can deduce float around the internet a while back. Look at all these ducks. There are at least 10. This option is technically true. There are at least 10 ducks. There's a whole swarm of ducks, probably hundreds. And hundreds is definitely consistent with at least 10, but anyone who can see that there are at least 10 ducks in this gym can also see there are way more than 10 ducks. And there's something so funny about the way the caption goes against our assumptions about communication. That assumption is that people are giving us a sufficient quantity of information. Enough detail, but not too much. The boring, consistent with our assumption version of this caption would have been, look at all these ducks. There are hundreds. But the ordinary version wouldn't have been as funny, and it probably wouldn't have gone as viral. Food labels also generally align with our third assumption. For example, if a pack of gum says sugar-free, it's because gum sometimes contains sugar will tell us the relevance. It can also be used for mislead to imply that something is relevant when it's really not. If an olive oil brand starts labeling its body sugar-free olive oil, you might think, here. You ask one person first, well, it certainly is a class, they say. You ask someone else who says, oh yeah, the professor shows up every day, goes, stands in front of the room, talks to us, gives us assignments. Both of these statements theoretically seem like they should be completely unremarkable. Of course you'd expect a class to be a class, or a professor to show up and wear clothing and give assignments. And yet somehow when your friends give you way less detail than expected, or lots of detail about obvious things, it raises suspicions. What on earth is going on with this class that they can't just tell you if it's good? Our fourth assumption is that people will say things in a manner which is as straightforward as possible for the context. If something is good, you should probably just say that it's good. If something's not so great though, we might be reluctant to criticize it overtly. So we sometimes say things in a less straightforward manner in order to be more diplomatic. So when our friend says something that misaligns with our assumptions, tell us that something's up with that professor. These four assumptions that what someone says will be of sufficient quality, quantity, relevance, and manner can be summed up with one bigger idea. They're also sometimes known as Grace's maxims. But it's okay, we can use them too. According to the cooperative principle, whenever someone says something that doesn't make sense at a literal level, we can figure out or infer what else they could have meant, assuming they're still trying to contribute in a cooperative way to the conversation. Sometimes we assume cooperation so quickly that we don't even really notice it. For instance, if I say, hey Gab, do you want to have a picnic? And Gab says, it's raining, we could probably infer that Gab was declining my picnic suggestion. But technically speaking, Gab didn't actually say yes or no. If we were a computer programmer or a lawyer or someone else who cares about very strict literal interpretations, we have to point out that the picnic sentence and the raining sentence don't have to be related. It's only because we have an understanding of context of cooperation that we interpret them as related. We know things involve eating food outdoors, and then it's hard to eat. This additional meaning layered on top of the words we're saying is known as an implicature. Understanding how implicature works can help us make sense of the moments when someone says one thing and means another. If Gab asks, can I have a cookie? And I reply, I don't know, can you? Quite justifiably be annoyed at me because of the implicature that this is a request. And if you watch enough YouTube videos, I'm not even asking you to subscribe, but you might have thought about it in this context, pointing out that is really saying please subscribe without overtly saying please subscribe. Using implicature to ask that it's a way of being polite and indirect, and languages have lots of other strategies for being polite. Some languages add a short word or particles to make something more polite, like please or sorry. In Malay, you can add law to it. Something like, hand me that law. That turns it from a demand into something more like, would you please do that? In Mandarin, you tell a person to have a seat, but just saying sit. That probably sounds way too strong, like saying command your pen. And it sounds strong to me. It's Christian. But instead of edit, please, they repeat, here, have a seat. Some languages have different forms of verbs or other words, depending on the social status of you're talking to. In French, the pronoun also make it more polite. In ESL, raised eyebrows are used both to indicate questions and also as a way of making a request or apology more polite. While there's a wide variety of grammatical ways to show politeness across languages, we also see a general tendency that adding qualifiers and caveats, known as hedges, to our replies tend to be seen as polite. So does being indirect, such as asking or even just hinting rather than ordering. So if I want you to close the window because I'm freezing, it would be more polite to say, would you mind closing the window, or it's chilly in here. Then it wouldn't be just straight up tell you to close the window. We follow our culture and our language's norms of politeness because it's part of the whole process by which we create meaning between us and the people we're talking to. Both politeness and the cooperative principle are part of pragmatics. They're part of our agreement about how we're going to talk to each other. Pragmatics affects everything from our words to even the very way we have
everlasting memory which I keep of the bounty thou hast
the
always
flow
shown
of words between people
Accept
is known
therefore
as
this full
turning.
token of the
I say
unlimited
something,
devotion of
you
thy
reply,
daughter,
I
whom
reply
thou
that,
lovest us so
not
much.
important. There's a lot of
We
variation
allow
across individuals and even
enjoy
across
life and health.
cultures as more or less of silence varies between people talking. When it comes to overlap in content where people do a lot overlapping, talking time, and don't leave much room for any silence after the other person's finished speaking.
Arguments
High
that were
involvement
very
interactional style. On the other end, we have a conversational style where people tune out and leave space after someone else is finished before beginning their turn.
response
This is known as high considerateness interactional style. You might tend to be more high involvement and have a friend who is high considerateness, and it makes you feel like you're doing all the conversational heavy lifting. If you tend towards high considerateness, you might feel like your friend doesn't let you get a word in edgewise. There's some general trends in different areas too. Speakers of Delta and Japanese tend to have more overlap than speakers of Lao and Dane. Even within American English, New Yorkers tend to be more high involvement and Californian considerateness. These differences are measured in just milliseconds, which shows how sensitive humans can be to turn-taking differences and all the other little pragmatic politeness. Thanks, Thought Bubble. I appreciate it. So when we look at how people use language in conversation, I feel like we're using context to make a case team. And just like barricade, the individual conversation style, cultural norms, mean each conversation or interaction can turn out a little bit differently. Next time I crush with linguistics, we'll look specifically at how your social reality affects your linguistic choices. Thanks for watching this episode of Crash Course Linguistics.
Tell me
If
that
you
for
want to help
God's
keep
sake,
all Crash
or
Courses
about
free
the
for
side.
everybody
What has
forever,
induced
you
you
can
to
join our
write
community on
this track
Patreon.
and to involve my name? You say in Virgilian verses that God has chosen you for this
Hi,
person.
I'm Taylor, and welcome to Crash Course
This is
Linguistics.
ignorance.
Everyone has an accent.
So the
There's no
Lord
such
had
thing
his
as an
disposal for
accent
such
in English
sublime and
or
important
any
purpose.
other language.
No
The many
other
and
more
varied ways we
illuminated
speak
spirit,
are
no
influenced by
more
who we
learned
grew up
servant
with
than just
and
you.
where we live
Of the
and
host
tons
of
of
all
other different
scholars he has
factors.
chosen
And the way
nobody
we
but
feel about how we
with such
speak
a
and
worthy
how
manner.
others sound to us
It's a belief
is
in the
influenced by
immortality
society.
of the soul will not
Language can have a
be
huge
here by
impact on
other
our
means
workplaces,
than rational
media,
grounds.
and
You
even
would
at
be
the
served
store.
badly if
So
there were
it's no
not
wonder
other
our
than
personal
yours,
accents
which,
and languages
although they
get
have made
tangled up in
very
our
often,
identities.
have
Looking
been
at the social
misunderstood
element
and
of language and
so
how
badly
language forms
by
part of
you.
our identity is the
You
study
want to
of
deal with the soul, with
sociolinguistics.
immortality, with the most difficult and arduous question in all philosophy, which perhaps has been obscure. Very exactly. Certainly aware of the fact that you are neither a
We talk with
philosopher,
the people we
nor
know,
in spite of this, you have
and
dared
especially
touch
before the
with
internet,
your
one of the
fingers
biggest factors
such
that
a
affect who
sublime.
we know and who we talk
Pretty
to
nasty
is
fighting
geography.
words
One
that
of the
keep
earliest
on
kinds of
embarrassed
sociolinguistics
whoever
was dialectology, trying to map out all of the regional variations of a given language. While dialectologists were
I
historically
repeat
focused on
what I have
regional
said
variations,
already.
a dialect
This
is
is
any
not an
variety
answer
of a
to your
language
challenge,
associated
but
with
a
a group of
simple
people.
manifesto
Early
to
dialectologists
excuse
traveled
my
around
not
by
making
car
my
or
appearance.
bicycle with a
There is
notebook
no
or a
reason
tape
for a
recorder,
combat
interviewing
no
locals and recording how they spoke. As
neither
technology
words nor
evolved, they
As
also
far
started
as I'm
using
concerned, you
telephone
may
calls
remove your
and
armor,
then
but
internet
if you
surveys
provoke
and
me
social
again
media
with
data.
insults,
They found that
I have
generally
no more
speaking,
intention of
the
answering
longer
you.
a group
First,
of
because I do
living
not
somewhere and
waste
speaking
my
the same
time,
language,
and then
the
because
more
I have no
dense the
desire
linguistic
whatsoever
variation
to
in that
attract the
area.
attention
There
of the
are a
public.
few specific
My
languages
writings,
that stay
you have shown
relatively
yourself so
stable in
unused.
Switzerland and Papua New Guinea.
You will attain
So we
the
see lots
immortality
of in a pretty
intelligently.
small area.
You observe
Individual villages.
as well as
Contrast,
I have
languages spread out. The group of related sign languages, including British Sign Language, Auslan, used in Australia, New Zealand Sign Language, as well as the African Sign
unlike the
Language.
Ansaldo
Anyway,
affair,
you may even have encountered some of the fruits of English dialectology here on YouTube. Those accent challenge videos you may have watched actually use a list of words from a linguistic study from 2003, and I've experienced variations in real life myself. When I was growing up in Wisconsin, I always called that thing that you drink water from in school a bubbler. Then when I moved to New York, I learned that people here didn't know what I was talking about, and I had to learn to call it a water cup. But it's not a straightforward switch. When I'm on the phone with my family in Wisconsin, I switch right back to bubbler and bang instead of fountain. I also encountered accent variations when I was learning Spanish. My professor in the U.S. spoke Spanish from Argentina. It sounded even within a geographic factors influence how we speak.
Among other
For
things,
example, we tend to spend more time with people close to our own age than 30 years older or younger than us. We do talk differently. Other demographic factors also influence who people hang out with and sound like. Demographics as a way of getting insight into how different people talk. And sure enough, we do find linguistic varieties associated with all of these demographics. The way I talk represents important parts of me. I'm a 20-something, college-educated, multiracial queer woman, and I use differences in my language to express each of those identities and all of the combinations of them in certain ways and at certain times. Now that social media lets us more easily graph out people's social connections, though, linguists have found that our individual networks play a big role in our language choices beyond demographic categorization. So if most of your friends are actually much older or younger than you, for example, you might talk more like them than your age. Like, I was on Tumblr and YouTube a lot in the early 2010s, and it definitely had an effect on how I speak. For example, American Sign Language is more closely related to because French signers were involved in early American schools for AS myself, Asian and deaf education. In the past, there were clear distinctions between the varieties of Irish Sign Language used by men and women of gender segregation and Irish schools for the deaf. Though younger ISL signers have been breaking down these differences. Sociolinguists have also found that the more closely we identify with the group, the more likely we are to speak like members of that. People who express more rootedness in their local community tend to speak with more features of Appalachian English. Jewish women in one study showed variation depending on how closely they related to their Jewish faith, and young men in Washington, D.C. with one black parent and one white parent are likely to talk differently depending on whether they identify as biracial or black. But because people often change the way they talk depending on who they're talking to, sociolinguists study linguistic variety can run into the observer's paradox. Participating in a study makes people talk differently because university research is a formal social context with a very different atmosphere than, say, talking to your friend on Twitter. How one language researcher dealt with the observer's paradox, but with a visit to William LeBeau is a linguist who is interested in the sound that drops the R after vowels. You might have seen it on TV. I love New York. I'm new. I'm very sorry. Back in the 1960s, LeBeau wanted what social factors in a department store, a mid-range department store, and a bargain department store. In each store, he picked a department on the fourth floor or words with an R after a vowel. You could listen closely to hear whether they said the R or not when they replied. The salesperson would either say fourth floor or fourth floor, and then LeBeau would say pardon, so the salesperson would repeat it more carefully. LeBeau would then head off, but instead of buying shoes, he'd pull out his notebook and write down whether the person used the R each time. He repeated this over and over at 3 department stores, and if you think that sounds a bit suspicious, you'd be right. Apparently, he got questioned a few times. Whoops. At the end of the study, LeBeau found that the staff at the fanciest department store were most likely to pronounce the R, followed by the mid-range store, and finally the bargain store. He also noticed that people at all 3 stores were more likely to use the R pronunciation when they were asked themselves. So they had come into the university for a study style of speech the whole time. That R was associated with how prestigious someone wanted to sound. Was from New York, where someone was from. Other researchers have navigated the observer's theory that they, or a research assistant, are members of. This means people are less likely to change the way they speak. Some linguists also specifically look at language that's public, like news interviews or YouTube videos, because people in those recordings have already decided who they're speaking for. However, there's also a certain YouTuber voice. When I started to make vlogs, I noticed myself speaking differently. I watched enough videos online that I found myself doing this sort of guy, upbeat YouTuber voice when I was in front of the camera. I'm actually a lot more mellow when I'm hanging out with my friends, or even in my own this video where it's two people directing me and I'm adjusting my speech to the conventions of more academic content. Changing the way we speak depending on which group we're speaking to called code switching. I also code switched depending on my black friends or white friends. Because one of my parents is black and the other one is white, I was exposed to two varieties of English from my family: African American English, or AAE, and standardized American English. So I may swap dialects depending on the situation. There's more pressure for many people to use white-sounding standardized accents in professional contexts, kind of like and there's research backing me up. Like John Baugh and Kelly Wright have found linguistic discrimination in areas like the housing market. When someone calls and asks about renting a house with a black, that's just one example, but linguistic discrimination is pervasive, affecting from education to job prospects. Even though African English speakers face discrimination, AAE has as much grammatical sophistication as any other variety of English. One example of the grammar of AAE is from a 2005 study by Janice E. Jackson and Lisa Green. These linguists showed young children pictures of Cookie Monster sitting in bed with no cookies, while Elmo was nearby eating all the cookies. When the kids were asked who is eating all the cookies, all the kids pointed to Elmo. But when Jackson asked who would be eating cookies, the black kids who spoke AAE pointed to Cookie Monster, while the white kids who spoke standardized American English pointed to Elmo. That's because be is a specific verb form in AAE, which indicates an action that usually does. And as these kids knew, Cookie Monster's state called words from AAE regularly get appropriated into the non-black American mainstream as the latest cool trends, and onto the rest of the world through American cultural exports like shows and music. As publishers face discrimination for seriously brands, you can stop replying to my tweets like, yeah, period, sis. Just like AAE, every linguistic variety has its own cool features when you start looking at it deeply. We could do a whole series about any of the hundreds of varieties just within English alone. The social beliefs that people have about accents and dialects, whether they sound cool or boring, ugly or beautiful, silly or serious, are really a reflection of our attitudes toward the people we associate with those ways of speaking. Standards like national languages and style guides exist because they're supported by people with power, not because some forms of language are inherently better. As people learn about linguistics, crash course free for everybody forever. You can join our community on Hi, welcome to Crash Course Free. The letters O-U-G-H. They're pronounced differently in top, cough, go, through, in different ways. There's a difference between I am going to get you and I'm gonna get you. If we want to talk about the different ways people can pronounce the same spellings or which sounds exist in different languages, it's useful to have a more precise understanding of how language sounds work. The study of speech sounds is called phonetics, and the writing system that linguists use to pronunciation very precisely is called the International. Speech sounds don't include coughing, sneezing, or belching. The sounds that spoken languages combine with each other to make words. While there are finite numbers of speech sounds, we can use them to make an infinite number of words. To understand speech sounds through the roots, your vocal folds are thin membranes that sit across your throat and vibrate to the sound. This path, which moves from lungs to lips, is known as the vocal tract. We can change the shape of any part of the vocal tract to make or articulate different
Hello, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the first lecture. I got some really great feedback, and it was really helpful for me to get a sense of how to design these classes better. Today we're going to go into the first historical lecture. The lecture that you just listened to was a little bit more theoretical about historiography, both the history per se, and now we're going to get into the nitty-gritty. My goal for today is to really go over two things. First of all, to give you a lightning review of Jewish history from the beginnings of time until the beginnings of the first millennium, the year zero. Jewish sectarianism. I want to give you a sense of the diversity of Jewish thought at the beginning. For today, those two things. Let's get started. So here you see in the cover image a really interesting kind of thing. It's a mural from the Rothschild synagogue, which is a 3rd century synagogue that is a great example of how the influence of Hellenism on Jewish thought and practice. This is a scene synagogue that depicts the rest from the Nile River by Paro, the daughter of Pharaoh. You can see her there at the edited by my little blog there. But in the background, so obviously I have no problem seeing things like this in the local synagogue. But if you look at the Middle East like that, framing, the expressions, sort of stylistic devices are clear influence, which is normal. I mean, after all, the Jews were living in a very Greek culture at the theme of today's talk. So, first of all, let's talk a little about our sources for Jewish history. I mean, what are our sources for Jewish history? First of all, we have the Bible, the Torah, to the 3 sections of the Hebrew Scriptures. That is the Torah, the first 5 books of Moses, followed by the Nevi'im, or like that. And it's a fantastic source with all kinds of amazing information, and it really is the first go-to source for any of the information we're going to look at in the ancient period. Unfortunately, it is not intended by its authors as a historical source. I mean, the prophets and so on, when they recorded those things, they were not necessarily intending to give us a modern critical historical account of what happened in the period. The primary goal of the works of Enoch in particular are spiritual edification, to teach us spiritual lessons and to try to advance the cause of Jewish values and so on. So it's a way for gathering information, but it should not be considered some books like Shir Hashirim, the Song of Songs, made it into the Tanakh. Others were debated and did not make it into the Tanakh. For example, these books are sometimes included in other Bibles. So, for example, the Catholic Bible has some really interesting books that the Jewish Bible does not include. The Christian scriptures per se, there are books like Jude and Tobit, which were considered secret. It's only external books or exterior books by the text to other traditions, and they were in fact incorporated into non-Jewish Bibles. But these, impart an edifying message, cannot be considered appropriately as historical sources, but they do have historical data that we can use. Finally, we have scattered sources. in various non-Jewish documents of somewhat dubious value as well. First of all, there are not so many of them. There's clearly the first source to go to are intrinsic and Roman literature, which can shed valuable light on Jewish
Yeah,
history.
we'll play in a second. I have to use your restroom.
Often trying to cast the Jews in a particular light. This is the stele of the pharaoh Merneptah.
Welcome. How are you?
The earliest reference found to Jews in a non-Jewish source, and it dates from.
What's good, son? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yo, dog, we're just watching. There you go. I didn't want to talk with you anyway.
From the 13th century before the Common Era, and there's this phrase:
What
Israel
the hell?
is wasted, its seed
What?
is no more. Rather nasty kind.
Can you hear me?
Hey, hello.
How you living,
Yeah, I can
Tim?
hear you.
Excellent. How are things in your neck of the woods?
It's going pretty good. Can't complain.
Excellent. How'd you find out about me?
So
I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Data is Earth's #1 resource, according to The Economist magazine. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
I heard of it, but I never actually seen it.
From like 22 different angles on YouTube, and basically everything that I do. And I basically do everything online of interest, and I have more data than any person in global history. How's that sound?
Okay, yeah, that sounds good. That sounds good.
Yourself at home, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely, my friend.
Okay. Kind of doomsday statement. But if we look over here, okay, so this is what Israel's seed looks like today. Okay, interesting, nice, happy children. It's a Yom HaAtzmaut, Israeli Independence Day celebration there. And this is what the Merempta looks like. So good. Let's have a look. Here's Israel's seed, which according to the Pharaoh is wasted and no more. And let's look at the Pharaoh. I mean, I'm just saying. Okay, let's go on. So, the establishment of the first Jewish king, his son-in-law, King David. In fact, that takes up most of the description of the book of Samuel, and then it's handed over to David's son Solomon, Shlomo, and kings, and so on. After the monarchy is established, then we have its dissolution into two states, two divided kingdoms, Judah in the south and Israel in the north. I'm going to show you a map of that shortly. Then in the late 8th century, a terrible tragedy strikes as the northern is conquered by the Assyrians, and northern tribes are taken away into captivity and lost forever. This is the sort of the famous 10 lost tribes of Judaism. And interesting, if you follow the history of the idea of the 10 lost tribes, there are all kinds of peoples, including, for example, the British from the 10 lost tribes. Maybe some interesting things actually DNA research, right? Babylonians, and then the carting away of a good chunk. They are there for about 70. They are allowed to return, rebuild the temple. Most Jews stayed in Babylon, but quite a few returned to Israel and created a second temple. And there was a Jewish Renaissance. So if you have a look at the maps here, here's a map of the divided kingdoms of Judah and Israel. You can see that Judah is in the Judean desert and southward towards the Negev. The kingdom of Israel is further north in the region of today's Shomron, the Galil, and even extended across the Jordan River into contemporary Jordan. Here's a map of the Neo-Babylonian Empire, the period in which the Jews were carted off there. And they're leaving from places like Judah, you see towards the left, moving over into the Mesopotamian region. The word Mesopotamia means between the rivers. It refers to the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, not shown here, but they sort of go diagonally down from the center of the map into the Persian Gulf, what would be today contemporary Iraq, and the Kuwait. And the Jews set up several cities. This is kind of some pottery that was discovered in Israel around this time of the Renaissance of Jews after return under Ezra in the 6th century. And it's written in the Old Hebrew script, and the text reads, belonging to Yehoyishma, daughter of Shamash Shar Usur. So the Yehoyishma is a Jewish name, meaning God will listen in Hebrew. And Shamash Shar Usur is a man's name that refers explicitly to a Babylonian god. So it's kind of an interesting document because it shows that the daughter who owned this signet had a Hebrew name that with a clear reference to the Jewish god, but her father had a Babylonian name. And I think this is a little bit like, if you can imagine, like a t-shirt or something, and you looked at the collar in the back and it said, this belongs to Yehudis, the daughter of Marvin. As a kind of a comparison, your father has an English name. I myself, I go by it's kind of a funny thing. If you go back generations in my family, they don't have Hebrew names again. So there's kind of this cycle of Hebrew and then more assimilationist, then Hebrew and so on. But let's move on. Okay. So, concluding with the first part of this lecture, the next big chapter is the introduction of Greek culture, known as Hellenism. Hellas is the Greek word for Greece, and it really starts with Alexander the Great. If you have a look at this map here, Alexander comes from Macedon, which is towards the top left of the map, and he embarks on this massive crusade in the 4th century before the Common Era that conquers the entire eastern half of the Mediterranean basin, and then extends out through Mesopotamia, and makes its way all the way that come from 2 cities. Athens, which of course, and this refers to the melding of Hellenistic culture or Greek culture with Jewish culture. The Greeks contributed philosophy, art, literature, science, a lot of the ways that we and beauty, for example, really are based on a lot of our religious knowledge. A lot of our morality came from the concept of meaning a God that actually knows each of us personally and will communicate with us individually. We can communicate with individually through prayer. God that punish the wicked, one who does right. Things like that. Where do you say that several Jews began to protest against other Jews or self-Greeker themselves Greek, and they felt that they were tossing away much that was essential to Jewish tradition in open emulation of Greek norms, which was the point of even decorating the temple with idols and things like that. A national revolt ensued. And surprisingly, the Jews were victorious. Romans began to take over the region. By the years of today's lecture, which really has to do with Jewish sectarianism, I'd like to take kind of a quick cross reality, and we'll place that into the larger historical context. So, are the so-called people who would bow to their bow to their wishes, and as a result, the Sadducees gained power to the Roman demands. The Romans would demand things which went forward.
1 year from today, we're going to play.
No, we'll play right now.
Did you just say 1 day?
No, we'll play right now. JMO, if you want to play, we play a game called... We play a bunch of games, but we play on an app called Plato, Plato, like the philosopher. Feel free to download it. It's available on the App Store and Google Play, and it's free. And it has all kinds of games on it, like soccer and mini golf, darts, chess, checkers. Basically, any mini game, you name it, it's got it. And if you want to play with us, let me know. If not, you just chill and watch history lectures.
Okay, I appreciate it. What's the name of it? What's the name of the game again?
Plato, Plato.
Okay, yeah, I'll look into it, but I'm not gonna play. I'll just watch the history.
Absolutely. Adi,
Okay.
you have an invitation.
The Sadducees felt that
You're welcome.
Romans were, invincible, and the only way to really preserve Jewish practice would be to simply go along with what they were thinking. Similarly, the Sadducees were highly Hellenized. They rejected core elements of what had become Jewish standard thought, for example, the belief in the oral Torah, life after death, things like that. And they were excoriated by other groups
groups of Jews, as we shall see. Piece of art from another religious tradition, and there's a Sadducee here, known as Caiaphas, and you can see that he's portrayed even by another religious tradition, not necessarily in a complimentary light. So the first group are the Sadducees. Then we move on to the Pharisees, and these are the so-called good guys. The term Pharisee in English derives from the Hebrew parushim, which means to separate, those who separate, lifurosh. And their strategy was to essentially separate from the political institutions of Jewish power. They believed in kind of a tactical retreat, meaning if they could not control the temple without giving in to Roman demands, it would be better if they retreated from the temple, if they abandoned the temple, but they retreated to a position where they could safely define the core elements of Judaism and ensure that their followers were towing the line. Things like tithes became very important. Attachment to scholars, study of the oral Torah, these things became prominent to the Perushim. They are essentially the main progenitors of what we would call today Rabbinic Judaism. The Pharisees were the rabbis, and most of the heroes that we have in the Jewish tradition derive from this group. The next group that's really important are the Zealots, and we're going to spend a lot more time talking about them next week when we look at the Roman-Jewish wars. But their strategy was one of attack, meaning they did not believe at all in capitulation like the Sadducees. They also did not believe in a tactical retreat. Like they believed that the only way to defend the Jewish polity would be to forcibly throw the Romans out of the country. An amazingly quixotic and fanciful kind of desire, given the overwhelming power of the Romans, but emboldened by the example of the Hashmoneim, the Hasmoneans, the Zealots felt that this was a viable alternative, and thus they were prepared to undertake it.
Amazing shot, Audie.
Of fighting with other Jewish groups. We'll return to those groups. We'll return to the Zealots next week. Finally, you have the Essenes, which were one of several highly separatist Jewish groups whose strategy was radical retreat, meaning the end of time was near. The Messiah was about to arrive. By the way, a belief that cascaded through all of these Jewish groups in one way or another, and that the correct way to deal with the Roman threat was to totally distance themselves from everything and focus completely on spiritual activities. Many of these scenes practice rather bizarre antinomian behavior, not necessarily traditional in Jewish practice at all. They tended to live in caves like these in the Judean desert, where in 1952, a young Arab boy was looking for a lost sheep. He wandered into one of these caves and he found one of the most amazing treasure troves discovered in modern history, the so-called Dead Sea Scrolls. Called the Dead Sea because Qumran, where they were found, is very close to the Dead Sea. And if we look at those scrolls, like we go into one of these caves here, watch this really cool effect. Here we go into the caves. He found these clay pots and he opened them up and he brought them into Jerusalem. And they were found to have all these amazing scrolls, samples of the entire Hebrew Bible, and lots of other documents as well, which were collected by groups like the Essenes and sheltered away in these caves. So we know a lot about the tenor of Jewish life at the turn of the year zero through documents like the Dead Sea Scrolls, which are now housed, by the way, in an architecturally amazing shrine in Israel, in Jerusalem, called the Shrine of the Book. You walk into this amazingly shaped device, which is supposed to be evocative of the original containers in which they were discovered, and you find the various scrolls laid out for public viewing. So those are the major groups. Let's plot them on a Venn diagram very quickly so it's easy to remember. First of all, you have the Sadducees, whose goal was to capitulate. They said the only way that we can manage our relationship with the Romans is if we give in to them, and we essentially let them have what they want. They were opposed by the Zealots, who felt that we should be at war with the Romans. We should forcibly evict them from the land of Israel. And also at odds with the Essenes, who felt that, politics, mishparuns, not for us. We're going to go live in caves and separate completely from society. The sweet spot, which really evoked elements of all of these groups in one form or another, were the Pharisees, whose primary strategy was one of tactical retreat, meaning at temporary and well-defined retreat in order to be able to maintain a much more defensible ideological boundary with the outside society. And those are the progenitors of rabbinic Judaism today. Okay, so that's the second lecture. I hope you enjoyed it. And I look forward to speaking with you in person, virtually, and lecture. The legend associated with the translation is really quite nice. Possibly second century before the Common Era, and it is recorded in classical Greek sources as well as rabbinic sources. And the legend basically goes, some variations, that King Ptolemy of Egypt wanted to produce a translation of the Torah and the late work of Jewish literature for his library, and presumably for the Jewish population of Alexandria, who may not have had a working knowledge of Hebrew. The mission from the separate rooms and gave them a copy of the Torah and had them, amazingly, as the legend goes, a miracle occurred, and when they all came out of their separate rooms and compared their translation, all identical. There's a small comment on this by Rabbi Yitzchak. It was received very positively by the ancient Jewish community in Egypt, particularly by thought in the Greek language, and huge influence on Christian understandings of Judaism in the ancient and the medieval world. Reviewed very positively was ultimately a Christological version of the Torah. Philo's philosophical circles and Egypt in particular. The legends that are recorded in the Talmud speak translated the Torah into the vernacular, primarily for various political and theological readers. The Septuagint largely dropped out of the rabbinic tradition, even though it was performed one of the most authoritative renderings of the Torah, and as a result, it barely appears in most rabbinic literature, especially when you compare it to Aramaic translations like that of Onkelos. As Professor Moshe Shoshan wrote in a very useful article, I've given you the title of it here, and it is available on the web. The Rabbi generally don't even as opposed to being Torah. This all fits within the large online. Okay, all right. One, we have a controversial and difficult lecture tonight, so hope no one's going to ask any very hard questions. I want to give I'm really pleased. I was surprised at how the lecture was, because I thought it was pitched very high, and it was a complicated topic and not necessarily a tasteful topic, but everyone seemed to enjoy it, so I decided I would dig a little deeper today. We're also going to talk about a difficult and controversial topic, one that I don't think is typically discussed. In young Israel's around Dr. David Lemberg and Laura contacted me this week over the internet because they're watching it not live but in spirit. And I decided on Shabbos from Rabbi Eli Smith. The only problem is I've told this joke. Smith told it amazingly well. And I've told it over 4 times, and I have stumbled over the punchline every time. So I still have not got the punchline. It's set in Chel, which is a small village in Kenya that is in Jewish parlance. It's kind of like the place where all Jews of less than average intelligence, and there's so many jokes about Yidden. Just like in Canada, people would say these jokes about the people from Newfoundland. They call them Newfies and so on. So anyway, it's a joke goes like this. First thing, he goes into a barn late one night. A couple of beautiful horses there, so he steals one of them, takes it out of the barn, and goes out into the forest, ties it up on. The thief doesn't have anywhere to run. He can't get away, so he into the barn. He's looking around. He looks in the stall, and King Fast says, "I'm your horse. Many, many years ago, I was a human being, and I did a terrible, terrible avera. I did a horrible sin, and I was transformed into a horse. And to pay off my debt, I had to go through this kind of gilgul as a horse for many years, and I guess I paid off my debt, and I'm human again. And my name is Yanko, and I can't wait to start my life again." Farmer is really impressed. He thinks that's amazing, and he invites him into his house, and he gives him something to eat, and he realizes he has some money, so he gives him a few rubles, and he says, "Whoops, what happened here? We lost the screen. Mr. Rodriguez, that's your fault, right? Okay, let's see if we can get this back on. Thank you, Elise. Noting to it, and he looks in its eyes, and it was only a few hours. Did you do it again? It's been a few days since our last class, and complexity, and by complexion during his lifetime, he dealt with all things Jewish, but he was at history clearly highly responsible for the spread of Christianity. Might argue becoming as popular as it was. So it's a little bit of a controversial, but I think that we're all very broad-minded people, and I think it's an important thing for us, aberrant part of the Jewish history that we all celebrate. Let me mention, first of all, thanks to Aaron and Susan Weinberg, who are sponsoring tonight's lecture. Give a big hand for our sponsors. Just having your presence here is a tremendous sponsorship. I'm very grateful to have all of you here, but it is really nice to acknowledge the young Israel that does so much for this class, pays a small stipend to our wonderful greeter and for our technical help, and makes it possible to put these things on the web, light and heat and so on, and the cookies, of course. So we invite sponsorships, $200 for a lecture, and it goes directly to the synagogue, particularly towards the, we're hoping to build a new facility just across the street, so that involves a lot of costs, and hopefully we'll have a wonderful lecture hall with great lighting and stuff like that in the future. So please contact the Young Israel of Bell Harbor if you want to give online, and let's go straight to the lecture then. Okay. Paul, as I mentioned, he is a huge Jewish apostle. He was one of the followers of Jesus in his lifetime and shortly thereafter. Arguably the most are authentic, and others may have been attributed later in his life. Still a very significant proportion of them. And during his entire life, well, I won't go into that joke now. During his, although he was obsessed and with the spread of Christianity, he was also engaged in the text of his various writings with the Torah, trying to understand what is the role of 45 odd minutes, exploring various aspects of this. Basically, there was a huge debate among the apostles whether they wanted that all Christians should be following the Torah just as regular Jews, that the Torah retains its validity and leave binding on every follower of Jesus, or as Paul our covenant, that somehow replace the old covenant, at least for non-Jews. Meaning, if your typical Greek or Roman wanted to come within Christian teaching, did they have to also adopt all kinds of Jewish behaviors, such as circumcision and kashrut, or were they free to ignore those commandments and somehow create a different kind of faith, to articulate some different sort of religion? And with it, and also had a huge impact on, somewhat limiting in its scope. The word used in Paul's writings, at least as we have them today in Greek, is nomos, which means basically law. Standard rule, decree, of a narrow law. There's like a moral world, a moral kind of scope to things, which cannot be, or don't do that. But nevertheless, nomos, translated as law, says something about how people viewed the Torah through the Greek language. adopt? How is he supposed to portray that? How was he especially to portray it to non-Jews? He is known as the apostle to the Gentiles because unlike the other apostles who basically wanted only for Unzera, only for us, Paul argued that in fact Tarsus, he received a very strong education, fluent in Greek and most likely in Koine Hebrew. He went by his Hebrew name Shaul or Saul, and in fact it appears that he did not change his name from Shaul to Paul. He used these simultaneously. There are several references in the Christian Bible, things like Paul, one who is I like is Hillel and those interchangeably depending on the context. That's not the kind of approach that Paul took. He definitely acknowledged his Jewish roots, and he refers to himself throughout the Bible in places like a Pharisee, son of a Pharisee. You'll recall the Pharisee. We spoke about them a couple of weeks ago in terms of Jewish sectarianism. Basically, the rabbi as the stock of Israel, of the tribe of Benjamin, maker today, even though it is in the needle tremata business. But back then, I guess tent making was probably something like being a contractor or being a developer, right? And say, we can put 20 tents out here. We have a lot of people, kind of like an extended phenomenon going on with his family. Now, we should understand early Christianity in its Jewish context. Just by way of kind of diversion, is one of Rembrandt's paintings of Jesus, and the bottom picture here is one of the interesting things about, rather than looking at classical Greek and Roman art for the models for Jews living in Amsterdam in the 17th century. So he went out and he found just like Jesus, and then Jesus right on him. The reason why I put these two pictures here is to show that we have to understand Christianity is really in the first, leading into the second century. It's an overwhelmingly Jewish phenomenon. Everybody's Jewish. Jesus is Jewish. The apostles are Jewish. Who argue with them are Jewish. Everyone is Jewish. And Christianity represents, in one sense, the earliest and wildly successful breakaway minion of all time. Right? You're probably familiar with that term, breakaway minion. It's when you have a very successful shul, and it's so successful that someone has to complain about something, and so they get together. down the road. Early Christianity is, though, it's just a breakaway. It's like a group of Jews who have a slightly different opinion about what the figure of Jesus means, and they decided to branch off, as many of these breakaway minions will, as shuls will coalesce together based on social economic reasons. This breakaway minion really took off and went in a different direction. And should, however, place Jesus within his context, and this is a little bit more difficult. But if you recall the religious orientations of Jews in the first century, you had the Sadducees, who were essentially capitulating to Rome. They tended to be the establishment, the man, right? Caiaphas, the high priest in the Christian the Testament. You had the Pharisees, who were largely dispossessed of formal power structures, but had a great deal of popularity on the ground. Charismatic local leaders, and so on. Then you had the Zealots, who were kind of, angry and just look in a kind of fork rebellious Pharisee. Is very Pharisaic in nature. His teachings are heavily dependent on rabbinic teachings, in particular that of Hillel. There's no question that tends to be very, turn the other sayings are really taken from earlier Jewish sayings, either in the written Torah or in the oral Torah. Yet he was rebellious, meaning he who kind of duly noted the teachings of his rabbis and went along with them and things like that. He fought against many of the teachings of the rabbis, and he felt that more society, prostitutes, criminals, thieves, and so on, kind of margin of acceptability. We don't know really very much about what Jesus would have thought of Paul's, character, at least unless we want to take the Gospels at face value, which would not really in a young Israel, I think. But it's very, very difficult for us to know what Jesus would have made of all this. He may have been entirely in the family forever, but that was not to be. The most significant thing in relations is, of course, the passion, that is the trial and crucifixion of Jesus, which gospel accounts, if you only take the biblical accounts themselves, basically he was betrayed by one of his own followers to the Romans. The Sadducees were very happy to see this happen and may have played a colluding with them to make this happen. The Romans felt that he was been interpreted by no friends of the Jews to mean that all Jews for all time accepted responsibility for the death of Jesus. His blood be on us and on our children. Most scholars believe that this phrase was actually written, meaning all Jews, like meaning us, included within that statement, but nevertheless, it's an open-ended statement that has been so interpreted in the torturing and in the whipping and things like that. None of that is present in the Gospels whatsoever. Most of that comes from much later mysticals of nuns and monks who have recorded their kind of like these accounts and the passion plays that have been enacted for centuries in many European cities, all distinctly negatively. But at any rate, sorry, Stephen? It was treated as gospel, right? So what's happening though is after the passion, what happens is, okay, so Jesus is gone now. What's to happen with this new movement? And we have to explore basically a group of Jews. What are they supposed to do with non-Jews who are being attracted to this? What role do they have? Isn't this a Jew thing? Are we supposed to keep them in the shul? What are we doing? What should the Jewish synagogue, this movement that does not show any sign? So one thing in particular, before we move on away from the slide, in Yiddish, schon genug, which of course they didn't speak Yiddish back then, but they said enough already, and they instituted a formal ban on believing Christians in the synagogue. Meaning, if you were a Jew and you believe that Jesus was a dozen people who were competing for that title in the first century, reasonable competitor. But if you were a Jew who believed that Jesus was Mashiach, and at one point the rabbi said, that's it. We do not regard this, ideology within the synagogue, and you're no longer welcome here. How did they enforce this? They instituted a blessing in the Shemona Esrei, in the central prayer, the Shemona Esrei, of course, it works. It says, anyone who does these things, let there be no hope for them, let they be, nullified, and so on and so forth. We can read the actual text of it if you want. Talking too much. If they suspected someone particular blessing was really a curse itself. So if they say that blessing, that meant, I'm in like Flint with the Jews, my Christian leanings, but he refused to say it, that he would be forcibly ejected from the synagogue. Many scholars believe that the Apostle John, Saint John, was one of these Jews, and in fact, his treatment of the Jews in the Gospels is perhaps the even within the Talmud, a line of some thinking that maybe we were too. Please tell me, did I tell you the story about Jesus interchange between Jesus, who appears, maybe 20 times times in the Torah and the Talmud, and his Rebbe Yeshua ben Parachia. Talmud precedes this description with a little bit of warning. It says, a teacher should always draw close with the right hand and push away with the left hand, meaning to make your students feel welcome, draw them close, right? Like the right hand is just a little bit stronger, but at the same time, you have to make sense. If you start drawing your students close with both hands, you could be up for a lawsuit. That's not okay. You don't draw. They were coming back from Egypt to Jerusalem. They stopped in a hotel. While they were in this hotel, there was a very nice innkeeper, sleep in and beautiful food and so on. And so Rabbi Yeshua ben Parachia is like, she could lose a few pounds. You know, he like says something like physical about her, and they're upset. He says, "Is that what you're about?" And he pulls out 400 shofars, but he pulls out 400 shofars and he puts into Cheret. He excommunicates him. Talk about Paul Smart. So his great conversion English culture, English literature. While traveling on the road to Damascus, he was, enforcing bans and trying very hard to get them to change. Note that of all the apostles, Paul was clearly the most influential, and he was the only one never to meet Jesus alive. So the only encounter he had, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was after Jesus was already crucified. I guess it was. So he's not there, he's not alive either, but he has this amazing encounter with Jesus for 3 days. He can't see, gropes his way into Damascus, and there he is healed, and his life is like completely dramatically proselytizing for the church, for Christianity. He goes into synagogues where he'll get his most receptive audience. He thinks this is a Jewish thing. And Jews are not buying it, and Jews are and giving him campaign to spread Christianity. It looks like you can see that from his
Hey, I'm gonna go now. It was nice to meet you.
He's traveling
Take care, man. You're
all
welcome
over
anytime. Peace,
the
buddy.
Western, never quite makes it down into Egypt, but he also goes and you think about it in the context of the ancient world, these are massive, ventures to travel. And clearly, he is going from Jewish community to Jewish community, but his audience is increasingly Gentile, that is non-Jewish, and that's changing a lot of the message that he has to deliver. Point questions. Yes.
Something that happened that he couldn't explain could change his mind so dramatically.
Does seem strange.
Was he sincere in his persecution?
I think so. I think absolutely he was sincere. He was sincere. Like all that spiritual energy is all jammed up, and if it's not going in one direction very well, and it gets turned to another direction, it becomes tremendous over there as well. I mean, Jews of phenomenal individuals who changed the course of Jewish history when they converted in, like for example Shemaiah and Avtalion, just off the top of my head, and unfortunately it's replete with individuals who have been tremendous villains when they converted out, and we'll speak about later this year. It's funny, I remember when I was living in Binghamton, New York, where we often had difficulty getting a minion. And it was touch and go, especially Friday night. You didn't know, would you have a minion or not? And so it was one Friday night. He was converting in, and we don't. Okay, so I see another question. Yeah. Well, it's likely that Jesus exists. So the historical evidence, although we don't have any direct, documents from the period, that did he say exactly those things that are in the Christian Testament? That's difficult, and that's mentioned in the Talmud. That's a huge question, and actually we'll talk about that later. Because one of Nachmanides' most brilliant disputation that the Talmud defamed Jesus, he said, "What? That Jesus? That's a different Jesus altogether." And it's true because Yeshua ben Prakia lived too early to have been teaching in the first century. So that's more of a problem. What was the Talmud euphemism? So Aish, that man, for example. So they sometimes call Jesus, and we have to realize that the Talmud is censored by Jewish printers who wanted the text that we have to get published. Text to try and reconstruct, because they did not persecute the Talmud the same way. So sometimes he's referred to as Yesho, I believe Yehoshua in one place or another, and sometimes by a euphemism like Oso Ha'ish or Oso HaTalmid, if I remember correctly, that man or that student. And you have to know what it's talking about. I don't know what the make of that. There are lots of interesting Talmudic legends about Jesus. How to about as nomos as the law. So when he's talking, and it sounds like the rules. I really got it from Paul, and that's over 200 references. He's really, a conflicted attitude about. For example, there was the so-called incident at Antioch, drag out fight with one other apostle, Peter. Sharing a meal with Gentile Christians because they did, so to speak, I guess. He said, you're going to go with this new teaching of Jesus in which the commandments are not binding, at least on Gentiles ethnicity. And they were still working this out for about 200 years. They're still struggling with who is a Christian. You can't be Christian if you're not Jewish, according to some thinking. So he criticized Peter for wanting to keep kosher. But at the other time, he's also spending a lot thinking that the only way to get to heaven is goes. He seems to indicate leads to is a question of there's a technical term meaning the favored nation status. They're called the chosen people, the Am Segula, the Mamlechet Kohanim, spread to the larger world as a whole. What happens to that election? It's a question that not only bothered Paul, it bothered Hauser is also for Jews. And what did he himself do? Information. And in regards to his own observance, we simply don't know. I mean, we don't know. He doesn't give us, any indication about Rusas who are sitting and learning Talmud. And one of them says to the other, I got to make sure I get the punchline right in my head. In the street. People do carry, and it's very useful, if you're a young woman with a baby stroller, for example, it's the only way you can do it. You can come to shul, you can carry your dollars, things like that. However, Arabs are very controversial. They're not easy to make, and there's a lot of halachic discussions about it and a lot of dispute about it. So the joke goes like this. Gemara, I've known you for years. How can you say not Jewish? There's a lot of truth. It just kind of transgress the Torah. Just to remember who I am. What does it mean? Who's in charge? What does it mean if the Jews are so known as the Pauline doctrine? And now I'm going to show you a couple of images here, which are much later in origin, but they kind of express a way to explain this. That the way Paul has been interpreted through later centuries, the Jews were the most favored nation, but they somehow lost that monumental architecture outside the Cathedral of Strasbourg, high above eye level, really quite magnificent. This is a reprint, I think, from Beit Futsot. And it's a church here, a crown indicating that she's royalty and in charge. She's got an upright staff. And the next line, she's actually falling from the wall. She's blindfolded, indicating that she's unaware of the truth of Christianity. Her staff is broken, meaning that she no longer has power. She's holding on to the tablets of the law. Is meant to indicate that the woman that represents Judaism, the synagogue, has betrayed it, especially like this one. And I think it's, in my humble opinion, I'm not an art historian, but the church is not portrayed in a very sympathetic way here. In fact, these sculptures you would tend to identify with synagogue. He looks beaten and depressed. And this one, the letters, she looks like, witch, but I'm thinking of something that rhymes with it, Here's another example. Sometimes island. Yes, Estebel. Yes, I repeat stuff like this over and over again. Yes, it was the same too. Just it was the original as opposed to I like the content because then. Okay, all right. This was also in a display. This is a 14th century stained glass window from the German city of Werben, and it shows also the same idea of church and synagogue. This is also imagine in real life huge foreheads, mystical allusions to the Bible. Here's my favorite: a hand from heaven and places a crown on her head. Approval. The synagogue, on the other hand, you've got the broken staff. She is blindfolded. The crown is knocked off her head, and in case you're not certain about God's opinion, if you will, for a minute, if you are an illiterate in an era, truly saturated age where we're constantly bombarded with high quality 2D, 3D images, in the medieval world, the Gothic period, the only people when they got inside closets, you would not put it on your wall for vision. You would put it in a closet, and you would close the doors. This would be overwhelming. This would be like 3D sense around kind of experience. And if you're illiterate, you take in all the details, and you may have a deacon or what it means, and you get the message that the church is. Yeah, no, that's an excellent question. The two answers, really. One is because for much of Western history, especially art history and literary history, when you speak about large abstract ideas like the church, you use female figures, like women. Yeah, justice, right? Why is it a woman holding the scales, right? It's just like kind of idea. Where Jesus would be portrayed with his right hand over the church. That's why the church is always portrayed. In the original versions of these works, that has kind of been edited out as they just focused on the two detail figures. Yes. Yes. We'll have like and so on. She's holding onto a goat's head, which is an allusion in medieval epic of the carnal nature of Israel. And we can go about more details of this, but I don't want to do it on tape. So let's go weiter here. Now, what ends up happening with Paul? He goes in his travels. He comes back to Jerusalem about the year 57, and he's warned by some of his followers that his persona non grata in Jerusalem. He's been traveling all over Asia Minor, telling people they should convert to Christianity. Jews these are all kinds of charges going on. It looks like it's not going to go his way. So since he is a Roman citizen, he demands to appeal his case directly to the emperor, which is apparently the judicial process. So he is taken to, after 2 years imprisonment in Caesarea, he is taken to Rome, where he is placed once again under house arrest there for another, and then disappears. We don't know exactly what happens to him after that. There is that he was beheaded by Nero's empire, and on sometime in the early seventh decade by Nero in Rome. We have a bit of a coda to this. In 2009, there was an interesting discovery made in there, and some traces appear to be, funeral shrouds that would be consistent with the first century. And there's an inscription underneath that says, Paul his legacy once again. Without a doubt, Paul is one of the most influential Jews in world history. So much for who was definitely a charismatic and powerful Pharisee. It's unlikely that Jesus' teachings really would have spread beyond the environment of Jerusalem were it not for the tremendous prodigious efforts of someone like Paul, who took Jesus' story on the road and transformed it to a king, appealed to the Greeks and the Romans, saying, this is something that would interest and yes, he had a long internal conflict of what that meant for his Judaic heritage. More Gentile, meaning the more Christianity expands dramatically. So that creates a rift, an argument within the family. It's still an argument where, and you can argue, But once it becomes a Gentile religion, so far away from its Jewish origins, then it becomes an us versus them kind of situation. And unfortunately, there is a lot of negativity directed at Judaism. But in conclusion, there's a fascinating observation by Rosemary Radford Ruther, one of the first Christian theologians to grapple with the meaning of the Holocaust for Christianity and the Holocaust. And I strongly urge you to look at her work, because it is really for the 1970s in particular, very, very heroic attempt to deal with some of these difficult questions. She wrote an aspect of this split, this early Christian Jewish church and the later Gentile church. It was a really controversial lecture. I'm going to wrap it up here, and then I'll take questions offline. Thank you very much for your indulgence, and I look forward to seeing you next week when we're talking about the Jews of Babylon and the Talmud, things like that. Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Oh, that's a big boy. Oh, that's a big boy.
sadness after beat off. I don't get that anymore. Because I used to, when I'm at the end of the bird, used to have this great joke about when did you start taking pain? Well, over a year ago. 2 years before, after Skankfest. I started right around that. Yeah. Let's tell some of that shit back. I love everything I've ever done. You will not shame me. I'm not.
swear damn thing. What you been, bro? Did you like that?
Okay, all right. Well, everyone, we have a controversial and difficult lecture tonight. So hope no one's going to ask any very hard questions. I want to give I'm really pleased. Very, very heroic attempt to deal with some of these difficult questions. I look forward to seeing you next week. we're talking about the Jews and the Talmud, things like that. Okay. Okay. Okay, today we're going to speak about the beginning of the specifically the results of the Roman-Jewish Wars of the first photograph. It's site of passage for many Israelis and in fact many diaspora Jews to climb Masada. I know I myself when I was about 18 years old, I went with the kibbutz that I was staying on. We climbed it by candlelight in the pre-dawn hours and for a long time, as my generation, the slogan was Masada will never fall again. So disastrous Roman Jewish wars. To start with, we should think a little bit about our sources. How do we know about this period? First of all, we had some Jewish sources on it, and the Talmud documents, which we'll discuss more extensively later on, of course. There are some difficulties with using these two. First of all, much more fulfilling is the work of Flavius Joseph for the Roman governors, and in fact was well acquainted with the Roman Emperor Vespasian, and especially his son Titus. We know quite a bit about him because he left a large work called Jewish Antiquities, which was a much larger discussion of Judaism as a whole and its history. He wrote in both Aramaic, which was the lingua franca of the age, and he also wrote Greek. What he had to say. But that was also an increasingly difficult element in the stew that was Judaism.
I'm gonna get that bear. Where
the
Who's that?
revolutionary movement was competition with the Redeemer of the Jews. But the political context is the gradual and incremental extension of Roman rule over the province, an erosion of Jewish privileges, and an extension of Roman demands on the Jewish people. And sometimes these things descended to tiny, tiny degrees of significance that were nevertheless extremely important to the population as a whole. For example, there was a question over whether or not a Roman leader could build a house that overlooked the temple courtyard itself, which presents in Jewish law some difficulties because it's higher than the temple itself, but it also afforded less privacy to the priests and the Levites were performing the various ceremonial acts. So in retaliation for the building of this palace, the priesthood had a wall built that would extend up over the temple courtyard and prevent vision of what was happening actually in the temple courtyard, and there was exerted over this one small construction. And this is just experienced by the Romans and the Jews at this time. The Zealots at this time, the Zealots were a loosely defined group of discontents, far more extensive than they had been in the Hellenistic period, and other Jews with the drop of a hat. Ironically, they had the support of the Idumeans, who were Jews who were forcibly converted several centuries earlier in society, and they turned out the Jewish nationalists of them all, really being very, very aggressive in their defense of autonomy. The massacres went on each other as they competed for the title of the Messiah, because this is something that was about with really quite a bit of energy, the feeling that one of these leaders would ultimately emerge as the street violence. To give you a sense of the way in the Jewish community, there's a very fascinating and famous person who were besieging the region, and there was no way that the zealots who were inside the fortification would allow him to go out and speak with the Romans. So he faked his own death, and his students asked permission to carry his body out in a coffin for burial. He, meanwhile, was alive inside the coffin, and the zealots, suspecting that something was amiss, they used iron poles and shot through, hoping to make sure that Yochanan ben Zakkai was in fact dead. He amazingly survived this ordeal, and once he was outside of the limits of the fortifications, he was able to conduct his negotiations with the Romans. But this gives you a sense of the very difficult relationship with previously a Sadducee, became a zealot, and because he was in control of much of the temple ritual at the time, he prohibited the acceptance of sacrifices from foreigners. In the month of August in the year prior to this, non-Jews easily bring sacrifice to the temple, which was allowing them to participate in the overall cultic aspects of Jewish. And it was very customary that a certain number of sacrifices would be offered in honor of the Romans by Romans. So the rejecting these sacrifices. This was essentially to the real authorities saying that they could no longer continue participating records, which held all of the records of death for the military commander named Menachem, someone who had already attacked successfully the Romans at Masada, entered Jerusalem, seeing that a rebellion was beginning. So he was dead as well. This is just an illustration of the kind of infighting that was going on between the Jews, and in fact, the story would get much worse. Eliezer, the Hamans, promising, for example, that soldiers would be spared if they would surrender, and then breaking his word. Slaughtering really in a thoroughly dishonorable manner, but this was surprising, really. As the news of the revolt spread through the ancient world, they were directed at Jews everywhere else. Crete, in Syria, where there was a significant community or Greek community, there was against Jews, and the Jews were typically minorities in these regions, largely affluent. He decided to counterattack by sending reinforcements, quite successful. The Jewish guerrilla forces were able to harass them on the way and ultimately even stop them before they reached Jerusalem. And so for a very brief period of time, the Jews managed to hold overwhelming Roman might and maintain their independence. But this was to be short-lived. The Emperor Nero appointed Vespasian, you can see their busts on the top here, it looked like. He appointed the general Vespasian to handle. Surrounded by Vespasian's troops, designed a suicide pact with all of his fellow Jewish soldiers by drawing. He managed to somehow make sure that he was one of the last ones left to survive, and all the other Jews, and he was taken captive. Took a liking to this intelligent young Jew, and his Josephus befriended him. This is how Josephus began his climb to authority. The Jews, meanwhile, were basically free to do what they were about 3 years early on in the war, as Vespasian realized that they were, destroying themselves quite effectively, and so he allows these zealots to spend their own energies murdering each other, and he kept his forces quite safe, waiting for the time when he would be able to enter Jerusalem. He was also quite active in overall empire affairs, as he was ultimately appointed the emperor to succeed Nero. And ultimately, Titus was able to enter Jerusalem, and in August of 70, he was able to destroy Jerusalem and especially the temple. The destruction of the day of the destruction of both temples, as well as the fall of Beitar, which will be later on in the second revolt. At this point, the Romans took their very significant manner. Titus slaughtered resistors like anyone over the age of 17 were simply set aside. The famous bread and circuses, gladiatorial games that were so important to the Romans. 2,500 of them were killed for Titus's brother's birthday party, fed to lions and chained for armed gladiators and so on. Josephus's estimate is that about 1.1 million but Tacitus, a Roman historian, gives us a more reasonable figure that the fighting in the countryside it may have swollen to about 600,000. So you can imagine that within this context, with a large refugee population within the town, there would be invasion. And there's no doubt whatsoever that the numbers will be atrocious and the Jews suffered heavily. After Titus achieved so much more massive, the Romans were expert in their military skills. He went on to construct a whole series of ceremonial arches and coins that celebrated the defeat of the Jews. Let's have a look at this coin here, which you can see on the right says Judea Capta. Israel is captured, and you can see this seated woman with her head on her hands that represents the saddened Jerusalem, and the Roman authority looks on with some pleasure and authority. And on the left, you see a figure of a Roman authority as well. Down here, you see a large view colored version of it that shows the Romans carrying the Jews off, and the spoils of war includes the menorah, although there's some dispute over that. Jewish sources, and generally this is a depiction of the Jews. Sada, which was this massive, see it there in the upper left photograph, and Eleazar and his followers held out there for 3 months. They were able ultimately to withstand a very punishing Roman siege, but it came to a mass suicide, something like the version that Josephus describes in his own life,
that's happening in
which
our
they all
regions.
took lots and
It's so easy to listen to people. It's so easy to stare to act like fans.
Archaeological
A year was going
on the bottom there are some palaces
we
there
can
that
still
were
go out
constructed
there and all this other stuff. Like, that's like,
some
all
of
right,
these structures that came
I'm
just
trying to
to be
get to
some kind of
this world
synagogue
crazy.
area. And here you can see the king have been attacked to the greatest degree, but especially fascinating. They would have at the very top of Masada, which is actually the lowest point on the face of the earth, just next door at the Dead Sea. The devastation afterwards was phenomenal. The Romans followed a score of siege that destroyed much of the arable land, which they seized anyways, and they declared it all part of the state. The Romans then resold or rented the land to its former owners. Or to the buildings in Jerusalem, and the population was reduced by a fiscus judaicus, the Jewish tax, which was it was remained. It was held in place even though the temple was destroyed, but instead the funds were directed to the temple of Jupiter, which was in Rome. In other words, the money that Jews used to pay their central religious or an institution was now directed to the upkeep of idol worship in Rome. The tax was also extended to include women and all age groups, which was something that the Judaism and the Jewish people were now completely in control of the Rome. A few decades later, we have a short reprise of the Jewish Roman war. In the second called the Bar Kokhba Emperor Hadrian, figure, imposed several bans, which were directed at larger, especially hard by the Jews, the effect would have on Jews. For example, his ban on circumcision affected over the chronology of these elements, whether or not these were the cause of the revolt, or the revolt was the cause of them, specifically the renaming of Jerusalem. But there's no doubt that the imposition of policies like this sparked a major revolt, which broke out in the year 132. You can see a coin that Hadrian minted at and Judea with the begging bowl or with the sacrificial works, no reference whatsoever to the Jewish character. More references really to the pagan character of the Romans. For more than a decade, Jewish workmen, for example, prepare pool weapons for the Romans, and when they were given over further, again, this is agreed, and prevent the Romans from having an extensive amount of arms. They may have also prepared some subterranean tunnels that allowed them to hide out from the Romans, but ultimately there was no way that they could succeed in their attempt to throw off the massive Roman empire. They were led by a ferocious and talented military leader, Shimon Bar Kokhba, known as Bar Kokhba, the son of a star, and his popularity was bolstered by the time said to Rabbi Akiva that grass and the Messiah will not have come. But nevertheless, Akiva's is authority. The early rebels of this time managed to take early and consensus and so on, but ultimately there was no way for them to believe that it occurred on the same day as the of the two temples. This is in many ways known as somewhat flippant way Jewish bad luck day, where so many terrible people throughout history, right up through the 20th century as well. Coin from the period minted by the Bar Kokhba. They were fond of taking Roman coins and then simply melting them and printing their own designs on top of them. This not only was less expensive because the coins were already prepared. It also took Roman coins out of circulation. And finally, there was a certain level of satisfaction symbolic going on in Jewish. There's frequently in Bar Kokhba's coins from a period lots of religious metaphors, symbols such as the lulav and so on. You can see on the left here ferocity and violence. This is the period of the so-called Asrat Ruge Malchus, the 10 martyred state. 10 rabbis, including the famous Rabbi Akiva, were captured and were horribly tortured and murdered by him, along with several others. Before service, as he is being flayed alive, he says to his students how all his life he wanted to be able to fulfill the requisite commandment of the Shema, saying to love your Lord your God with all your soul. There's a famous story that's worth mentioning in conclusion here. At one point, Rabbi Akiva was walking through the woods of the temple with his colleagues. They saw a fox running through. The other rabbis began to cry and began to laugh. Akiva quoted a prophecy that says that this would. Since we know that Jerusalem is destroyed, we also know, therefore,
What's that?
Okay, thank you for listening to this lecture, and I look forward to speaking to you next week. What we're talking about. Or mixed reviews. So today we're going to be talking about this. And our first question to really address is, who was Josephus? The basics we certainly understand. A bust of Josephus, believed to be accurate. I don't know. He sort of looks Jewish to me. Some features perhaps give it away. By sometime in the second, makes him really important for Jewish history is primarily his contribution to the historical literature through his authorship of a work called The Jewish War, which describes the first Roman-Jewish war, in which, of course, the Romans succeeded in destroying exiling the majority of the Jewish population outside of the land of Israel, ending the Jewish state for another 2 millennia. Explore a little more of that, but the basic question that I want to pose today is, who was Josephus really? By the time we get to the end of this lecture, we may not have some kind of an educated opinion about the nature, affiliation with the Jewish people, the nature of patriotism, the quality of his historical Josephus's career, he lived in Rome, and he was forced to walk past this arch on a virtually daily basis. This is the so-called Arch of Titus, named after the son of the emperor, ultimately responsible for the destruction of Jerusalem. And this was a ceremonial arch which was constructed to memorialize and to commemorate the destruction of the Jewish polity. It is not precise. Of the Roman-Jewish conflict, you will know that the Jews were irritants, despite the huge disproportion between the Jewish population and the Roman population, Roman might versus Jewish powerlessness. AIs mean they had been influenced by the Jews. Really what you see on the inside. So if we zoom in here, see that little effect? That's one of the cool things about Presley. You can sort of construct it out of the shame at their defeat. And on the ripple, reminds me, I'm of a certain age that I know how words change over time. And I remember specifically when I used to give a lecture on the world civilization at Florida Atlantic University, I had like 2 undergraduates, and they would take away the spoils, but I didn't always use, and then they would take booty. But as years went by, went to me, so I say now they take spoils. Okay, I know they're explaining it to those of you who don't have this. Anyways, there we go. View of that bas relief, and you can see here the Jewish soldiers led off into captivity, and of course, very important from the temple, which is according to the traditions in the Midrashic literature, is actually carted off the Rome of the ultimate defeat of the Jewish people. But of course, as that saying goes, perhaps you've seen it written on a wall. It says, "God is dead," signed, and then underneath it says, "Nietzsche is dead," signed God. Right, so the Romans are civilization is out this history. So let's go back to this in particular. So what do we know about him? By his own, he also wrote quite a bit about himself in his other works. We know that he was a Kohen, actually a very prominent Kohen. His family was associated with the Avoda. His father was of some Islam and was frequently consulted. Amazingly, when Josephus defected to, however we review that defection, who were fighting the Romans did not harm his parents out of respect for the, the stature of Josephus's family. Have a very strong education, which is a very dubious claim. He says that when he was age 14, he was a child prodigy, and all of the great rabbis in Jerusalem would come to him for advice and for guidance on how to rule in matters in Jewish law. We know this is most like of Jewish tradition was stronger than the average, but certainly not commensurate with the elite of the intellectual establishment in Israel. In terms of situating him within the, there's some scholarly debate that indicates him to the Sadducees in his own outlook and in his position. So what exactly are those sects? Let's have a quick look at them. And by the way, much of this information comes from Josephus, reliant on him largely as one of our primary sources to understand the internal political debate. The overall context of the time that we're looking at is Jewish history. Every December, or I should say every, although it's ironic that it falls out, right? It's, I thought I was saying something that you don't say that. Please don't say that, Dylan. Right? It says Vespasian, I think it says August fortune, like great, impressive fortune. I don't know what the Caesar here, Imperator Caesar, or picture of Vespasian, coinage. Of course, he became emperor during the process of the war, and he was in Jerusalem as a general himself for quite a bit of time. At any rate, the Hashmonaim were succeeded in essentially establishing some Jewish sovereignty for the Common Era, and then they proceeded to essentially let it go through their own internecine fighting and through their inability to really, take the country in a positive direction beyond their own narrow concerns, which the mem shows.
How are you?
Slowly extend.
Hello? Can you hear me? What's going on? How are you, Edie? EDX? Can you hear me?
the Romans preferred to co-opt the leadership of a given region, grant citizenship, and the under Roman domination. But dissatisfied with their lot under the Romans, wait a second, here we go. There were four. I think one of the most important things to understand in the Roman-Jewish conflict is that it was a Kulturkampf. This is a very impressive German word that you can use with your friends to you spend your Wednesday nights. Come from hardy intellectual stock. I have come right. How did you guess comp was war or fight? Oh, okay. Good. Internal literary. Mr. Rodriguez, how would you? And Jews just did not see things eye to eye. They lacked a lot of the basic vocabulary. I had to write a post to my students today. I'm teaching an American politics class, and I had to write them, because a lot of students simply don't know. I said, did you know that the government is actually shut down? Did you know that? I mean, and it's like, how do you explain to someone, do we have like terrorist attack? Economic collapse, or like, no, can't get along. We can't. Anyways, okay. So the culture. Get back to. Whenever they conquered another territory, they simply absorbed those gods into their own, and they were happy. You guys can worship any god you want, no problem. So they're actually very relaxed and easy gods. There's a lot of Roman writing arguing about. It's a really good idol, but nobody can see it. There's all kinds of interesting things they're writing, wondering what's going on with them. They just did not understand that the Jewish aversion to plastic images of a deity. Furthermore, what they had a lot of problems is saying, okay, fine, you guys have your gods, but just be, respectful about other people's gods. Respect our gods. Like, for example, a year you offer a sacrifice to them, and they would refuse consistently to. So Roman legislation actually made a specific exemption for to do this, because we have to do it. That's a Latin term. In a massive cultural comp. Romans had only a certain number, usually associated with birthdays of the emperors and so on, also with events, the vernal equinox, things like that. That's when they had days off, a certain number of a year. But the Jew had complete day off, 1 day in 7, the Sabbath, Shabbos. And so the Romans of the Jews said they are so lazy. With these people, like they're either fasting or feeding, seem misanthropic, meaning that they hated other people. Kashrut and Bris Milah were at the top of the list. The idea that the Jews would not engage in conviviality with Romans, that they wouldn't sit down to a meal, was hugely offensive. You would be hard pressed to find a consistently heavy pattern of religious persecution. You would find incidents of it, you would find economic exploitation, but it's not until the wars really break out and you get especially to the Haitian persecutions in the 2nd century that you'll see really strong, nasty, for the 10 martyrs of the state, for example, or from a much later period. And the Jews manages, or I shouldn't put it like that, they wanted to gain leniencies for their religious viewpoints, which the Romans simply could not do. They're very good at fighting with each other. There are huge divisions within the Jewish economic divisions that result in ability to achieve unity in the 1st century, which of course resulted in disaster. As a whole, and he was posted as a general in the Galil region shown here to defend it against the Romans. And let's talk a little bit about what was happening there. But I have to give you some of the background on the 4 major Jewish sects so we can understand where to place Josephus. Okay, so again, this is largely taken Josephus, but confirmed by extensive references in the Jewish literature, the Roman texts as well. The Sadducees, in Hebrew, the so-called, who were essentially the establishment. The Sadducean controlled the temple cult, which was the center of Jewish worship. They had very close relationships with the Roman governing authority, and they certain, for example, the issue of life after. Then you have the Pharisees, the so-called Perushim, which probably comes from the Hebrew word lifrosh, to separate. By the way, Sukin Maikadok, one of the early Kohanim, that's claimed descent from him, which is a dubious attribution. Where Jew eventually, succeeded in propagating Judaism to our day. The we're in right now is essentially a felt that with the corruption of the Kahuna Gedola, the high priesthood, without effect, and a much more emphasis on things like prayer and study as a religious act in their ideologies. They were largely without hard power. They didn't need Jewish masses, including the so-called illiterate Amei Haaretz, the people of the land, or farmers, who regarded the Pharisees as their true intellectual and spiritual leaders. Then you have the Essenes, some rather interesting groups that were, dedicated to life in the fringes of Jewish society. Many of them lived in caves, rather ascetic lifestyle, sometimes celibate, and like eager anticipating the imminent arrival Messiah, believing that very instigators of the rebellion as a whole, and they enjoyed some significant success, particularly in the beginning of the primarily because of their bold strategy and their aggressive approach to the physical Roman soldiers, particularly at the beginning of the war. But ultimately, they simply could not hold back the massive Roman engine, and they held their last stand here at Masada. Where they absolutely, very good question. They did interact. For example, were infamous for assassinating other Jews who disagreed with important Pharisee. So he the city so that we can bury him. But the Zealots didn't believe him. Believe the students. So they drove iron bars through the top of the coffin, and luckily Yochanan ben Zakkai, it definitely is a lot of give and take. Absolutely.
At that time, was the Nazis the good guy?
Why is it the Pharisees seem to come off so badly in the? They seem to be the people. A fair paraphrase. Of Pharisees, but he Pharisees because he was closest to them. That the car are far work you with So that's why the Gospels portray the Pharisees in such negative light. Unfortunately, especially as the Gospels became less of a Jewish document and more of a Gentile document. Again, we'll have to postpone the larger discussion for later. Then it becomes viewed more as an us versus them, and they lost the appreciation of the internal dialogue Gospels really represent. Like, if you can imagine, if a microphone over your family dinner table when you're having an argument, and then Martians were to listen to the tape and translate it from Yiddish into, well, actually, they speak Yiddish in Mars. So if they read it, they would think that, my gosh, what a dysfunctional family. They all hate each other. But in reality, that's what families do, right? They argue with each other because they love each other and they want to win. Okay, let's go on. Excellent questions. All right. So now, what we know about Josephus begins really with his first trip to Rome. There are a lot of interesting questions about why exactly he went to Rome as a young man, but in his late 20s or early 30s. He was there in some official capacity as a type of emissary. Various scholars have tried to attach this to certain passages in the Talmud that speak about sages going to Rome to plead for Jewish rights and privileges. It's impossible for us to tell given the nature of the extant documentation, but we know that he had a very, very powerful experience in Rome, meeting with powerful people, in particular powerful women, many of whom ended up being his sponsors later on in life. And he was overwhelmed with the nature of Rome. And when I think about it, it was this massive, it was like going to I was going to say Washington. By his experience at home. That was like the big city. And when he came back to rather provincial Jerusalem, you could see how he was somewhat in culture after having right at the very beginning rebellion, and that's exactly when he was impressed into service and told, okay, Josephus, you're a young man, prominent family, educated. We are putting you in charge of a small city in the Galilee, which he managed horribly. The town in Latin as Yopata, the Hebrew is still today is called Yodfat. Both of those names sound really strange, but anyway, this is it. He was an exceptional war commander. He will, and this is one of the questions. Well, what is well? The Sadducees don't fight against the Romans, and he certainly wasn't positions. You know, again, I'm not an expert in this area, but my guess, based on particularly on the research of Professor Bench, who wrote a very important book, he was and at one level or another forced to go. That's how he found himself at the head of a city in the Galilee. I recommend you comment on this video version, or those of you in Norway or Hungary, please do. At any rate, Josephus failed to capture the loyalty of the surrounding Jewish population. He was constantly involved in complaints against his want to fight the Romans. He did not feel it was well motivated. Result, his performance was highly lackluster. Now, I have to add one very, very important caveat. We will have to return to this. We began with the question after he was captured by the Romans. So if he were to write in Greek, which was the language that they were reading primarily, not Latin, but if he were to write in Greek that I hated the Romans bitterly, I still hate them, and I killed as many of them as I could, and I was disappointed to lose and so on, then obviously he would not favor with his new captain. So he had to find that showed him behaving as kind of like a Jewish patriot, believing in his nation and his people, but at the same time also seeing the value of the invaders such that he could make that political transition. And it looked very bleak for the Jewish defenders there. So in a rather bizarre story, reminiscent of the Masada story, he hid in a pit with about 40 or so of his higher level ranking officers, and he said, listen, we're all going to be killed by the Romans. Why don't we make a suicide pact? We'll draw straw, kills the rest of us, and then he'll kill himself. And they said, good idea. And he had them all draw straws. And amazingly, wow, what a coincidence, Josephus got the small straw. Everyone else died, and Josephus did not kill himself. He was then captured. Maybe surrendered. And he kind of made it up the way I used to. She's one of my younger girls, but the older girls used to said to me that they love these stories. Maybe someday I'll write them down, but probably not. For me, but usually not. And they used to love this story until, I don't know, I think Rabbi 16, she says to me, wars. This is in Hamlet. And they realized stories were just rip-offs from various movies or books that I had read. So it could mean that that's what Josephus is doing. We see a few examples of that in his work where there are remarkably eerie parallels between the stories we have where large tradition and his life story. Another what Jews, unfortunately, it is lost. It has not survived. It's difficult for us to penetrate the version, reading it through the lens of the intended Roman audience to try to understand the author and get that puzzle wrapped in an enigma kind of which that there's a strange kind of promotion of Josephus after he has this encounter with Vespasian himself. And he's says to him, up here. Exactly. You saw it. I mentioned earlier where he got out of the city and he went up to Vespasian. He says, "Guess what? You are going to be emperor, Vespasian. We think you're three things." And Yochanan ben Zakkai allowed Yochanan ben Zakkai to give a safe space, a sanctuary for scholars to study Judaism. And now it's exactly the story that Josephus tells us. He says, "Okay, Josephus, very interesting to defeat the Titus is successful, resulting in the destruction of the second evocative, but they are not intended as historical of agenda items. And Josephus gives us a first-hand account of how the temple was destroyed. For some reason, I think that may but I'm not positive that in the 1950s, a Jewish scholar was allowed to go into the name of his the family name of his, counts. And the book is permanently, of course, it is a huge the activity of Vespasian, and it's like a just a very, very positive statement of Roman might and power and so on. And so, of course, it would go on to receive a family of they want divorce. And he would be technically prohibited from marrying a woman who had been taken captive. So it's one of the many small examples of indications that he probably was wasn't as astute in Jewish law as he purported to be. As I mentioned, there was a there was an interesting readership for Josephus's work. On the one hand, military history, and the Rome would like to read it. But on another level, like throw back religion. It was a religion that actually attracted a lot of people, because you think about it, and so there was a wide-scale conversion to Judaism at many different levels in things, and perhaps even to become Jewish. And if you think that's crazy, just think about Kabbalah today and its reach into the popular world, right? It was considered very interesting to be involved in. So there's some where Romanized or Judaized Romans to consider. If we move away from the rebellion in particular, is a massive work of which is Judaism 101. It is a history of Judaism and the Jewish people. It's a miniature encyclopedia of all things Jewish, an explanation of Jewish things for a Roman readership. This is a giveaway for one of the most appealing aspects of Judaism for Romans. The ancient world in general valued things which were old, had an ideology, a tradition, country that could go way, way back, and you could document it going way, way back. That was considered a mark of honor and prestige and authenticity. The Romans could not claim the same antiquity. Their empire was nowhere near as old as Judaism. The Greek Empire was also not longevity and so on. So this particular book is accurate, and it is plagiarized from many, many different sources. The literary analysis of the Antiquities betrays that he just simply borrowed whole scale from all kinds of different writers, some which we know, some which we know because they're cited in other literature, and Josephus tends to be best when he is history, his first-hand recollection of many events. Other authors, though, he tends to be right on. So it's a very difficult book to really work through, but fascinating for its larger implications for who Josephus was. A couple other works he wrote, which are of less importance to us right now. I forgot. I'm actually going on to it. Let me just change. So why that the Romans, Vespasian, this is a book about Vespasian, also should go the official library. But beyond that, there is a key reference to Jesus buried. Let's jump to it. Let me just tell you, first of all, it's most likely not Josephus's writings. It is most likely a later interpolation, which appears in the 3rd century, probably some various Christian scribe copying out Josephus said, wouldn't it be nice if we added this little reference to Jesus here? I mean, it was the same time period, right? He must know something about him. So let's have a look at what that fashion says. I'll read it out. Because it's in this funny. Again, the 3rd day, as the divine prophets had foretold these and 10, which is kind of a, when you think about it, it's like, what are you talking about? If you're really saying something like this, stop it. The press, thankfully for us, that's one of the reasons why it became a treasured volume in many Christian libraries, because here's a text that talks about Jesus, so it's kosher. It's the so to speak. And then which is not especially helpful as a scholarly source against Appian, in which he essentially apologizes for Judaism. It's not really appropriate to use the term anti-Semitism. He was a traitor. He went over on Judaism for a wide-scale audience. So it's difficult to understand him as a man. Was he a traitor? Was he a patriot? Was he a pious Jew? Was he a sacrilegious Jew? Difficult to really tease out. But I thank you for speaking about him with me for the last 60 minutes, and I look forward to speaking with you next week when we look at Philo of Alexandria. Today's lecture is a fascinating topic. I actually learned a lot about myself preparing this lecture. I share with you some of those small insights into my self-revelation that I had. Caveat to make, actually 2 caveats. The first one is I've decided I'm not going to start right away with a joke, because you can actually look at the YouTube page and see when people stop watching my video. And last week I didn't tell a joke, and people stayed the lecture much longer, about 77% longer actually than when I do tell the joke. So, and also the people at Tor Cafe, they always edit them out, Elia, and gets they just take subject of our lecture tonight, which is horrible, a massive crowd in Surfside, Florida, and we have majors. So I'm not sure. Let's have a vote from the audience. How would you announce his name? Milo, right? Like the dough rhymes with Milo, right? That certainly makes sense, and that's corroborated by all the websites I could find that tell you how to pronounce Philo. The problem is, in Greek, it's clearly Philo. It's actually Philon in Greek with an N sound at the end. So I don't know if I appear horribly pedantic if I say Philo, or will I sound regular, sort of like uneducated. So I'm just going to go with Philo because that is the consensus of the audience. The second caveat is I can't hold back. I'm going to tell you the joke now anyways. It goes like this. So this is a joke. I realized as I was going through this lecture that is I'm especially interested in the question of Jewish identity. Is it? Obviously, it's easy to consider someone else a Jew or consider someone else not a Jew. But at what point does one person consider themselves a Jew? Fascinating topic that, of course, is especially relevant with the recent results of the Pew Research poll on Judaica. And I think we'll find some insights in Philo as well. So the joke in the late Brezhnev area, when there's tremendous privation, huge shortages, and in order to get anything, you have to go and stand in line for hours at Chet Ha. You have to stand outside a shop for hours before you get anything. So the joke goes that there's a typical lineup at a grocery store. Everyone's waiting to get in and get some basic cucumbers, in fact. And people are waiting and waiting, and finally the shopkeeper opens up the window and he says, "We've just learned, so all Jews leave the line, go home, leave." Then about 30 minutes later, December in Siberia, and they open up the window again, and they say, "We've just learned that one of the trucks bringing us cucumbers has broke ethnic Latvians, Uzbeks, Kazakhs, and Tatars. So all these ethnicities have to give up. They all go home." This goes on and on all day until finally he opens up and says, "We've just of cucumbers was hijacked by the mafia, and we'll have no cucumbers today. Everyone go home." So a pure, ethnically pristine Soviet citizen standing in line all day turns to his neighbor and says, "The Jews get all the breaks." Right. Okay. Huge uproarious laughter, right? Identity. Okay, so let's go to our topic today. Philo of Alexander. So who was Philo or Philo? He's often known as Philo Judaeus, meaning Philo the Jew, because he was extremely important in Christian various activities. We assume that he probably was corresponding roughly to these years. The extremely important years in Jewish history. It means that life overlapped with Jesus of Nazareth. We talked about last week, and of course he died shortly before the destruction of the Second Temple and the eradication of Jewish polity in the Middle East. So what he has to say in this time period should be of extreme importance for us as historians trying to understand what it means in the big picture. Basically, he was a philosopher, one might say philosopher / theologian, was very interested. Was on Judaism. He was extremely important in the Christian intellect by Eusebius and then by all the other church fathers, revered as a great Jewish philosopher. But he was Hebrew religious tradition until the 10th century when people began to mention to him again. So, what a strange thing. Very, very circulated author in the and also in Latin and Aramean translations, Armenian translation, excuse me. And the rabbis have nothing to do with them. They can't even argue with him. They don't even disagree with him. They just totally ignore him. He's, as they say in Hebrew, chutz lamachaneh, outside of the camp. So how is it possible that he evaded all rabbinic attention while receiving tremendous reputation among Christians as really the greatest expression of Jewish philosophy in the ancient period? This, for example, is one of the of, as you can see, the Latin on top, Philo Judea. So, moving forward, what do we know about him? With the exception of one reference, which supports the idea that he was, in fact, as important as one would think from Philo's own writing, we have no references to Philo, contemporary references, other than Philo himself. So, like our, attempt to say about Philo is based on his own writings, on list of what he has to say about both in terms of fun does from time to time, or also by reading between the lines about what he has to say about the backwards and learn some things about him. We can figure out, however, quite a bit. This is another 15th century representation. We don't know if this looks anything like him. He's slightly wall-eyed here too, which is individual, and from a very well, merely because of his description of his relations, his brother Alexandria, which was in a very important city in Egypt, as I will show you shortly. We're not exactly sure what an alabarch is. In Greek, the term treasurer, certainly though a very high level, to be sure. We know that he was Jewish causes in Alexandria and Egypt, indicating that he had significant wealth. He did make a trip to offer sacrifices, although it's interesting, he just mentions it in a passing offhand way, like talking about a totally different subject. He says, by the way, while I was going to Israel, talk to me. And we don't know much else about his relationship to Israel and the temple. We know that he obviously had, based on his writings, an extremely strong Hellenistic education, which was a huge expense at the time. He definitely was educated in the gymnasium, in the time. In fact, some modern misogyny, because he had a rather negative view of women getting higher education, and this view was duly repeated in many of the church fathers after him. But at any rate, clearly a very prominent individual. We'll give you some more evidence of that shortly. Very wealthy individual. He is very well connected, and he was able to afford a life of leisure and dedicate himself to philosophical investigations and publication. His nephew also says something about his in Jewish society. His nephew, Tiberius Julius Alexander, we don't know how to describe his religious affiliation, but he actually fought with the Roman soldiers in Jerusalem in the War of 70, in the Roman-Jewish War, meaning he was alongside Titus when the temple was destroyed, and not like Josephus as a captive. But in an his nephew to try to bring him back from the brink of completely turning himself over to the Romans. So we get a picture of literate and you'll see politically quite active. Any questions to this point? Yes, please.
Well, classical spread. Secondly, philo in Greek means love. Philo means fidelity in Latin. So,
yeah, that's interesting. I don't know enough about Greek and Latin to say how, like fides means like faith, and hence fidelity, or like the dog's name Fido. Means, faithful. I love wisdom. Philon means lover, but I think he was a writer, not a lover. Yeah, let's go right here. Okay, so numerous tractates, exclusively in Greek, some of which survived, as I mentioned, in Aramaic and in Latin translation. Actually, should say Aramaic. Actually, no Hebrew. I mean, here he is writing exclusively topics. He is like the expert, and it's not at all clear that he knows Hebrew at all. He does make, some references to Hebrew. His writings full of references to the Bible. In fact, that's what he's mainly writing about, is the Bible. And from time to time, he will use Hebrew to explain an Arabic. The problem is that about half of the time he's totally wrong from someone else, and other times, his sort of this word in Hebrew means X, and it doesn't mean X at all. You'd have to be an idiot. So many scholars think he knew no Hebrew whatsoever, and he had to rely on a more Judaic educated individual to make a different point, and maybe his so strong, but he did know some at any rate. Perhaps more importantly, though, and something that he was so in Greek philosophy, and especially, in fact, again, thinking of Philo in the transmission of Greek wisdom to the Renaissance, looking a little further, it's an extremely important thing, because he was sort of the bridge for others to take Greek and retain some value for it, so that once they got past the Dark Ages, there was at least a memory that, yes, there was this guy named Philo who was interested in some guy named Plato, and when the writings began to surface from Arabic translations, there was a desire to resurrect the original Greek as well. So it plays a very important role in kind of bridging the medieval world as well. But nevertheless, let's just think they are entirely written in a Greek idiom, both literally language, but more significantly written in a Greek syntax, Greek questions, and they read like philosophically absorbed within the Greek world and yet obsessed with Judaism. That's an unusual kind of posture of identity that I think we will actually find much more recognizable as we contemplate century. So let's just understand a little bit about what is this Greek stuff that obsessed Philo so much. This concept of Hellenism. The word Hellas is and the Punjab all the way over to Bangladesh. With Alexander the Great's conquest of the Middle East, here's a bust of Alexander the Great. He comes at this map here. Here he is coming from northern Greece, making his way through. This entire journey was committed to the task of finding authentic. It was really difficult. But he moved one of the most phenomenal early conquests of the ancient world, the Mediterranean basin. Here is Alexandria, by the way, Egypt at the Nile Delta, all of Israel here, and then he moves all the way through Central Asia out to northern India. Not quite as far as Bangladesh, this region here, where he finds his soldiers revolt. His soldiers are tired. They've been fighting for several years. They want to go home. With tremendous regret, he agrees to head back, but on the way back, he dies most likely from alcohol poisoning. And the empire, and once the empire collapses, it's divided among three of his generals, Antiochus of fame, and the third is left in the Antigonids, which is out here in central Greece. So, but what's really important about Alexander's contribution is that he superior to anything anyone else was doing, like Euclid, they had the Plato, Socrates, Aristotle. They had Aristotle actually was Alexander's son, Philip, if I remember correctly. Did I say Alexander? Aristotle was a teacher of Alexander's son. I may have gotten it upside down. Good thing I'm not putting this until tomorrow. And the Greek stories, mythology, art, aesthetics, the 2nd century before the Common Era, because it threatened to completely overwhelm Jewish identity, such that you have the Hasmonean revolt, the Hanukkah revolt, where traditionalists argue to eradicate it is good for us, and we want to, accumulate as much of it as possible. This conflict we solved of the Jews in favor of the traditionalists, I should say, in the 2nd century. It continued for several centuries thereafter, and we're talking about Philo, who was born 150 years later, and the fight is still avidly going on. Clear where we should put Philo in the entire story. So, any questions about Hellenism so far? No. Good. Clear as the sun at noonday. So here's Alexandria, right here. Western Nile, central heart of the Jewish people, about today, and the spiritual capital of legal Jewry. But New York, on the other hand, massive population, things like that, but nevertheless, an extremely important center. And Jerusalem can't try New York either. New York is simply too important. That's kind of like multiple ethnicities in the city, Roman overlords and Jews. And the Jews are so much so that they ended up taking over more than 1/4 of the city's population, both literally in terms of absolute numbers and also in terms of the actual physical quarters of the city. Ended up, moving into others, which caused huge that when they said Kaddish, it was necessary to wave a red flag so that people knew when to say Amen. I'm sure if the rabbi was here right now, he would say something like, "We need that in our shul too," but not because it's so big. I mean, because you can't hear what times when they're saying Kaddish. Date those specifically to particular places. But in the Gemara, it talks about saying "Husoli Olam Boed." Back further because Jewish actor is out of work in Los Angeles. He's waiting table. Here is just going nowhere. So he decides, I just got to take any kind of job that I can find. I'm going to take it. He opens up Variety, not wait any more tables. He goes auditions for the job. Puts on a gorilla method after, so he really gets into the part and down. Turns out that the Los Angeles Zoo, see what's on my mind, the Los Angeles Jew, the zoo the city, it would suffer a lot if they didn't have someone in the cage so he was filling in. And the kids are squealing with delight. He enjoys performing for them. It's his monotheist. He covers his eyes and he says, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad. Right? And the lion said, Baruch Shem Kavod Ma'akuso V'Olam Boed. And then the giraffe says, Shah, you'll get us all fired. So that joke somehow says a lot about Jewish identity, about what's going on. A massive synagogue, huge population of Jews. Synagogue goers in Jerusalem or not. Philo is a very ambiguous source for that. So let's go a little more deeply. First of all, how does Philo write? What does he write about? The main of his work is really a technique than anything else. This is based on Samuel Sandmel's research. Anything else in his works. So writing about the Bible, and he is, engaged very, very deeply in the story, but he is very, very cavalier with rabbinic sources. Of course, have a huge intellectual interpretive tradition of the scriptures. Rashi is not especially in this regard. He is in the sense that he's able to anthologize faithful to texts that occur centuries before him. And he just already, 1,000 years ago. So we have a very long midrashic tradition of interpret the scriptures. And it's a huge range of possibilities. And occasionally Philo will dip in to go completely off on his own tangent. Scriptures. And he will interpret the scriptures within Abraham's two wives, Hagar and Sarah. So we all know the story, of course, so I won't paraphrase it, but Philo writes as if Hagar and philosophical concepts. And while he doesn't want to completely come out and say they never existed, it's almost as if they didn't exist. All he cares about is this idea that Hagar represents instrumental wisdom, meaning like the wisdom need to be an accountant or to be a physician. Totally bizarre because after all, she's married to Abraham, and that gets us confused with it. He goes so far away from the Jewish biblical narrative that you can imagine if you're a rabbi, you would saying, what is this guy thinking about? Where is he coming from? Our interpretive tradition. So he never wants to say something didn't Babylonian flood myths and things like that to reinforce that there was a historical flood. But the vast majority of his discussion is about how the flood represents a purge of all dross elements, how it represents like a striving for perfection. By the way, in a very Platonic sense, meaning pure kind of world, pure kind of idea, and this is the imperfect imitation of that. And that the allegory and the task for him as a Jew is to uncover the hidden meaning of the scripture in order for us to reach some kind of spiritual elevation to become excellent in a moral sense based on really Greek sensibilities. So he's writing essentially a Greek book using Jewish topics. That's really where he's coming from. Okay, questions or arguments to this point, please.
So that's not really so unusual because if you go to Israel, you see ancient synagogue doesn't support them. Notice that the mosaic contains many elements of Greek mythology as well as the traditional Jews. And it, for instance, the name Alexander itself has a very long, rich history, even to the so-called descendant of his children.
Absolutely.
It's been popular for thousands of years.
Some of my
Use the name Alexander.
some of my best friends have named their kids Alexander.
Good. So, and even if you go back to the Talmud, you see, a kind of dichotomy here. There's this great affection and yet great condemnation of Hellenism. So it's kind of a conflicted sensibility.
I agree with you completely. A lot of the archaeological evidence, the dial, and Bat in the nude, standing on the shoreline, he's in the water, and you wonder, fly in most synagogues into what's the dichotomy here? What's the problem is if you can imagine a prominent Jewish writer, for example, borrowing very freely from Christian, speaking with Christian idiom of the Epiphany and of the Immaculate Conception, and especially ignoring traditional rabbinics completely, or effectively completely, you would say, well, is this a representative of the Jewish community? Is this a kind of like mainstream idea? Because Philo was a mainstream guy. Because this is 150 years later, and look what's going on. This is not, the story that we get in day school where the one, and therefore we're all ID. What's fast? Who exactly is reading Philo? Like, he kept writing and writing and writing. He was independently wealthy, and he could afford to write things that nobody else read. Probably the case, but nevertheless, we have to assume he had some readership. Who exactly is reading and appreciating his materials? It wouldn't be traditional Pharisaic rabbis, because they would object to so much stuff that's in Philo. It must be that he had a large audience of committed Jews, not rabbinic in nature. Committed Jews who were more interested in Greek thought and Greek methodology than they were in traditional Judaism. And they're very comfortable in their Judaism expressed in this manner. This should sound like television and read in the newspapers with what I watch on. I wonder how they dealt with that, because for them, it's intolerable, I think, in terms of the challenge to their identity. Have a look at our historical aspect that I think should be useful for us in seeing how it plays. The most important Jewish event on the limited data that we have was a horrible pogrom that occurred in the year 38. The origins of the pogrom are rather complex. So there was a governor in Alexandria, a Roman governor named Flaccus, and he was appointed repeats. Josephus was a horrible plagiarizer. I don't know anything original governing the city well. So a few years later, in the year 38, Agrippa the First was appointed the ruler of Judea, and he was appointed various ethnicities in that city. Someone told Flaccus that Agrippa was a rival to him. I mean, they are neighboring regions, Egypt and Israel, and so Flaccus, outright disrespect Agrippa, but he certainly was prepared to condone public disrespect. So the hoi polloi, or the masses, they had a certain amount of anti-Semitic activity, which consisted at first of basically the mounting of satirical plays ridiculing Agrippa, which were, popular fodder for entertainment. I guess if you translate that into 21st century terms, that would be kind of like New York Daily Post big headlines kind of thing that would, offend people. But it got worse and worse as then they began to desecrate synagogues. Specifically, some of the Egyptians wanted to place busts of Caligula in the Jewish synagogues, and that was already too much for the Jews. Flaccus, throughout all of this, tolerates the maltreatment of their royal guests, and when the population saw, again, Philo's account, when the population saw that there would be no punishment forthcoming, it is eventually escalated to violence, into massive attacks on the Jewish population. Really devolved. At that point, violence continued a few days. However, it came to an end a few months later when the Jews complained to the on. They mentioned they were unable to send their birthday greetings to the emperor on time. They were enduring in Alexandria, so that he did not get his from the Jews of Alexandria. He immediately recalled Flaccus. He exiled him, and then he was executed for his poor treatment of the Jews. Now, the difficulty is we're taking it from Philo's account. It really is that Philo was especially perturbed with the idea that Jews would be upset with Rome. Two treatises on this. One was called Against Flaccus, and the other one called Delegation to Gaius was actually an account written years later of his own delegation that he led to Caligula himself, Gaius Caligula, and to ameliorate it through the attention to Flaccus specifically. It appears that he wrote these texts apologizing for Roman rule, trying to tell Alexandrian Jews not to be upset, because apparently there were many who were still upset. Others, a rival group, had sent a second delegation to Rome to speak with the emperor about this. And what Philo was trying to do is to say, Jews, please, it was terrible what happened under Flaccus, but look, it's all right now. It's all part of divine providence. Caligula did the right thing. He withdrew Flaccus from his position, and Flaccus was eventually killed, and we see that it all works out in the end. Roman rule, he wanted to say, was good for the Jews, and that the Jews should keep their head down and not complain so much, because ultimately it is appropriate for Jews to submit to the overarching authority. Essentially, treatises which were written for a Jewish audience to maintain their calm in the face of the growing storm. Okay, questions, arguments? So far? Yes, please. In terms of Jewish pride, no one is ashamed to be Jew. Low in terms of what do they do about it? Like, do they go to synagogue, visit Israel, give? Because the only way to get out is through the FBI witness protection program. But Jews may not do a lot of to be Jews. So that's the same kind of thing clearly in Jewish identity, a belief in the future of the Jewish people, and he's happy to participate in. In terms, he promotes adherence to. He never ever says that one should adopt counter-normative halakhic behavior. He always explains halakha in some completely non-normative sense. So, for example, the whole idea of kashrut is about health and self-discipline and about, learning to withhold oneself from forbidden foods, just for the sake of your own self-discipline, not for, some other reason that may be expressed in the Talmud. It's just for your own self-discipline. Or, the idea of Brit Milah, we see this in other ones, to curb your sexual appetite. Circumcision somehow is a way to, moderate your sexual desires, at least men's sexual desires, as it were. And one of the things that comes out of his work, which some scholars, the original to Philon, is this concept of the law of nature. This idea that Plato's ideal world is expressed in the natural world as well, in a logical and systematic fashion. And that the thing. He never refers to the diaspora as second expulsion, right? Jews have been living in common era with the destruction of the first temple, but he's living outside and moving to Israel, right? That sounds like American Jews too, right? If you're a New York Jew, that's great, but me move to Israel, chas v'shalom, please.
It's interesting that you had the two major centers of Halachic, Babylon and Jerusalem.
Yeah.
And it's the two traffics of Talmud, Babylon and Jerusalem. And yet, with all of this great population concentrated in Alexander, there is no such tradition. There is no yeshiva. Israel.
That's a fascinating observation. I think that they have large populations. They have gods, but they don't have them because maybe the kind of Judaism is Greek. They have gymnasiums. They have gymnasiums probably. And I think one other important thing to remember is they don't have Jews after a certain point of time either, right? So he's not a Zionist at all, like in the sense that obviously an anachronistic term, but he's not like saying we have to get back to Israel. Very happy living there, but at the same time, he supports Israel and he's philanthropic towards the temple, and he regards value I mentioned earlier on Israel's behalf to sway the Emperor Caligula from his own bus inside the temple as well, which I'm sure the Jews have appreciated. So using his, before I say too much of legacy, the Septuagint is perhaps the greatest creation of the Hellenistic period, that of the Hebrew Bible. So that in the letter of Aristeas, a Greek source, and also represented in the Talmud as well, was the outcome of a miraculous occasion. That King Ptolemy brought together 70 translation of the Bible. And I have to tell you this because I used to say, you call that a miracle? That's not a miracle. Take 70 rabbis, put them in one room, see if they come out on translation. Greek and Jewish. So you have these early church fathers, 3rd, 4th century, who are reading the Septuagint to guide for the Jewish interpretation of the Torah. They're reading the wrong go-to God for the rest of the Jewish world, but that of Judaism through Philo. The rabbis completely, since that I think should be fairly obvious, that he's not in touch whatsoever with traditional midrash scholarship. He has no credentials in traditional scholarship, and they just 6 months when we get to the 19th century, where there is this tremendous effort by Jewish scholars to articulate a modality of Jewish identity that is consonant with 19th centuries, where Jews have to demonstrate their Judaism proudly. And this is exactly what we're talking about. It's a guy who's deeply learned in the general culture, be a Jew, and he's writing, and he is, leading, and he's got delegation and stuff like that. And so all of a sudden, in the 19th century, Philo becomes a hero in the Wissenschaft movement, and is essentially restored to the, although not necessarily in the same method that the rabbis would have liked. Ultimately, though, in the 19th century, many viewed him as a model, as a modern diaspora Jew, a model citizen, as it were. And I would like to argue that perhaps his vision of Judaism in the we're at the end of the lecture. I know that I've been really pushing you hard in a lot of these Hellenistic and philosophical regions. I thank you very much for your indulgence, and I look forward to, God willing, speaking to you next week, where we have a super controversial lecture. We're going to look at St. Paul of Tarsus, Christianity in the Jewish context. Thank you very much for listening. lecture in church, contrast with synagogue. And this is obviously a medieval depiction, actually. It's a modern reproduction of the look at the medieval period. Basically, on the left, you see the ecclesia, the church, and she is always portrayed in the many examples we have of this sort of theme as an upright crown. Her staff is unbroken. She's holding, her gaze is steady, and her clothes are properly arranged, and so on. And she's looking with perhaps some disdain at the fallen synagogue. You see that her head is uncovered, a loss of modesty. Her staff is broken, representing a loss of temporal power, a loss of physical power as a state. She is blindfolded, indicating that she's blinded to the truth of Christianity, and falling from her left hand are and the couple portrays is that we'll look at many more examples of ecclesia synagogations. As in the 2nd century of Christianity, the idea becomes very prominent that God has a family. First of all, our is, of course, because of early Christian literature. This addendum is now called the Old Testament, which describes life of Jesus and the life of his followers and their teachings and so on. In particular importance, and this is not the place to get into more extensive literary criticism, many oral traditions that were written later, like the to magnify the importance and divinity of Jesus, whereas the Talmud wishes to contract that authority and that respect, and we'll look towards the end of today's class at a couple of examples of that. The Talmud also written references, not necessarily directly to Christian zeitgeist or the spirit of the time, by looking at the Dead Sea Scrolls that we discussed in earlier chapter. Finally, some scattered and tantalizing references in Roman sources, which are beyond the scope of today's topic, but nevertheless, we have in these two main sources, the early Christian documents, the early Jewish documents. At the very beginning, of course, the term Christian had not been coined, and the early Christians were all Jews, and so it's difficult to tease out what's Christian, what's Jewish. at a certain level, but those are our major sources for discussion that we'll have today. So let's go over his life story very briefly. I'm going to skip over the parts that you probably get by passing by, around December to his life. Basically, more concerning Pharisaic doctrines. So he definitely quotes Mishnaic figures such as Hillel in particular, and his most acerbic comments are directed, at least in the version of the Gospels that we have, them quite the opposite, is because he is just to them. For example, if you think of your own families, if you have siblings, you're more likely to reserve your most cutting and caustic remarks for your siblings, not because they're distant from you. You wouldn't say such things, for example, to someone you just met on the bus, but you say that to your sibling because you love your sibling and you can say what you think for good or for ill, and they will forgive you. So much of Jesus' dialogue with the rabbis should be understood within this context. They were having very heated, passionate disagreements over the nature of God, God's role for humanity. The requirements of one was known from Jesus' time is placed in the negative. When asked in a famous passage in Tractate Shabbat, what is can you teach me the entire standing on one foot? Hillel responds, that which is hated to your neighbor. That is, the rest is all considered in the positive discussion, perhaps in a larger context, but ramble of the relationship between Hillel and Jesus. In many cases, Jesus simply quotes Hillel, often without attribution. The Gospels, both Talmudic scholars can work through literary archaeology source. Very populist. One of the criticisms that it reached out to all classes of society, the dispossessed, the discarded, as far as we can tell from our sources, and it's sure who was not afraid to take on authority. Relationship with other groups was caustic. He was not a fan of Sadducees whatsoever, and his disruption of at the temple was definitely seen as an open incitement, rebellion against the trends of the Sadducees. He also was not fond of the extreme violence associated with the zealots, and the overall tenor is much more pacifist. Ultimately, however, this comes down to the end of his life, which is an extremely important topic that we will certainly return to in the medieval period. The passion refers to his crucifixion and death, and according to the Christians, his resurrection 3 days later. The basic version of the story, just reading the Gospels without any further kind of layering of meaning, is that he was betrayed by believing in his messianic identity, offers to Jews on a eve of no other historical base for this custom, but he offers the one prisoner released. He offers them what they call the Messiah or Barabbas, a common theme. The assembled Jews from the version of the gospel say, well, we want Barabbas, we don't want Jesus. Pontius Pilate essentially, this Jesus seems rather special and so on. Say no, and then the very few, which would reverberate with great significance down the centuries, the Jews say, his blood be upon. For scholars today, that's understood as of the destruction of the temple. So those who specifically allegedly condemned Jesus would lay their fruit of their seeing the temple destroyed. But throughout the age, and particularly lay practitioners have understood this as Jews for the responsibility of killing Jesus. Meaning, your average Jew in the 13th, 15th, 21st century somehow has the blood of Jesus on his hands because the Jews then said, his blood be upon us and upon our children. This is probably a gross distortion of the original meaning of the author. But even more importantly, it's a gross distortion. Not something that I consider myself an expert in, but it's a pretty basic idea that Jesus died, Christian thought, for our sins. Therefore, everyone has a share in the guilt of the death of the what they call the dead and will one day come. Christianity 101, if you were taking this with only a Jewish background. Of course, in the medieval telling of this story, the Jews have a much larger role in it. Jesus. Amazingly, Christianity grows from a tiny sect of Jews with a tiny following in this tiny region of the Roman Empire, and within 300 years, accepted as the official religion of Emperor It's also especially ironic because related being persecuted bitterly by the Romans from intra-Jewish sect to a Gentile, to a larger non-Jewish specifics of Judas that were found difficult by many non-Jews. The diet laws, the mandatory Sabbath laws, which is hard for me to understand because it's Shabbos. These kinds of restrictions were seen. So negative by Gentiles, there's just no way that Judaism fell on a really big scale, although I hope towards the end of this unit, not today, but maybe a little later, talk about the, well, listen, I like doing these things in one cut. So find this transformation of Christianity from a tiny Jewish group to a larger Gentile movement has some repercussions, which we will now turn to. Opponents, St. Paul celebrated in the Christian Bible after the Gospels. In particular, he wrote quite a few books and he essentially took Christianity on the road throughout the Roman Empire, especially in Asia Minor, in Syria. He was just getting out there and discussing what Jesus stood for. He himself was locked in a conflict with other early followers of Jesus, many of whom felt that Jesus' movement was intended really for Jews. It was kind of like Judaism plus, that Jews were supposed to observe all of the ritual commandments of Judaism, plus believe in Jesus as the Messiah and adopt his ethical teachings on top of the onerous burden, the old Malchut Shemayim, the yoke of the kingdom of heaven that represented the 613 commandments of Judaism. So Paul was the one who eventually defeated this opinion to say, no, Jesus' ministry really means something for the entire world, and followers of Jesus need not adopt new practices, such as, for example, baptism. But Paul had several challenges, one of which was, for example, what do you do with the Hebrew scriptures? The foundation of Judaism was in the Tanakh, and it was widely throughout the ancient world. Romans, Greeks, they respected the fact this document that has withstood by their validity. Now, one of the things that's really so important in the Bible is this repeated afterness of the people. Typical theological concepts that we will have to go through there. But it's very difficult to get away from passages that my firstborn is very clear from the scriptures that God has something in mind for the Jews. It is not totally clear from those texts that God says they'll somehow better. That is again something more for a stuff or philosophy, theology. But there's no question that Jews are chosen for something. So when Paul is going throughout the Mediterranean base, talking about Christianity, one of the key questions, how does this relate to Judaism? All of that is true. Everything in the Hebrew is absolutely valid. The problem is that the Jews didn't keep up their end of the bargain. God makes all these promises to the Jews. They have ethical teachings, and as a result, God, as it were, transfers his favor from the Jews to now the Gentiles who follow Jesus, aka Christianity. And this is a really important point that we saw in that overall image that I started class with, Ecclesia and Synagoga, the church versus the synagogue, that express in non-literary terms, very, very illiterate audience of peasants who need to be educated in the ideas of Christianity. It articulates the Pauline doctrine that Judaism was really special at one point, but now Christianity is really But again, bigotry class we're not going to go into. And further away from Judaism, and specifically the less Jewish or Gentile, then the true outcome is right, it's wrong, but it for them, they are the outside, and this represents the way they live between these two groups, Jews and Christians. Now, the Jews were not completely uninvolved with this entire process, and we see a very strong Jewish counter-reaction. Do so, but as they saw the changing and adopting, a more lenient attitude towards the mitzvot, towards the commandments, the rabbi let me just make one small stop, one set of ideas, and that is a little bit of a distortion of what not so much orthodox one doctrine as it is orthopractic one practices. There is the idea that there's only a handful of commandments to deal with how we should think. Obviously, there are many teaching ethical exhortations to think in a certain way, but really, in terms of commandments, it's really where the rubber meets the road. How can you make a different culture? Are these two people allowed to be married? Kinds of decisions that are occupying most Jewish one practice. Even that is a bit that you have, their takes on how to behave, and as a, Achmir, Ego, we won't go into those. Practice. Admit people to the whole it's not, and that's when you understand it can't be split from it. There's a fantastic incident with Rabbbi Rothschild that I would really like to discuss, but I won't be able to head to number 2. And this is that's described in the chapter where the rabbis decide to add a blessing to the Shemona. They decide to add a new blessing, essentially draws that line in the sand by placing a blessing on the heritage. Anyone who is really a Christian, and this particular blessing, which the person has a difficult choice. Announcing this blessing, which would essentially bring down a Christian, or he could omit the blessing, in which he would be exposed as a Christian and then be ejected. There are some scholars who believe that John kinds of things. You don't have to be kosher, to be Christian, etc. For several centuries. Many of those formalized accounts of there's extensive scholarly debate on the origin of that sound. Reflects on this topic. The broken staff, the downcast gaze. You don't see the blindfold. You don't see the. There will be some variation to the theme, nevertheless, for these things. So among scholars, there's a great debate as to when does anti-Semitism say Jewish development. One school of thought is that it goes way back, perhaps even to the biblical. And you certainly see some support for this in the extensive universally uncomplimentary and argument to be made, we will have to follow up with a later lecture. It says that his relationship between faith and Christian movement, separating itself, that is much more constant and ultimately long-lasting in its implications. Again, I'm going. Thank you very much for listening. Today, I'd like to talk a little bit about very For the Christian doctrine, and all the Jews are gone, and there's no one left to witness. Therefore, Augustine said that Jews should be tolerated. They should not be allowed to flourish. They should not be allowed to, let's say, flaunt their power or wealth and so on, but they should be allowed to retain their status as Jews. Double-edged sword. The Jews, on the one hand, free to live and to enjoy basic religious liberty, called Pact of Lamar, also states that Jews are to be tolerated as Jews, that they are divvied or protected people because they are really people of the book, and very similar to the sword. The same time, they has to be maintained for different reasons, but nevertheless, the outcome is one similar. The doctrine of witness and the sequel to death was offensive or difficult by 20th century standards, and on one level, that's certainly true. However, the sequel to Deus of Gregory the Great also allowed theological rationale for So that's about it for this week's Jewish history. I hope you enjoyed it, and look forward to speaking to you soon. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the second installment of the This Week in Jewish History. The series was of Jerusalem by the Christian Crusaders in the year 1099. This is an event which had signal importance for the geopolitics of era at that time, but also had lasting and incredible ramifications for future history, not only for Jews who were involved particularly in the Rhineland massacres, but also for Muslims and Christians, and the new relationships that would come out of the force of arms pushed their way through all the way to Jerusalem, where they ultimately attacked Jerusalem, massacred the local inhabitants, most of whom are Muslims at the time, and the Christian era in Jerusalem. The origins of the Crusades occurred in 1095 when his assistance in reconquering Jerusalem so that access would be allowed to the pilgrims who wanted to see those places. The Pope complied. Besides the solely, but he sent crusaders from all over Europe, a remarkable population of Jews living in northern Germany. This map here shows you the routes to get to Jerusalem. As you can see from the legend, there were actually several crusades, some more successful. Northern Mediterranean basin, some covered by sea to get to Jerusalem. While their way, however, many of them stopped in the Rhineland in the traditional area Ashkenaz to Jews, specifically the three cities as Shum, Speyer, Worms, and Mainz, where many Jews had settled. And some of the Crusaders thought, why are we schlepping all the way to Del when we have non-believers right here in our own backyard? And so many of them descended on the Jewish communities that were living there in peace in the horrible year 1096 and perpetrated incredible massacres. First them to fall was Speyer in Worms, Mainz, shortly thereafter. Speyer actually got really easy because the local bishop acted with heroism and actually forced out the crusade and had some of their hands cut out. The war actually even invaded so horrific that in fact many Jews preferable to even kill themselves, and turning point in Ashkenazic Jewish. Crusaders then went on after destroying the Rhineland. In fact, many of the Crusaders were not Rhineland. Many had traveled further south, but they went on to attack Jerusalem itself, to continue the massacre between Christians and must persist to this day, and of course has tremendous impact on contemporary. The legacy for the Jews is extremely important. The massacres of the Rhineland were defining in the mentality of Ashkenaz. Very important parts of the liturgy, and also many piyutim, which will be read commemorating these massacres. It caused, according to some historians, Ashkenazic Jewry to become much more inward-looking, much more insular, regarding outside society as much more toxic, in contrast perhaps to the Sephardic experience, which adopted more of an accommodationist approach to the outside world. That's basically our anniversary for this week, the First Crusade, conquering Jerusalem in the year 1099, with tremendous ramifications for world and Jewish history. Thank you very much for listening. Well-known character, but his association with the First Crusade of 1066 is especially important. And his role give us an opportunity to discuss the nature of this important event in Jewish history and understand a little bit opportunity to reflect on what the Crusades mean for to say about him as an individual. He will be rather a people or a launch pad of the Crusades. So without any further discussion, let's go straight to the material itself. The Crusades stayed in their propaganda regularly as the Crusaders, specifically hard to this period. Ironically, they often refer to Jews as Crusaders, which is especially ridiculous because we were victimized quite heavily by the Crusaders. But nevertheless, the Islamic world tends to see the Crusaders evil about the West. The proto-colonialist movement, the rapacious attitude, the intolerance, extreme intolerance of the Crusaders wreaked havoc on Islam in Jerusalem and parts beyond, including, by the way, wreaking havoc on the European Christian world and the Middle Eastern Islamic world for the next millennium. So, of historical indices for understanding how we got to furthermore, the great integrative movements of the European principalities could come together for the first time, really, for one great project, for one ideal that, at least on paper, sounded like a really, really good them together under authority and leadership of a single institution. 300 years of ascendant church, which spelled at its apex the nadir of the church in particular. So the crusade to the integration of Europe as a single polity that would ultimately, I think, tremendous impact on the way scientific revolution, ultimately the Protestant Reformation, which was, of course, the beginning of a straight line towards ascendance in the West as a whole, and Europeanization of the globe through its daughter civilization, which is America. And on one small aspect of this much larger historical phenomenon, and that is, of course, the experience of the Jews in the wrong, terrible year 1096. Trying to understand what that means. So let's go to the historical background and see exactly how the Jews fit in. Specifically, the Crusades were initiated by Pope Urban II in the year 1095. The immediate impetus for the Crusades, which perhaps I should define the Crusades as a movement, and they spanned over several centuries because they were repeated Crusades, were a gathering of European Christians to release Jerusalem in particular from the control of the Muslims. Islam, of course, had been in the region since the 7th century. Jerusalem and the entire eastern Mediterranean was under Islamic control. And this was not a terrible thing for most religions because people were granted really quite ready access to the pilgrimage sites that they wanted. It may have rankled Christian sensibilities to some degree to say that the Church of the Holy Sepulchre was under Muslim control and so on, but they had established a modus vivendi for in the 11th century. Comparatively minor conflicts over the right of the Muslim-dominated Christian Christian shrines. And so Catholic can show here. Assistance in relieving those shrines from Islamic control, or at least doing something to guarantee more ready tourism to allow Christians to gain access to these sites. He saw the fact that his rival, the Patriarch of Constantinople, representing Eastern Orthodox Christianity, was reaching out to the Western Church, to the Catholic Pope, for assistance with alacrity and with energy. And he proclaimed that in really a jihad kind of way, to use a Muslim term for a Christian purpose. He called upon all Christians to rise up and to organize themselves and to make their way to Jerusalem and free the Church of the Holy Sepulchre and other holy sites from Muslim domination. They were to brand themselves response erupted from not only all thinking that all of these, kind of like single males between the ages of 18 and 24, and they're not property and they're not to make their way to this far off land, that it really appealed to the imagination, and it cut a broad swath of supported. It was not a well-organized military venture, and as a result, chaos with all of the various groups make there quite loosely. And we say someone is a crusader, like someone is a crusader for not talking in shul, right? That would be a thing like that. But we use that term very loosely. It's speaking to these armies for Christianity. The feeling of it, these crusaders on the left here mounted on horses and wearing crosses, simple means, but the idea is it was an ideological war, it was a religious war, it was a holy war, it was meant to have a sort of level of cleanliness to it, a level of purity to it, which unfortunately was not at all the case among the crusaders themselves, who were motivated by much darker and baser drives. The Crusades were noted for their incredibly bloodthirsty attacks on Muslims, particularly in the region of Jerusalem. But more than that, you have to, imagine that this is a movement that involved tens of thousands of people dislocated from their homes, wandering across the entire European continent, and with no got their gold doubloons or whatever, and they are able to pay for themselves and their retinue. But you have otherwise a whole host of people who are just groupies hanging on and making their way towards Jerusalem and simply picking up as they go along. So they also absolutely refuse to cover any of their furniture with plastic. And so Sonai non grata, crossing at Constantinople, where the patriarch Ishkal eventually down to the Holy Land, where they ultimately were able to conquer Israel movement that had phenomenal impact on the shaping of the European mind. Well, basically, it accomplished a lot of things in the sense of, integrating various European peoples, giving them a consciousness of being one Christian people under one king. That is in this case, elevate let's say a politician in New York getting up and saying, we should all, I don't know, like follow Mr. Goodman, and we should become green. We should, in a short word, what the Crusade accomplished. It's an integrated movement because it brings together the continent under one kind of at least quasi-political rule. But on the other hand, it involves violence. And whenever you have violence, that also disrupts existing traffic. Exist for the next 500 years, 1,000 years, really. Jews had population centers in both lands, and were more easily tolerated material. Boy. All right. So Count Amicos, let's look at the Jewish aspect of the Crusades, which revolves around the very first crusade, which was the terrible summer of that year, which is memorialized in synagogues around the world every Saturday afternoon with the tremendously moving Av HaRachamim prayer that is recited after the reading of the Torah. Composed in the 12th century to memorialize the victims of the Crusades. If you look at that text more carefully this Saturday when you go to shul, you won't see any specific reference to the Crusades because the author of that piece wisely understood that there would be many that were active during this. The first group were those knights that were specifically are people who had established military backgrounds. They had this kind of journey. However, also unleashed this kind of elemental drive that was in keeping with the zeitgeist, the spirit times, which is well illustrated by Peter the Hermit, who was kind of a popular preacher who went around rabble-rousing and inspiring the masses to also participate in this crusade. And these are people who had no preparation whatsoever for this tremendously difficult journey, and they simply left with whatever provisions they could carry under incredibly bizarre circumstances. For example, we have excellent sources on the crusade written by both Jewish chroniclers and by Christian chroniclers. This was a major movement that inspired a lot of that inspired a lot of attention, and we have a lot of historians working on it who had contemporary eyewitness accounts. And one particular account always fascinates me. Peter the Great had a whole bunch of people around him who were apparently motivated by a very holy goose. There was a goose that was attached to his master, and she would walk around talking about how this goose was determined to go on the crusade because the goose kept on sort of heading towards the east. And whenever the mistress of the goose would hang back, the goose would come back and kind of like try and draw her to the east with her. And so they considered this the holy goose, quite literally. And they saw this as evidence that the crusades were divine. Another figure Peter the Hermit's crowd. Bizarre, magical thinking of the time, but it revealed to the common masses, and you had all kinds of the lumpen proletariat kind of rising up and joining along with it. Peter the Hermit was really see the point of schlepping. Didn't believe. In other words, many, such as Miko Wedding, said, why should we bestir ourselves to travel all the way to Jerusalem and attack the infidel there when we have infidels living right in our backyard? So they're fast. Underneath the Peter the Hermits, who were also interested in acting out for the cause that Urban II had inspired, but they were not ready to make the entire journey to Jerusalem. Last class of crusaders, would-be crusaders, who had nothing to do whatsoever with northern Germany in particular. This depiction here shows Jews on the right being attacked by crusaders. You know they're Jews quite a bit later because they're wearing this pointed hat here known as the Juden or the Jewish hat, which was mandated by the Fourth Council of 1215. It's a very useful thing for art historians because when you look at medieval reproductions, you can always see which ones are time for armies to get themselves make their way down to Jerusalem. Several of these bands, led by people like Count Amico, decide to simply the Jewish communities in the northern Rhineland. That's what is the on to Jewish settlement in northern Germany was still quite sparse at that time. 200 families were considered a very large community in Ashkenaz at that point. Made their way across the coast of North Africa and up into Spain in the 8th century in particular, and then slowly, for reasons that we discussed a couple of around the turn millennium. Historians are not exactly sure why this is the case, but northern Europe, which leads these regions for economic possibility. After the Crusades, 1006 is a slow but steady movement of Jews toward. Scholars debate beginning this that is known to Jews as Ashkenaz, which is basically northern Germany up here. Most of the Jews from this region make their way out east. Ashkenazic Jews today hail more immediately in Europe, even though their origins, say 500 years prior, were in Germany per se. That's what this map kind of represents here, the nature of the violence a little bit. And now I get to some of the dark parts. So Crusades were incredibly harmful to Jews. The level of brutality was unprecedented in many ways. We're talking about one of Speyer, Worms, and Mainz. And by the way, the Christian chroniclers describe them with tremendous distaste. Was reviled by Christian chroniclers who felt that his crusading violence, validations of the absolutely horrific murders. How did Jews respond to these attacks? So I'm going to show you. I'm going to talk about 5 distinct approaches. The first, and they might be somewhat surprising, the first response was that Jews ran to the church for assistance. I'm talking about conversion here. Jews ran to the church would protect them. And in fact, the church did as the ecclesiastical authorities are the axle. And by the way, this I know undermine Yaakov productions for them whatsoever. It simply was not the case. There are several reasons why this is. First of all, elements in the church, because this we talked about this a few weeks ago. This is a complicated relationship between a mother religion and a daughter religion. To the rejection of Judaism as part of church theory. However, from the 4th century on, the church laid down a very clear element of canon law called the doctrine of witness. It was perhaps best articulated by St. Augustine, who wrote that the Jews must be tolerated for a theological purpose, because at the end of days, when the Christian Messiah term. Then the Jews will be once again people of the Messiah. We need to be a virtue mandated in Canada that Jews must be allowed to live within Christian communities with impunity. Now, there were restrictions on activity, restrictions on how they could build their synagogues, how they could carry themselves in public, objects of jealousy for Christians. So Jews and last class citizens, they were to be protected. So the church actually had very clear statements that protected Jews, at least in theory and in law. Where you see this especially clearly is with the blood libel in the 13th century and onward, which seem to be like sort of elemental things that come up from the overwhelmingly urban. We lived within walking distance of synagogue, a mikvah, for commercial purposes, and we occupied an economic niche where villagers would come in to do their marketing with the Jews, but the Jewish commercial centers were always in medium-sized towns. And who else lives in medium-sized towns? You've got your burghers, you've got your joes, and they've got the church. Cathedrals were always located in initial attacks by Count Amico, for example, protection within the bishop's compound, and the bishop sent out a dozen Jews were killed in the initial melee, and the church authorities were able to put within the Christian community. The next town, I believe it was Worms, the Count Amico's authorities and their limited guards, and they threatened to overwhelm the bishop's home, and in fact they invaded it and of authority. Power that could be wielded. Environments where we do not at all is an anarchic violence. If he has moderately anti-Semitic policies, but if there is no Rechtsstaat, if there is no society based on law, then we have a terrible problem, as we see illustrated in the Crusades. Ms. Harris, you had a question. That's a good way to put it. The doctrine of witness, you see, the witness in the sense of being a testifying, right? We were there, so to speak, as a community, Jews were there when the Christian Messiah. A Hindu to Christianity, okay, big deal. That's something. I think they actually said that in Latin because that's something. Yeah, but his testimony is somewhat more clear. I give this, I don't want to make children a certain way. She has a daughter who goes off to college. Daughter goes to college, comes back for Thanksgiving, and she says, "Oh, Mom, I gotta try this new children's recipe that I learned in college. It has peanut butter in it. It's fantastic." Shabbos, the daughter says, "How is it?" The mother says, "Well, it's okay, no, but I prefer the old children's." The daughter says, "No way. This peanut butter children is so much better." So the mother says, "You can say what you want, but the old one's better." Let's see what, but I really prefer the old children. It's no, that's not like it's like enraged. How is it that nobody is recognizing my children as superior? And the only way she can really prove that her children is better is by going back in time to the original three, that the new children is better, then she would be vindicated. And that's exactly the doctrine of witness. We, the Christians, we're like Beelzebub. And until we agree that the new children is better, they'll never be totally satisfied. That's the argument. That's kind of weird. Let's go on. Okay, that's number one. Number two, second one, so-called contributions. And this is what one of my students quite famously said, that the Jewish response to persecution is flee or flee. That's the strategy, right? Flight was not really a possibility because the violence was so sudden. It was within the space of a few days. They're so close to each other, these smaller communities. But the Jews did try to, anticipate the violence by making a quote-unquote contribution. I mean, don't forget, these are crusaders who are promising to make the way across Europe. They have no provisions. They're ironically a strategy that Jews would attempt in the 20th century with the horror misunderstanding of Hitlerian activism of the Jews trying to buy off the Crusaders with very little luck. Third, self-defense. Now, unfortunately, the video, I have a video here which is blocked for some reason, I guess by the Brooklyn filters, but he's actually amazing. Marshall. There's all these amazing concepts where he turns in the shape of the Hebrew letters and used to quite amazing. Actually girds himself up with armor and he brings to the Miko a much more organized and much larger force and simply overwhelmed Rabbi Meshulam and his forces, and they went on to massacre the Jews. So this is a fascinating but fairly small phenomenon in the scope of the Jewish responses to the Crusades. So there's the cool video. You have to see it later. Conversion. Now, the Christian, the ideological basis of their attacks upon the Jews, and so he was acting out of fear for their lives. Did submit to baptism, and after 96, there's a tremendous amount of responsa literature, including responses by none other than the great Rashi, justifying under duress, pretending to accept Christianity. The dominant mode of the authorities was these Jews to the and to recognize that they're out of the community and are gone forever, even under these on exactly this kind of conversion means. And in fact, the more rigid approach is one of the arguments for a distinct trend in Ashkenazic Jews that I hope to return to in about 5 minutes. The fingers, which in medieval art is considered a very aggressive gesture to be used in terms of arguments, like I'm trying to prove you wrong. And here, their Jewish husband and father, wearing the Yudi thing, so you can recognize them as such, is arguing with them that they should not have made this choice. We are Jewish, by the way. We have very heavy caricature physiognomy, which is characteristic of medieval iconography. Any others is founded or the abbreviation shown. Actively, the incredibly powerful and moving, in which they describe the raids, slaughter their own children. But I will read you one section from one Chronicles that give you a sense of it. And note in this section, specific So she said to her companions, I have 4 children. On their son, indeed, he was very chronicler, actually knew what he looked like. She said to her companions, wait, went in himself under a bureau. She took her 2 daughters, Bella and Matrona, and Lord God of hosts, who commanded us not to abandon pure awe of him and to remain loyal to him. And exalted God. She then 2 sleeves, 2 on one side and 2 on the other near her heart. They convulsed near her until the Crusaders seized her. They found her sitting in mourning. What's the money which you have under your sleeve? Behold, how abject I have become. And there are many, many such descriptions in the Chronicles of violence of this nature, which exalts choice of martyrdom. See in the liturgy, particularly on fast days like this, and in many ways help form the Ashkenazic mindset. We'll return to that. So, we're not talking about a movement such as the 1948-49 pogroms in Ukraine. We're not talking about anything like 1919, which is even larger, because all of the demographic data we have, the economic data that we have, indicates that it European truly recovered rather quickly after the defense. The chronicles themselves are difficult to look at in terms of numbers, because the numbers were also used as very poetic, and and a lot, but there are people which will be significantly the pattern of the show. At the same time, however, the literary and we have to contrast it with the development of Sephardic Jewry that attended an altogether Ashkenazic Jewry, the insular and inward locality that viewed the non-Jewish Christian world as being fundamentally toxic for Jews, and so Jews tended to put their intellectual arcs inward with much more focus on Talmudic study, much more non-Jewish culture in all of its forms. Sephardic Jewry, particularly in North Africa, created a sort of path for Ashkenazi, maintained some with the persecutions of the 14th and 15th century that went ability for the victims of the Crusades, even a sham conversion. So I think this is a huge overgeneralization of Ashkenazic and Sephardic development. But nevertheless, there is a bit of truth to this that bears further meditation. So the lexico is really quite profound. On the one hand, his personal story, communities in northern Germany, he went on following the roving bands of Peter the Hermit towards Hungary, and there his fairly wealthy count with supporting himself that he had earned during the Crusades. So he disappears from Jewish history as an individual. However, the legacy of the Crusades was exceptional, a vision of themselves as they considered their relationship to. So at this point, I will bring this to a conclusion. I want to thank you very deeply for your attention and your tolerance. Next week, we will, God willing, go back to a happier topic. We're going to look at the life and works of Abraham ben Rambam, the son of Maimonides, who was actually stand clear of the closing. Sixth is the anniversary of the day in French Jewish history. It marks the day when twins were burned in Paris. That represented approximately 10,000 handwritten manuscripts, absolutely priceless, irreplaceable. And the burning was specifically at the impetus zone. So what I'd like to do is talk a little bit about Nicholas Donin and the disputation of 1240, and then we'll try to understand a little bit more about the antecedents of this disputation, both in the practical realm and also perhaps even in the moral realm. So basically, in the 13th century, this is the period when the church was quite in Europe. Church was the mysterious Talmud. It's the highest expression of the oral law, and much of the Jewish law descends Latin and Greek to a certain degree. And furthermore, the Talmud is written in a highly arcane and esoteric idiom. The church regarded the Talmud as largely a closed book to them, and they had very little entree into this important document. the Jews from converting to Christianity. The church was, of course, very interested in his. Pope ordered a massive confiscation of Talmuds in 1205, and a formal disputation was held between. He was also put into excommunication by his teacher, Rabbbi, centuries throughout Europe as the church or various states sponsored official. Quite heated from the expressions on their faces. 5 specific accusations against the Talmud, which we can summarize to 4 basic. Irreligious, because it had essentially replaced the Bible for Jews. He argued that Jews spent more Bible. It was idolatrous because it has many anthropomorphic representation of God. Jewish commentators deal with this quite a bit of length. The idea of the hand of God, God waits in the middle of the night, screaming for the pain of someone. He argued that it was obscene because does discuss a wide range of elements of the human condition, including issues of sexuality, issues of violence, and so on, in which you should put your shoes on in the morning. So it certainly discusses these other elements of the human condition. And finally, now is certain that there were several passages, not a large number, but there was a document that has so many thousands of them, while Jews are thinking that only some of these temperate were in fact included in this. There's a lot more to say about this, but in this short video we'll go on. At any rate, as could be expected, the debate went south for the Jews, and the Talmudic volumes that were collected were in fact burned publicly in Paris on June 6th of 1242. A tremendous bibliographic loss to the Jewish people as a whole. In itself is a fascinating, sad story, but I think it's very important to note an ironic antecedent to this incident, which is that 10 years before, Jews controversy among Jews, one of the elements of philosophy included within Judaism, the methodology of works like the Mishnah, Torah, and so on. And so Maimonides' works were burned exactly 10 years prior to the burning of the Talmud, and some sources would have it one might be tempted to look at the historical tradition here, folks. The repercussions will be quite negative. Nicholas Donin, in the end, was unable to achieve much satisfaction. He was later accused of heresy himself for his excessively rationalist ideology. Many of his fellow this week in Jewish history. And the important event that's coming up this week is the initiation of the Tortosa Disputation of 1414. It took almost a year to put it into place, and we're going to talk a little bit, therefore, about the whole idea of Jewish Christian. Very popular thing. Through a forced appearance, demand the attention of Jews in a staged debate that was dignitaries, and the Jews would inevitably, and hopefully we'll get a better understanding of the entire phenomenon. So first of all, we begin with the careerism, because these are Jews who have some, particularly with regard to the contents of the Talmud, and by leveraging that training and expertise, they can curry favor with their superiors, and they may be motivated in that big pot. The pot is labeled Jude. You can see they're wearing another version of the conical Jews hat. Really cheerful picture. The second element is that for Christianity, Judaism has been entirely superseded by this new faith. This is represented in medieval art in images like this one here. Shows on the left the church with the upright staff, the chalice, the crown on the head, and eyes, representing the idea that the church is really and in control and favored on the right is largely unavailable to Christians, smattering of Hebrew, but the vast majority of Christians will not even have Greek to be able. Talmud argues the accusers that keeps the Jews from converting to Christianity. strong performance. Ironically, we often have terrible things, and we also have Ramban's own account under the title Havikuah. Finally, the inevitable conclusion, of course, which defenders may muster, this is really a kind. So the Jews can do nothing except accept the inevitable verdict that they are wrong for holding on to the Talmud, and this often results in additional persecution, included in some cases forced exile. Well, that's it for this week. I hope to get a little bit more regularity in the so I'm pretty sure in this forum it's 4 times forgetfulness. Yeah, I will probably get away with it a fifth time. So, and it's the so the joke goes that there's outside they've heard there's going to be cucumbers that day, and all standing in line, and they're waiting for the store that we're not going to be receiving as many cucumbers today as we expected. So therefore, all Jews, please leave the line. So what can they do? They get up, they leave, they go home. Everyone stands around, they're waiting for another half hour. Until finally he opens up the window. We just learned that the last cucumber truck has been hijacked by the mafia. No cucumbers will everyone in one great deal of data about everybody had a major impact on the history of anti-Semitism and on the development of Jewish history in general as a result of his activities. What I'd like to do today is tell you what we do know about anti-Semitic. We'll wrap up with some reflections on the notion of Jewish self-arbosnit. Now, of course, we have class next week, no matter how auspicious the birthday it might be. And we're also thinking a little bit about how to change for next term. One idea sort of throwing around is maybe dropping the time that the class begins a little earlier. Because 8:30 is actually, I don't know, you feel about it, but maybe at 8 or 7:30. There's also a discussion of perhaps a movie of audience that I urge you to go to the website and get email updates as to what's happening. Do any changes, it'll be announced through email. So I strongly urge you to visit the website jewishhistorylectures.org. And scientific story in a nutshell is this is a 13th century individual who had a certain amount of Talmudic training. He actually studied with one very well. He elected to become a Catholic priest. And this is actually a trope that we with some regularity in Jewish history. And not only did he decide to become a Catholic priest, it wasn't enough that he was, situated within Catholicism, religious energies to attack Jews. And he made a genetic identity that fits into a Darwinian struggle for existence. And secondly, that Jews are similarly locked in a world conspiracy to dominate the economic markets, media, and in general to enslave all. So the Talmud is understood as part of the transitional elements to Jews in this world Jewish conspiracy. If you haven't heard about the conspiracy, I can't tell you, and then I can give you all the details, but that's a joke. That was a joke. There is no world Jew. Just telling people in the Philippines, they should really know that there's no. Okay, so Nicholas Donin, born in La Rochelle, of Paris, who died around 1260, Pontus Israel. And yet Rabbi Yechiel is actually mentioned in quite a few Talmudic tractates of his intellectual career, and he was put into excommunication. In Jewish parlance, this is actually a Christian term. And through several phases of Shanta, Nidui, Arur, all kinds of things that are discussed if you look carefully at the sounds in English. We don't know exactly what he did to begin with, but he definitely was a contentious individual, to provide some kind of business dealings. And if a person refused place at that point, in some rare cases, there are threats that a person will somehow defame the Jewish community to the temporal authorities. For example, with blood libel, the idea that some Jew would say to the mayor, and I'm going to say that the Jews killed a Christian child for his blood, a total fabrication. But if a person behaves to begin with, because he presents a public harm, those kinds of converted specifically to Catholicism, and he joined a monastic. And as I mentioned in the quick warm-up here, perhaps what's fascinating so the box to imagine I read a fascinating statistic. It's a little bit old, maybe it's from the 1990s. Apparently, 2/3 of American converts to Buddhism are actually Jews, which they call. She insists, so he says, she flies to Tibet, and she says, I want to go to the Holy Mountain. And the tour guide say, well, you can't go to the Holy Mountain. It's so remote. Goes and would pack animals to the Holy Mountain. She says, I want to climb the Holy Mountain. The Sherpa says, it's not allowed. You're woman is allowed on the Holy Mountain. She says, I don't care. A Jew becomes a Buddhist and then spends his career defaming Jews to other Buddhists. Like, what is that all about? Just forget about things. But you have this phenomenon where once they have been accepted into another religion, sometimes these Jews will then turn around and use all of their energies to try and defame the mother religion. There's a clear the deep-seated psychological dynamic where it validates the decision to convert by deriding the mother faith. By saying, I'm so glad I left that faith because, my gosh, for them. Okay, I have a lot of questions. I'm worried because I love taking questions, but sometimes when I take them, other people tell me I shouldn't take so many questions. So you know what, maybe I will pause in about 5 or 10 minutes for a few questions, and then we'll get right back to it. Even my brilliant daughter, Elisa Abramson, who is, by the way, today joined by my other brilliant daughter, Denise Malka Abramson, a very rare occasion. Yes, they are separate people. They are here in the audience. Okay, so the disputation, the story of the disputation that's really central to Nicholas Stone, and the main reason why his name reverberates throughout Jewish history is because he went to Pope Gregory IX in 1236, and he laid before the Pope a very convincing theory that had a tremendous impact on the papal mind. Specifically, during theological doubts that plagued much of the Catholic world in the High Middle Ages, is why is it that the Jews keep hanging on to their faith? I mean, it should be incredibly obvious to everyone that Christianity is ascendant, also sometimes ranging on to the diabolical theories that somehow the devil influences them. Other people thought it was maybe a secret grows more than you to Jesus. This is a reference to Jesus, and you know it's self-validating because they have a whole interpretive narrative tradition of how to read the Bible, and so it's really amazing to Christians in the High Middle Ages why the Jews aren't getting this. Why aren't they converting to Christianity? Nicholas Stone comes forward and says the reason is because totally could read in Hebrew, but you could read in Aramaic, and the Talmud is written in a highly arcane style in the Aramaic language, and it was a totally closed book to the 13th century. So when Nicholas Adorno said, look, let me just translate a few passages here from the Talmud, from most of the Talmud. And so the popes realized, you know what? This is the reason why they're not converting, is holding back the Jews from reading Scripture the correct way, i.e. the way that we read Scripture. And so the way that this had to be controlled was the Talmud had to be collected, confiscated from the Jews, and then destroyed. He called Gregory applied, so they brought together the Talmud, and before, the fate of these valuable manuscripts was already sealed by the time they asked for them, they gave Nicholas Adonin the opportunity to openly debate with his teacher about the content of the Talmud, and once the Jews, of course, lost this debate, then the Talmuds were, in fact, duly destroyed in 1242, a day that many French Jews still observe as a fast day to the present day. Okay, let me pause for a couple of questions on the content of the debate. I think that's, yes, Solomon. That would happen shortly thereafter. This prior to the dispute of 1263 with Nachmanides. That was the same phenomenon. Popular to Christianity, also Christian converts to Catholicism, attacking the elder rabbi Nachmanides. In that debate, Nachmanides really We'll talk about that one. Well, actually, it was in the Talmud and in the liturgy, but in the printing of Sidurim, the Jews usually self-censored these parts out. Right? No, this is a complicated relationship. Absolutely. Ms. Abramson.
It's like, if they're really scary, you see them sometimes, but the thing is, check in, everybody's having fun putting the wheel shields up for example. So, I got a call that so that was that. That's how the restaurant.
Yeah, that's a good argument, I would think, if we had scholars. I mean, it's like, how many contacts do you have on your iPhone? Right? That's probably a lot less than the data in the Talmud. And you know, 20 years ago, you would probably remember most of those phone numbers. But because you have the iPhone and you have all those contacts written, you don't bother, right? So the Talmud, by writing it down, ironically, eroded the power of memory. That's something already noted. Plato noted that in his dialogue. So, yes. Okay.
Very quick questions. Number one, you know, which monastic order.
I believe he was a Dominican, if I'm not mistaken.
I know something has something to do with which direction they want to go.
Dominicans really love this kind of stuff.
Secondly, the only one that comply. Is there any reason?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a public demonstration of burning. Okay, I want to go back. I got to go back. I can't, because there are people who aren't asking questions saying, why did it take so many questions? I have to really definitely go on. Okay, so the charge is 35 separate accusations, which says something about what exactly they were thinking the Talmud meant at the time. To kind of summarize them, the first thing is the argument was that the Talmud was religious document. Law. So the idea that there could be some other book which supplants the Bible, that was understood as being fundamentally irreligious. Idolatrous. The Talmud with anthropomorphisms. God is described with human terms, human emotions, waking up, poetic license, very elevated scene. And that's primarily because, the Talmud is definitely, it's an R-rated work. There's frank, open discussion of faith. There are jokes of sometimes questionable taste. In my humble opinion, they obviously harbor great spiritual truth, which I'm not always privy to, and you just look at, well, what does this joke actually mean? But there's maybe you not supposed to call people names, then obviously we have all these. When it does turn to the kinds of charges that were brought against the Talmud with success by Donin win. The best they can do is try and make a dignified response, but ultimately the audience is overwhelmingly not churchmen themselves. In a debate, but the end result was that 24, and so these are all handwritten of incredible priceless value, and they were burned outside where the Louvre is today in Paris. So let's base and speak about the intellectual history of that framework. There are basically 4 periods of anti-Semitic by scholars. So what I mean by this again is not the types of persecution of Jews, but rather the rationale for the persecution of Jews. Because, you will see those kinds of things go backwards as in kind of climates, but generally speaking, people don't really buy that kind of argument anymore. But if you say that Jews are controlling the Western media, Jews are controlling the banks, Jews are controlling, for example, professional ping pong, those kinds of things, they have a certain amount of weight. I was trying to be funny there, but only Mr. Rodriguez is laughing. Okay, I don't know. It's just when we talk about anti-Semitism, it's so depressing. You have to. Groan. Thank you for the groan. I appreciate it. It reminds me of another joke, which I was trying to think of. How can I possibly tell a joke? I'll tell the joke, but this is not the way I've heard it. But I think I can say it this way. The way I heard it is not really appropriate for that. But there's this young man who unfortunately suffers from a terrible stutter, a horrible speech impediment. It's very difficult. It takes him a long time to, even express a basic idea. He comes home one day and he tells his mother, "Mom, I didn't get the job." It takes him a long time to say that. And he says, "It looks like I'm never to be a radio announcer at home." Jews in a negative light. And these are the church fathers in the 4th century. But the character of these references is known as early Christian anti-Judaism. It's primarily about religion. It's primarily about what people believe and practice. Third, you can get into the deeply pathological anti-Semitism. There's no point that I use the term anti-Semitism per se. Anti-Semitism itself is a very difficult term because it's an anachronism. It was coined in the 1880s by an anti-Semite say phenomenon, you wouldn't want in, you know, like ich habe Judenhass. You know, it would just it would be like saying, you know, I belch at the table. So he found a more philosophically neutral term, as you'll see, I think. And then finally, the period we live in today, which dates from the period of guys like Wilhelm Marx in the mid-19th century. Present, in which one is the idea of race, and the second is the idea of a conspiracy. Those two things. So if we look at those with a little bit of imagery to kind of illustrate that, here's Titus in Rome that celebrates the Roman Judea in the Roman Jewish Wars of 67 to 73, and you see that wall here that has a bas-relief that shows the Jews being carried off into captivity by their Roman overlords. They're carrying off the menorah from full and other spoils, and they're rejected and abused, and they feel terrible. Opening up to the audience for a second, would you characterize this as an anti-Semitic piece of art or anti-Semitic iconography? Probably not, because we've been well indoctrinated by the way I understand this, right? How would you characterize this? What does this mean? Yes, but I think that's basically it. It's a war memorial. You know, like they say, there's actually a Latin phrase for this. You lost, we won. We're going to make pictures and with defeat of the enemy as a theme. You'll see like heroism, or you'll see memorials to the war dead. But this is essentially in the same family of images. Doesn't say anything intrinsic. You know, they have memorials like this for all kinds of people. The early classical to Jewish habits, which grew but misunderstood. For example, the Jews were called lazy, slothful, because they took off 1 day in 7. Can you believe it? 1 day in 7, they're already stopped working. That's ridiculous. Accurately observed, but in we are well, go on, the whole circumcision thing was very problematic. It felt like it shut people out because the only way to begin the club is with your side, and most people really because of the unique relationship of Christianity and Judaism as a daughter religion to the mother religion. What are you putting peanut butter in the cholent for? This is terrible. Daughter will not only praise her own peanut butter cholent, she'll say negative things about the cholent. And so there's a natural separation where the daughter will start degrading the old way because that's the only maintains the validity of her peanut butter. I'm making light of this, but this is essentially the phenomenon going on with early Christianity. As it strives to distinguish itself from Judaism, which was a not insignificant task. Right up. Sometimes it's expressed matter, like in this illuminated manuscript, where you share of Judaism to Christianity in this early Christian it's impossible for them to read books or podcasts and things like that. So you have to have a big picture, which was an amazing thing to see in a civilization that was so visually in comparison to our visually overstimulated society, seeing a monumental work of art, even in hanging on a wall, actually, typically they would put them in clause instructional value. So the themes are very common. You always have on the the left, it would be her staff is broken, indicating that she doesn't have any power anymore. She they're held upside down. And falling out of her hand. She's losing massive statues outside the cathedral and the synagogue with the broken staff, the tablets falling from her hand. Her gown is not there because she's compared to an adulterous woman. She's lost her crown, things like that. Personally, this is a favorite of mine. I think a lot of art historians like it too. If you were not involved in the story at all, you can have like a stake in it as a Jew or a Christian. Martian coming to the planet, just wanted to evaluate this as a work of art. I think most at the synagogue, and you just don't sympathize with her at all. So I think that this well, that is a brilliant question that deserves a lengthy answer. I will give you that was extremely important for allowing Jews to exist in Christian Europe. Basically, he argued that the church should allow Jews to persist in their unbelief. Jews should allow to maintain their faith, because at some point in distant future, when we have the second coming of Jesus, then Jews will be able to testify, to witness that in fact the Christians were right all along. If the Jews were, God forbid, to be totally destroyed, there would be no one there to actually say, yes, this is the correct religion. And because of their very antiquity, the Jewish opinion is considered quite valid. If you will go back for a moment to the Cholent War, it's like a mother and a daughter are arguing about which is the better. And so finally they go back to the nursing home and they meet the altar Bobby, and they give this 120-year-old woman a taste of the old children and the new children. The daughter's Cholent with peanut butter is not going to be a huge victory for the daughter, because she, who represents the old tradition, the old altar Bobby, if she were to validate the new tradition, that's like all the intervening generations of women make the children would be completely an argument. With all kinds of things like this, then the Christians would say, wait a second, aren't they supposed to be like waiting to prove it looks like they're having a validating that perspective of Jews and why they must exist in society, which are a joke that I will tell you recently, but it's the one of the lottery of the Vilna Gaon concept that when you're really faced with a very, very troubling decision and you have alternatives, you don't know what to do, you're totally stymied, what you do is you take a Bible, you ask the tzedakah. This is a real thing. You give tzedakah, you say a prayer, you hold on, you read that verse, that will have the answer. What to do. So the joke goes like this. Guy goes to his rabbi and says, Rabbi, I don't know what to do. My business is failing. They're cocking me a chinik. My wife hates me. My children are disrespectful. I don't know what to do. My life is falling apart. And the rabbi says, this sounds very serious. I don't know how to advise you. All I can tell you is this looks like a time for the Baral Matarah. He explains how you do it with the Bible and things like that. Then he leaves. A few weeks later, the rabbi's walking down the street, and a big limo pulls up, and the back door opens, and this guy gets out, and he's dressed fine, and he's got, like a big diamond cufflinks and things like this. And he looks happy, and his wife gets out with beautiful fur, smiling at him, very affectionate, and the children come out, and they're so respectful, and he sees the rabbi. He says, oh, Rabbi, I gotta talk to you. Exactly like you said it was. All the problems. I said a prayer. I opened the book. I put my finger down. Chapter 11.
Very good.
I had to pause right there. Chapter 11, for those of you who are under 25, that's like the section that tax code bankruptcy. You know, you click C and then you lose your debt. We'll talk about it later. For like 71 cents. Used copies. This is a painting from Italy. I think it is 13th or 14th. A 12th century Gothic cathedral in Strasbourg. And I know these pictures are all over the internet. They're very famous. Okay. Yes, there's the website.
Just two things to tell you. I will start this trend. I'll fucking join it. Joe Rogan, I don't have any talent. See, I'm doing it right now. Working hard and getting obsessed with them. They're extremely talented. I had physical talent when I was starting to talk about. No, I had physical advantages that I recognized very early and real advantages. Some people just have extra speed,
Absolutely.
power, they have things that
And
nobody
these
can do. It's not
expensive to produce. These are produced by the church with a huge amount of energy. You have to pay the artist. These are not like, you know. And what's changed, I'm sorry to cut you off, but what changes dramatically is when Gutenberg invents printing and cheaply available anti-Semitic art is circulated. Everything changes. Okay, let's go to that period right now. Oh, here's a couple more images I forgot. Here's another example of the church synagogue. This is one that shows her as a sotah with holding the barley leaves, the adulterous woman. And here's one of the ones that I think is rather nasty. This is from a 14th century church in Berlin, Germany, where here's church being crowned. Instead of riding a tetramorph, an animal of great. The synagogue, on the other hand, riding a donkey, broken staff, the crown falling off, holding on to the severed head of a goat. Very complicated metaphor. And in case you missed it, there is a sword that's and piercing clear sign of disapproval compared to the crowning. It's hard to miss that, right? So these are all kinds of like expressions of the become. If we start with this is 11th century Norway, this is 14th century Germany. It's beautiful, crafted. There are artists involved, and this is like cartoonish. You could make this kind of thing in a wood. Lowest common denominator. It's a child. He's got wool over his body, and he's being blood in a pan, and then it's going to use it for nefarious purposes. Medieval period, which is really 13th through the 18th century. Medieval is not precisely later. Kinds of things it's used, for example, for baking matzah, which for most of you know that matzah is made only with flour and water, and means no blood in the matzah. Well, I shouldn't do that. I got to be really from the masses. People want to believe it. The church over and over says, no, it's not true. But people want to believe it and keep these ideas going. A ritual murder, as I mentioned, is the idea that Jews need to reenact the passion of Jesus. And then the blood libel, which is the outgrowth of it, is much more complex. This one shows a whole story, really. This is the story of Trent. And you see the child here, and he's being tortured. His blood is being drained. He's undergoing circumcision after death. This guy on the left here is starting in the 1880s decline, and although there is still this, it's very difficult to justify that hatred through these earlier religious models. You simply can't anchor the hatred in an absurd argument that Jews killed things like that. But the desire to hate still persists, so you have to find new appearing in Western world. We always have the idea of color bias. That goes back really to each other, to control scarce resources. That's something that comes out of morphing into something called social Darwin, and the way social Darwinists argue is sucking the life energy out of a tapeworm or any kind of vermin of this nature. In this particular image here, you see this is a I think it's 1920. It's a book cover. It says the Sünde, the sin against the blood, bare-chested Aryan man, muscular, but heavily weighed down by this grotesque vulture with a stereotypically Jewish face. The image of the word means to tell the picture. We can spend a lot of time talking about this, but I'm almost out. The version of it, which is rather unusual, showing Jews as a design as its starting point for a larger discussion. Anti-Talmudicism, to bring it back to Nicholas Donis, is this transitional element that moves between and the farewell. He ended his life actually in brothers. Really because they found he was much their internals ago. At some point, he was converted back to Judaism, but obviously he was with the Dominican order either. According to which we do not have, self-hatred. The reason I have this picture here is because the Muammar Gaddafi apparently there's some indication. Many thinkers in the really pioneered by this unique phenomenon of Jews who end up
going crazy. And then my mom, who's in another car, calls me. You fucking think we all know each other? You know that mom, just because I'm a mom, fuck you, fuck up.
So I'm going to try one right now and see how it works. We're about to begin.
He likes that shit. He's very grateful. Except during that
comes out next week. That is the imposition. Failed to wear the Jewish badge. France, here, the Jewish there, the German star that was in Nazi Germany. But in reality, you're Jewish different as although there were some the third and much very distinctive clothing, typically it looks something like this. The round circle there, the well, on this rather nasty picture of the state. Actually, it's very interesting thing for art historians because of Jew the village.
doesn't matter. Let your power.
Obviously, Jews living in the cities involved in marketing and trade had a lot of contact with non-Jews, and as a result, it was turned out in a way ideas and customs, and sometimes even stupidity. This was something the church reverently got the badge on their cloaks. The man is also holding bowls of garlic, and the woman is holding a goose, which are supposed to be some kind of ethnic stereotypes that go through the 16th century church. And mind you, the badge will be a turn off, but I mentioned the goose and the garlic. Variations on the theme. It wasn't always that round badge. In fact, in many locations, the Jews will, of course, wear something like the name of the book of Reed, the two tablets of the law. You see in this British manuscript, where Jews are being beaten, a connection with the expulsion of Jews. Kind of a comical, probably the inspiration for the much greater European, which back in my father's generation they used to wear when they first started. So Nazis, of course, did this to the modern 20th century period by imposing the star on Jews in captive populations. First imposed spontaneity of Nazi standardized as the yellow star, which so that's basically the case here. Let's see if I can quickly go. Okay, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed it, and if this works well, I'll try to do more. Hello, everyone, and welcome to another edition of This Week in Jewish History. We're going to go with the video of myself talking. Recording at home. Idea of a Jewish badge in the which was duly approved. Common badge, the round symbol called the little rail. But we also see several other variants of the two tablets of the law shown on the individuals on the left there, and this lecture. So we're going to skip past it and go to the idea of transubstantiation, which was certainly the most significant element of the Fourth Lateran Council vis-a-vis Christian theology, and the council specifically confirmed a theological position that said that the communion wafers used during the Catholic Mass, shown here held by a priest, actually on a mystical way that I'm certainly unsure. New industry of accusations, so-called host accusations or desecration of the host. That were expanded in the 20th century to say that Jews somehow wanted to abuse the host for religious reasons. Of course, there's absolutely no what people say in the comments having mentioned this video, but let's have a look at the images, for example. This is a sort of a broadside cartoon that describes of the host accusation from basically the story goes. I apologize to the pixelation, but there's usually a ball who's shown here sneaking into the church with his left hand. He is scooping up the well on the figures on the right, the host waist. That's stolen. They then take these back, as the story goes, and they torture them. In this particular image, you can see the figure on the right is stabbing toward the idea that the host actually does undergo transubstantiation. In the background, you can see two Catholics in law with some gibberish in the outer of this image really didn't know any Hebrew. But anyway, they torture the host, and then there's suspicious noises, so people come to what's going on there. The Jews try to collect up the leaves, throw them into the oven, and again, it's difficult with the pixelation here, but what's happening is miraculously inside the flames, there's a figure of a small child that appears, and doves fly out of the smoke where they are caught by waiting angels. Again, all these miracles are used to support the idea of transubstantiation. The Jews happen to be on the wrong end of the story. Up until this point, most of this is completely fabricated, but the latter when the fourth Lateran Council passed this idea of transubstantiation. Okay, that's about it. I hope you have an excellent week. Thank you for listening.
This was after that event. This was after. So he's like, that's a good name. He says this thing where you're saying like people. Well, there's been a lot of viral.
There's a cafeteria there, and reading another Jew is reading Le Monde, and he's saying, ooh la la. And one Jew is sitting there, and he's reading, I don't know, Deutsches Allgemeine Zeitgeschichte, Scheiße, and he's reading this, but none of you understand German, I guess. Maybe you do, I didn't say it very well anyway, but he's reading some kind of Zeitung, and he's laughing, and he's turning the pages, and he's chuckling, and the other Jews look at him, and they say, what? The world is so terrible. Falling apart. We're fascinated with this individual. There's not a tremendous amount on him, but he is a truly unique individual that I think is quite thought-provoking in a dark and unfortunate sense. And I believe that after you hear a little bit more about his life, I think he did a cause for reflection on humor and the position of Jews in the wider sense. As you know, I happen to be particularly interested in what. Who is a Jew? What makes a Jew a Jew? And in particular, fits into that category in a very unusual way. So before we begin, I'd like to give thanks to the anonymous donor who is sponsoring this lecture. It's always very nice to have people step forward to the synagogue to support the videotaping and reuse. With some of the jokes I like to tell, it's too much different. At any rate, so German, from the period when Germany was still of its life, you'll get a sense of divisions between the German principalities, the emperor, and so on. His years are 1654 until Frankfurt 1704, died suddenly of apoplexy, which broke. He was non-Jewish. He was an Orientalist, which is kind of like the old academic term for people who study Semitics, the people who study the Hebrew language, ancient Israelite culture, things like that. So he was a non-Jew who was quite interested in these things, and we do have a long tradition of this, really going back to the University of Oxford, the University of Bologna. There were always professors who studied Hebrew from a Christian point of view, as it were, trying to understand the Old Testament in a more sophisticated manner, such that they could identify the prefigurations of the New Testament. He fit within that mold. He was known as a rather bright individual, and eventually held the position of professor at Heidelberg University, where he received his undergraduate training. But what makes him so interesting for our purposes is that he is the author of the most influential anti-Semitic text ever published in Jewish history, the infamous Entdeckes Judentums, or Judaism Unmasked. This was a phenomenal work of scholarship in which he invested 19 years posing as a convert to Judaism. There's some conflict among the sources as to whether or not he actually completed his conversion. Decades as a member of, in order to completely master and Aramaic sources, secretly compiling this massive diatribe against which eventually the creation of Jews, and in particular the Talmud, Jewish history, widely cited by anti-Semites, like relying heavily on this particular book. So what I'd like to do is Semitism, specifically anti-Semitic ideology, a review from material classes, and then we're going to look more specifically at modern anti-Semitism. Earlier this semester, when we talked about Onan, we talked about medieval after the 19th century, really different in many ways from prior hatreds. And of course, that will set the stage for much of the dark elements of the 20th century. I try in this class in Jewish biographies to look at Upland, going to be a break from that normal trend, but I hope that you'll find it thought-provoking at any rate. Okay, any questions before we dive into this material? That's the first question. So the second question, that's okay. Okay. Because Jews tried to block its circulation, so it was ready by the time it was 1699. So it was in his late 40s.
This is the place. That's for fucking charity.
Yes.
So the best comeback for that is just stare down. Just nothing.
It appeared in.
Damn, that's what he wanted to do.
Yes, the question is, repeating for the internet audience, the question is how broadly was this particular work reviewed, and later influential. The work itself, written in the German language, translated actually once into English. You can read it on the web if you like. Not a very good translation, but the original is not so good either. The sort of abbreviated versions, the Cliff's Notes version, because there was totally lots of footnotes, and most people couldn't read it. But people who were really determined to read it, like during, for example, more incendiary language, and then through that medium, Entdeckungsjudentum became really the Bible of anti-Semitism in the 18th and 19th century. I think maybe it's second only to Mein Kampf as a work in anti-Semitic history. So first of all, this is the important part. One of the most important things to know about the history of anti-Semitism is that anti-Semitic ideology is never static. In fact, one of the reasons why it seems to be such a long-lasting type of animosity is that it is to the individual idiosyncrasies of its host. The nature of anti-Semitism particular climate hard to do with this particular okay, we turn off the only problem is when we turn off the lights, people fall asleep, which is okay. I'm glad to be relaxed for the series. Of society in which it grows. It's like a virus that it just adapts itself slightly to exist. And so there, we can say a tremendous amount about the difference, for example, in Canadian, a difference between in Ontario and the anti-Semitism in Quebec province is totally different. Not that the Jews deserve this obvious Semitic thought. So let's look at them very briefly, and then we're going to concentrate on the last one, which is modern day. So the first is xenophobia. It is a Greek term meaning fear of strangers. Classical period, we're referring now to the Greco-Roman period, and particularly when we first really have sources on what non-Jews think of Jews, and there's a plethora of material in Greek and in Latin. Jews to participate in civic religious acts, participating in, let's say, orgy or a sacrifice to a god or something like that. And the Jew simply is going to be there, is going to think very badly of the person because he's not participating in an activity that is, widely sanctioned. And the Romans would say, it's not worth denying. Romans had very few holidays during the year, and here are the Jews, one day, you can't get them to work. Pesach and Yom Kippur and Shabbat, it's just ridiculous. So the misunderstandings based on observed behavior, and the important thing for our while there are particulars that are appropriate for the assessment of Jewish culture, we could say this about virtually any two cultures on the planet. You could say that Koreans have a and there's a normal kind of sort of ethnocentrism and fear of the strange characteristic of the human condition. So as far as that goes, shows the Jews being carried away from the spoil of Jerusalem are being taken away. When I gave when I felt old. Like those, young graduate student, and then you become an assistant professor. You could still marry them, still so close in age to you. You thought of that. But at any rate, you're close in age, and you have the same language and so on. And suddenly I realized that once I I was trying to get as soon as I say that, now I can say take spoils glass, and they just went like this. No, don't do that, professors. Don't try to speak our language. Just be your commemorate the Roman victory. But the Romans do this to everybody. They did this to all the people they conquered. Why? There's nothing specifically anti-Semitic about this image. It's just another example of a war that we lost. The Romans won, where it has a war. Okay, now that's xenophobia. The second period, though, acquires a distinctly anti-Jewish tinge, which is really quite distinct from the period of xenophobia. And that is this early Christian anti-Judaism. And we could, again, spend a lot of time talking about it. I want to modern anti-Semitism. But there's something special about the dynamic between the newly born Christian faith that is separated with grace synagogue to synagogue, praying along with other Jews who did. And over a period of time, these two faith groups slowly bifurcated. And I'm not going to talk about the Christian side. Jewish side, the Jews had to read a particular passage in the prayer. And if they held Christian belief, it was had to choose whether to recite this particular passage and be maintained as outstanding, or refuse to recite this passage, would be expelled from the synagogue. Several early important Christians, including it is believed that John, the author of the Gospel, were forcibly separation. So in that period, when the Christian is attempting to define itself against Christians, there is a fairly strong pushback against Christianity as anti-Semitism. As the great theologian Rosemary Radford Ruther once put it, anti-Semitism is the left hand of Christology, meaning if the right hand is Christianity, in order to distinguish this this is a much later work of art, Windows, and it's as well. It's a theme that repeats itself over and over again in Christian art history. The contrast between synagogue representing Judaism, they're always portrayed as women. She's portrayed riding a tetromorphic animal with 4 different heads and 4 different feet. This is prophetic to the Bible. She's, clear-eyed, looking forward. Her staff is up, indicating her temporal power. She's holding the chalice here, the Holy Grail, and a hand descends from heaven and decks her haloed head with a crown, which is a very clear indication of approval from God. On the other hand, here is synagogue. Represents the greater spirituality of Christianity. She's holding a decapitated ram, which is symbol. In case you weren't clear on how God felt about synagogue, there's a sword descending from heaven. While it's entirely within the religious realm, is nevertheless much more directed at Jews. None of these kinds of things would translate, for example, to the Christian animosity of Muslims later, or the Christian animosity for pagans. It's a specifically Jewish that only makes sense because of the mother-daughter relationship between these two.
the guy in the deep south. And
Yes, there's a stained glass window in Verben, Germany,
this morning I saw
14th century. I mean, I'm talking about chronologically, we're talking about something that happens really from the church fathers, like 3rd century, 4th century, but it extends really
he said,
for about 1,000 years through the High Middle Ages, when we'll get to the third and most bizarre period of anti-Semitism. Yes, question.
What president was
Oh, yeah.
That's what I said. Yeah, we're being
It's a closest one, yeah.
and then his neighbors were black, Cuban, like
And it matches really, there's a parallelism with the
that the Christian God
and I don't know if he's done this before, but as we ran out,
That's very clear.
like I
Yes.
heard like the kids laughing and like,
Well, the unfurled flags, I think, are another symbol of like, you know, when your flag is flying, we have it in America, right? If your flag is a half mast, that's a sign of mourning, a sign of some great loss. And I think that this really indicating what the next question we better go on.
During the post-Jesus era, isn't that
That known as deicide and has a long and unfortunate history.
these are two countries that have tried to dominate.
I really haven't talked about that in another lecture here, but what I would like to say for our purposes is that the charge of deicide definitely fits within this realm because it's clearly a religious charge. It's clearly an idea that we have a religious beef with the Jews, and so we'll pick this idea up to use to attack Jews. It's not so typical. It's not. I guess you grew up maybe in an Irish or Italian neighborhood in Brooklyn. Okay, so you have a lot stronger tradition in certain, Catholic faiths in particular. I have got a little bit of that. So let's set it aside though, because I got a lot of stuff on modern art I got to get to. Let's go to the third period. The third period, medieval anti-Semitism. This is where anti-Semitism really goes on. It even goes beyond what religious force whatsoever in the idea that, for example, that Jews consume the blood of Christian children has no basis whatsoever in any sources, and in fact, the popes often matzah is only flour and water. Talking a little bit of blood might make a little bit joke about this, but I study it too often. But this period, during the medieval period, when ironically religious authorities' slogan of the printing press, the woodblock printing, things like this, suddenly makes much more almost pornographic anti-Semitism possible. Reenact the Passion of Jesus. They would also drain them of their blood, which would then 15, and they're really historians because then you can always tell who's Jewish because they put on them. And they captured social circumcised, some ambivalent about it was actually a holiday. And another Jew here is collecting the blood in a pan, which will then be later used for some kind of purpose. It's fascinating. Low iron, is considered very important for Jewish men because they apparently menstruate. That iron, like you poke a hole in the egg, you let the run out, fill it with Christian blood, and then put it under the fertility hard to source in okay, so I really should go the last one, and let's see, I didn't put the sequencing right. The last one, which is the one that we should be concentrating on now, is modern anti-Semitism. When we get to the